My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. Notice: intellectual property theft is particularly egregious and equally unlawful where the sole inventor and creator of the intellectual property is the targeted individual. Erica Lorraine Spencer, subject to the unconstitutional and inhumane government system of gang stalking, otherwise referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices, because of which the intellectual property created by the targeted individual, who is, in fact, Erica Lorraine Spencer, as the intellectual property also proves, serves to establish via evidence and expose the existence of criminal surveillance and thus an inherent threat posed by the U.S. government and the civilian population sharing engagement in the unlawful system. Such evidence that includes all of the content created by Erica Lorraine Spencer, images, videos, audio, etc., belongs solely and entirely to Erica Lorraine Spencer only and is necessarily published online in order to protect her life, safety, and liberty as the targeted individual, who is also the intellectual property owner, no less protected from theft procured through targeting by a public entity. Theft of any intellectual property belonging to Erica Lorraine Spencer, which is necessarily committed while she, being both creator and inventor, remains oppressed by the public entity via criminal surveillance, is a criminal and inhumane means of infringement under all circumstances and not protected nor enforceable pursuant to any invalid or fraudulent acts of copyright, trademarks, patents, etc., including as it pertains to any ideas associated with or generated from the intellectual property or the intellectual property owner, Erica Lorraine Spencer, whether creative, business, or otherwise, nor does the intellectual property owner consent to any such means of infringement and theft.
Spectrum. We'll cross this path again. This is what license 1DARRIN and the people of the state at the same venue, Ontario Town Square, commit at the same location with regard to the same criminal conduct regarding a pattern of conduct. The entities engaging in what is stalking by helicopter, because that's supposed to be the biggest, most scariest, most terrorizing, most spiritually effective means of stopping documentation that you're keeping under surveillance while you are not ignorantly nor coincidentally not only engaging in the same pattern of behavior, but doing so in a specific environment that is also supernatural. My documentation thus far is showing the fake sun remaining over Stater Brothers at 646 West Hope Boulevard and not leaving until I left, and that was during the 9 a.m. hour. The entity follows with the fake sun. Remember, I'm arriving yesterday at 10 a.m. to the library where the entity has the fake sun directly in opposition to what I documented the day before that, where the city of Ontario in their blue minivans are gang stalking me at R.I.C.O and Chevron at E Street in Euclid, where that entity is keeping the fake sun on the north end of the downtown Ontario luxury apartments. Today I am west of the downtown Ontario luxury apartments where the entity kept that fake sun. This is where an entity is engaging in surveillance and stalking with a... Can I help you? This is the people of the state. The entities engaging in what is stalking by helicopter while they are keeping that evidence under surveillance. That's what you're looking at. While the entities engage in this conduct with the Los Angeles Police Department, the demons that are operating Spectrum vehicles are going to prison. And this is relevant to this same exact legislation prosecuting an entity. It's not different because you're driving a commercial vehicle. This is speaking to the companies that are engaging in keeping American citizens under surveillance, and the same pattern, the demons operating those commercial vehicles, which is speaking to public corruption, and it's also speaking to the highest form, highest level of a threat by the entity that are the people of the state. They're not private citizens. They're engaged in criminal surveillance, and they are engaged in criminal summoning with the entity that is operating a system of criminal surveillance. The gang stalkers that are not police officers, they're engaging in what is targeting in the U.S., kidnapping and murders. And that's why you have the pattern of what license 1DARRIN is committing with the Ontario police, who then provide evidence against him. And the Ontario police are providing evidence against the entity itself that are targeting on behalf of that entity that is stalking by helicopters under a fake sun that is in a position irreconcilable with where it is yesterday and the day before that. And the entities engaging in this pattern of conduct routinely. Spectrum is operating a commercial vehicle and is sharing the pattern of conduct with Los Angeles Police Department and speaker companies who conspired my murder and did so by hiring me in Los Angeles at Alvarado Gardens, where there would never be any sun, over the Ovitt Family Community Library, over the Stater Brothers at 646 West Holt, over the Ontario Town Square, where the entity's only tactic is to commit more damning and incriminating criminal acts, which are then documented in order for that everyone, including the employee and employers of speaker companies, the demons that are operating Spectrum vehicles, and the people of the state engaging in criminal summoning, and the kidnappers themselves of the Ontario police, going to federal prison. Terrorist leaders like Mike Lorenz and Dominic Choi, Michael Moore, engaging in what is terrorism, as I'm documenting the ongoing hallmark of this pattern of conduct, stalking me by helicopters, and also doing so as the Ontario police. As you're looking at the pattern from last night and today, the entities engage in what is stalking me by helicopter as I capture very damning evidence that the entity doesn't like. Okay, some overweight pot-belly white male that's lurking in the dark, monitoring me and monitoring my device without any warrant or probable cause on behalf of the state, and doing so maliciously while you are under the illusion and the exploitation which the government is maintaining regarding private citizens who are not private citizens. They're state actors engaging in surveillance on devices, monitoring and invading my privacy in doing so, and there's no legitimate interest by the government. The government that then simultaneously arrives stalking pursuant to a pattern via helicopter, including at the same address where this entity is doing so pursuant to that same pattern, as a third party is stalking an engineer light that's flying in the air, coating the side of the Spectrum vehicle, where this male that's operating that vehicle is subject to federal prison, just like license 1DARRIN. Spectrum is operating vehicle 181056 with license plate 45751 Larry 2. This is Spectrum, and what you will see, which I'm going to put onto X, and as I capture that, as the demons are looking at what's on my phone after I capture it, the entity immediately begins sounding helicopter, engaging in psychopathic pacing. These are the demons that are not only going to prison, they're going to prison for kidnapping and referring to laws that they don't have jurisdiction under. They're engaging in what is kidnapping while conspiring murder, stalking as an agency with the people of the state who drive around stalking you in commercial vehicles under the guise of operating businesses that are going to be prosecuted regarding federal RICO cases where they're actually conspiring murder of American citizens that they are targeting with the gang members themselves that commit kidnapping with them and via them. Demons like those operating Spectrum vehicles that is engaged in criminal surveillance. And this is exactly what Spectrum is committing in Los Angeles. All right, I'm going to include that video so you can see what Maria Solis Alvarez and Carlo Lopez, speaker companies, Don Nagel, Kimberly Fletcher, the people of the state that are engaging in what is targeting me as an employer. And then you're mindful of what the entities such as Jason Isaac Fields, such as Tracy Banks, who's not even my biological mother. She's leaving that out while she's defaming me with this entity that knows exactly who I am and knows that Tracy Banks isn't my biological mother, while they're stalking me and keeping my devices under surveillance with the entity, including some random demon who is not a stranger, who's engaging in statewide surveillance, ongoing terrorism like clockwork, as I document you, incriminating evidence, exposing you, and the entity is surfacing with helicopter activity. The only tactic that they have, which is relevant to that same exact pattern of conduct, and you know where you're going when you're engaging in this conduct with the police? You're going to prison. And that's the entity that's engaging. I just want to be clear. This is License plate, again, spectrum, in which you'll see I'm going to put it on X. And this is exactly what I was beginning to review and put on X after I capture it. And you're looking at the fake sun moving as I move. 48 hours ago, the entity is keeping the fake sun where the city of Ontario, speaking to Paul Leon, who's not staying in office, while gang stalkers conspiring my murder are calling themselves a police department. That's not a police department. And Paul Leon knows that, and so does Mike LORENZ. This is exposing a system that's in operation in Ontario, California, with the people of the state who are stalking in commercial vehicles, including where they live, where they work, and where they're going to the grocery store to gang stalk an American citizen. They're engaging in that while they're keeping the evidence, prosecuting them under surveillance, and then the imbeciles engage in more criminal activity that you're then documenting. And the whole world is witnessing how gang stalking is operated, how criminal surveillance is operated in the United States, how the United States has violated those from other countries in more than one manner, which is speaking to international issues with regard to not only the hypocrisy, but the criminal acts that this country has committed against those outside of the United States. While they're targeting an American citizen and speaking to the fact that they are enemies of this country, they are enemies of law and order, that there are bullies engaging in criminal activity and they want to wear uniforms, badges, and wear guns, and speak to that which they have no interest in, abiding by the law and enforcing the law. In fact, they're engaging in lawlessness, criminal activity as their violation of the law. Their criminal system is exposed, and that's shared by Spectrum. Spectrum is fully engaged in surveillance, and the entity is engaging in that P.O.C. It's vehicle 181056, license 45751 Larry 2. Again, this is at what is 10:18 a.m. The entity is keeping the fake sun over me at a plethora of locations, including at the Stater Brothers where I just came from, including while I am documenting the fact that I am still en route on another day to this location where I'm documenting SoCal Gas gang stalking me, where I'm coming from Stater Brothers, and the fake sun's over me at the Wells Fargo, the same Ontario Town Square where I'm at right now. I'm showing you with regard to the entity's ongoing vacillation with what is not a natural environment, because it's massive surveillance and the demons are showing who they're targeting under a whole fake sun. This is speaking to supernatural. These are demons and they're criminal defendants which are acting on behalf of a public entity that pulls out helicopters and commercial planes. They are operating through the massive corrupt business practices of venues like Stater Brothers, of businesses like Spectrum, of the municipality like the Ovitt Family Community Library, of venues like the Ontario International Airport, where you are not a stranger and you are not ignorantly present in that supernatural environment. You're also engaging in what is a very heavily and detailed pattern of conduct, including the hallmark with the helicopter activity. I just want to be clear, this is indeed federal prison for a third-party operating Spectrum. I want the federal government to understand this is what I've been documenting for years. This is what the entire property of Alvarado Gardens is engaging in, as I'm the property manager at for Speaker Companies. And they were targeting in the workplace with Los Angeles Police Department and the Los Angeles County Sheriff, who were engaging in stalking me from day until night, keeping a fake sun from sunrise until sunset at Alvarado Gardens, where the Ontario police are going to be prosecuted by that information, by that documentation. That same P.O.C. terrorizing and harassing while they are monitoring the evidence. Very imprudent, very foolish. And you know why that imprudent and foolish conduct is underway? Because Mike LORENZ is convinced that he was going to accomplish a murder before you heard anything about my investigation. He's going to prison. So is every other kidnapper. Sergeant Hall is no sergeant. She's a stalker, a glorified stalker that's working for what is a system maintaining criminal surveillance by that department that is, again, on podcast, in images, and captured in video, including last night, stalking an American citizen. Criminal activity by the so-called police department, maintaining an investigation exposing corruption by an American citizen who has been targeted. No mystery as to why. Who is going to prison? The one that's lying about being my mother, the one that's lying about my character with the demons who know I'm perfectly sane, and I'm also a threat because I have maintained an investigation and an effective and probative investigation with regard to criminal activity that they are very much hostile to being exposed. But your hostility does not change the probative value of that ongoing evidence, which you're keeping under surveillance while you keep stalking me by helicopters. And it does not help the people of the state. In fact, the people of the state that are the subject of my documentation, that are sharing in the elements of monitoring in real time, they're going to prison. They're going to federal prison. This is what the entity does. Remember, the people of the state that I'm showing you stalking in grocery stores, stalking me as a property manager in Los Angeles, stalking me on the roads and the highways, stalking me in their commercial vehicles, stalking me inside of establishments like corrupt establishments like the Ovitt Family Community Library and Starbucks and Stater Brothers. The entity is engaging in criminal summoning with that entity. That's who the entity relies upon. Third-party license 1DARRIN. third-party license plate 45751 Larry 2, calling the police and stating that you're committing X, Y, Z, and that is the badge of honor that they wear it and say, oh, we got a call about X, Y, and Z, and they're stalking you the entire time, showing you what is going on in the interim, in between those malicious assertions regarding kidnapping and murdering American citizens when they're turning their sirens on, when they're engaging in a traffic stop, when they're engaging in use of helicopters, when they're doing so in that specific environment, keeping you under surveillance, targeting you amongst that population that is also already proven to be targeting you. The Spectrum employee is subject to federal prison. And everybody at Alvarado Gardens is going to federal prison. Spectrum has a history of gang stalking me with the police. And this is the same exact pattern of conduct amongst two different regions, two different departments, two different distinct locations where the sun is not ever going to be at the same time, where I'm showing it from day until night at the literally on Euclid Avenue, at the Ontario Town Square / Ovid Family Community Library, where it is now, and at Alvarado Gardens. Same time of year, daylight savings time, you're only giving or taking away an hour. Spectrum is caught up in a pattern of conduct of conspiring my murder and making money. That's a federal RICO case, and the crime is not only federal stalking, but conspiracy to commit murder and obstruction of justice. And this third party is subject to federal prison as a terrorist in the United States, and Spectrum is a domestic terrorist. Spectrum is a sex offender. Spectrum is a co-conspirator of murder. That is never before articulated bases of damages. That's a business who was, as a matter of justice, drained to the point of non-existence. They're not even a legitimate business. They're actually engaged in surveillance. They incidentally engage in the provision of internet service. Internet service which they are using to keep you under surveillance. In your homes, at your workplace, on your devices. All manner of comprehensive, and that's the entity that's stalking by helicopter. It is currently 10:33 a.m., where the Ontario Police are always providing evidence against its co-conspirator, the one in which they're engaging in criminal summoning with, and they are very much imbecilic and slow, not understanding that every aspect, every time you're engaging in stalking, that's a clearly identifiable pattern. These are words that imbeciles, that demons are not listening to and understanding, because you're dealing with demons. You're not dealing with strategic, intelligent, methodical, tactical people who have an actual organized system. They engage in murdering and kidnapping people and then defaming them so that you never hear their side. That's not happening here. So you're looking at the unprecedented basis of ignorance and stupidity. And it is serving for severe consequences. The Ontario Police that are done with law enforcement, you're a terrorist, you're not retiring, you're not getting any sort of benefit package when you are done being removed as terrorists. When you're being disbanded, you're not getting any money. You're not getting a 401k. You're done with law enforcement and you're being prosecuted at that. Everyone, including Sergeant Hall, threatening with her audible activity. This is another day where I'm reminding you about this demon stalking. Because that's exactly what she's doing while, again, another partner of hers, or the same one. It's the same pattern of conduct by this agency with the people of the state. Stalking me obsessively. And then they're hostile when your stalking conduct is documented, which you know as you keep my device under surveillance. You are stalking under all circumstances, whether you want to claim ignorance about what's on my device while you engage in a clearly identified pattern of conduct. We don't need you to agree with it. The evidence speaks for itself. You are delusional while you're engaging in a clearly identified pattern of conduct, and you are engaging in what is conduct speaking to severe mental instability, not just by stalking the pattern, the P.O.C, but your ongoing conduct when everybody is looking at what you're doing, Satan, everyone. And you like to use helicopters to do that. You're going to prison like any other terrorist, such as Osama bin Laden. You're going to federal prison. And so are the terrorists, you need to understand, that are operating corrupt businesses like Spectrum. I want to be clear. License 45751 Larry 2. And this appears to be a Latino male, and he is operating vehicle number 181056, doing so under the fake sun. An engineer light is along the driver's side, and that's what I'm going to show you. You'll see the engineer light moving as he's driving through. He's monitoring me. And you're looking at everything that's on the share drive up until that point and afterwards. And immediately as I capture that and review it and log onto the Wi-Fi to put it onto X, more damning evidence, the entity is stalking by helicopter. Just like as I'm documenting license 1DARRIN, a hostile terrorist that is targeting with the murderers and kidnappers of a corrupt agency that are not police officers. They're murderers and kidnappers, and they utilize criminal defamation. They'll kidnap and they'll engage in what is harassing you to create a paper trail, to falsely depict your character, because the entity is providing what is an unwarranted basis of legitimacy when you are unlawfully targeted, and they call that an arrest, whereby they're keeping a record so that they publish that on the internet, defaming your character. It's criminal defamation pursuant to criminal surveillance that same agency, that city, that county, that state, that government is not letting the American people know is ongoing. That's directly relevant. That's probative regarding malice, especially when somebody's being falsely accused. It's not tortious, it's not false imprisonment, and it's not a wrongful arrest. It's kidnapping. And this is the precise system that Jason Fields and Tracy Banks capitalized on. And they thought that gang stalking was going to result in my losing my mind and also my murder, so that you would never hear the brilliance of the P.O.C. That's what they were counting on, and they're going to prison for that. That's calculated. That is what is tantamount to premeditated murder. Understand that gang stalking is the evidence of the conspiracy to commit murder by an entity. Any one of these gang stalkers, including a Spectrum employee, committing homicide, and then who's investigating it? The demons that are gang stalking with them, and they know exactly what happened. They're not investigating anything. They're engaging in what is a system of surveillance. And based on that malice, you're going to federal prison. The entity engaging in criminal summoning, like those at the Ovid Family Community Library, they're going to federal prison. This is P.O.C. It is currently 10:37 a.m. at 224 North Euclid Avenue, where the entity is indeed stalking at the Stater Brothers under the fake sun. As I'm walking through the neighborhood under the fake sun, you'll see those demons flying through the fake sun. How many years have I been capturing that asin entity? These are the same ones that have the audacity to then try to defame your character. You are a whole feces consumer, stalking as a population, and all of the demons, the idiots together, couldn't get it right, couldn't figure something out to take me down. There is nothing that you could say that has any credibility or legitimacy. You've been shown to be obsessed with my vagina. That's what you're actually doing. And you're going to prison for that obsession that you can't control concerning my vagina. This is an entity that's engaged in that, and Mike LORENZ is going to be prosecuted as a domestic terrorist. Paul Leon is going to be federally prosecuted as a domestic terrorist. He's not a mayor. Mike LORENZ is not a police chief. This is understanding homegrown terrorism, which is a threat to your life, you who are listening, including the demons that are obsessing over me. Because any day now, you're going to find yourself targeted. Martial law is coming, and like I stated, the viciousness of that system is what the entity has reaped. But before that, I'm going to prosecute, because the entity has been engaged in gang stalking as a matter of evidence since 2018, and Jason Fields isn't getting out of prison anytime soon. I'm going to prosecute. This is the prosecution. I'm documenting, this is the evidence, this is the prosecution. And this is another day of the Ontario Police admitting to conspiring murder with Jason Fields, sharing in criminal defamation with Jason Fields, sharing in what is criminal defamation and targeting, kidnapping with Tracy Banks, and they're going to, you're talking about a dominoes, they're all going to federal prison. They're all going to prison. While this third party in a Spectrum vehicle is not worth that, because he's going to prison. The demon in the helicopter is going, you're not maintaining any privacy. That's not a mystery. It's literally going to be reported to me with regard to the government's criminal conduct, the heliport. And the entity is going to be subject to federal prison while that pattern of conduct is underway. All the criminal acts committed by this agency that's engaged in keeping me under surveillance in concert with a population of demons who are stalking with light, stalking under a fake sun, stalking in absurd ways such as in bathrooms, and stalking everywhere that you're going, including as you're sleeping. And they're stalking you in deranged manners such as with light. That's relevant to the fact that they're not normal people, which you already know because they're stalking as an entity, but they're not normal. These are demon-possessed people who are stalking with light. They're monitoring you. They are monitoring your children. They're monitoring your children's genitalia. They know exactly who you are. And that's why you have the third party with license 1DARRIN and this Spectrum third party license 45751 Larry 2, sharing in that same P.O.C. as I document you on my device, which you would like to claim is not under surveillance, but yet you have what is a very specific and abnormal pattern of conduct, underscoring what is already proven. We can entertain the illusion of the delusional if you want, but the illusion is gone. Everybody knows, and everybody is laughing at these demons, and they're going to prison. What are you even accomplishing by stalking? Have I come off ever as one that's been scared while you're stalking me? You're the one that's stalking me. Why should I be scared of somebody that's monitoring my vagina, that can't even get their lies straight when I ask you questions that I have a right of an answer to under the Constitution that you can't even spell? And you have no authority under it either. And you're nothing other than angry and enraged and infuriated because I put you in your place. Not only that, you're a demon who is under my feet. But you want me to be intimidated because of that uniform. I'll strip you of that uniform and that badge and put you in the nude in prison where you are stripped of all authority. You don't have any. And it's pathetic. And all you do is flash more light and stalk like a psychopath in helicopters. The system is old and expired. You're getting locked down 23 hours a day. Gang stalking police officers are going to prison, and it's mandatory mental examinations based on the level of instability that is inherent to this type of pattern of conduct. That level of malice. So you can get away with serial killings and criminal activity. You're going to prison. It's terrorism in the U.S. Pursuant to, by the way, breaking news, surveillance is underway in the United States and it's been underway. This is P.O.C. All right? Spectrum is indeed a domestic enemy. Spectrum is engaged in criminal surveillance, and Spectrum threatens my life. While I'm documenting Spectrum having no right under the law to keep my device under surveillance and to stalk me like a psychopath that is cloaking its identity in a Spectrum vehicle, because you're not supposed to suspect or know that you're being stalked and targeted by somebody operating that commercial means of gang stalking you. But you are. And not only is it something that I know intuitively, it's something that's proven through tangible evidence. And because you're infuriated and you can't control that while you're being investigated, and that investigation is public information, you're going to prison now, and everybody is witnessing the process before you're put in that cage where you belong like every other barbarian. It is sickening what the demons have done, and they've done this to other people that had no proof of it. That's why they are going to be taken down with martial law. That's why. That's why it's happening. This is P.O.C. It's 10:43 a.m. Okay, the demons of the Ontario International Airport, they know that it's over. That's why you would provide that level of evidence. They're doing so while they are idiots flying through a fake sun. You'll see the images uploaded to the Google Drive. And the Ontario International Airport shares in every kidnapping, they're going to be shut down. They're going to be prosecuted as terrorists, because that's what they are. And every airline, you need to take heed, because they're engaged in systematic murders. That was not an accident. Regarding UPS in Kentucky, they're engaging in what is keeping a fake sun from sunrise until sunset on Euclid Avenue over me. That was an act of terrorism, and the terrorists that are stalking at the Ontario International Airport, every airline is sharing in this same psychopathic system where the demon-possessed, they engage in murders. Those are rituals, and they do so under corrupt company names like Spectrum, like UPS, like the Ontario International Airport, and every airport in California that's engaged in the pattern of conduct. That's what's behind idiots that are providing evidence against themselves, because there was never any intellectual framework surrounding this. They're engaged in raw, unadulterated criminal activity, and they commit those crimes in order to silence and oppress people. And then the idiots don't know when it is imprudent to continuously do it, because you're doing it in front of everyone. And by the way, it's not even magical. You don't have any witchcraft that works against me, and that's not even witchcraft. You're just a stalker. You're just a stalker. What is magical about that? You're a stalker. Strip down what Satan is doing. Stalking. And that's supposed to have a spiritual affect. That's supposed to create fear. Fear is a spirit. I'm not scared of you. You're monitoring my vagina. You're scared of me. That's why you get loud when I'm speaking these very damning words. That no stalking conduct is going to overshadow. It's pathetic. That's why you're all stalking me together, because you're scared. That spirit resides with you. Now we're going beyond spiritual, because tangible evidence is putting you in cages. You're going to prison. And that's the reality. There's no illusions there. You don't have any spiritual power. This is P.O.C. This is entirely pathetic. Entirely pathetic. Mike LORENZ is an enemy of this country. He targets American citizens. He's a paid stalker. He's not a police officer or a police chief. This is terrorism. It is gang violence. Jason Isaac Fields is going to federal prison. All right? This is somebody that's engaged in serial killing. This is somebody that's a rapist. This is somebody that preys upon people that don't have any wherewithal regarding what they're being subject to, what they're being attacked by, what they're actually dealing with. He's a predator. That spirit is what resides in all the demons that are stalking me. And all the demons that are stalking me are serving for evidence to put Jason Fields in prison, period. And then you have all the evidence of him defaming my character, of him stealing my money, my property, of him engaging, conspiring against me with the people of the state, including his 60-plus-year-old girlfriend, Tracy Banks, who's lying about being my biological mother. All of that is also adding to it. But the fact that the entity is gang stalking me, Fields is going to prison. This is how you're prosecuting any conspiracy, group conduct. What your co-defendant is doing, you're going to prison for it. This is terrorism. This is unprecedented. There is no defense. He's going to federal prison. And the ongoing criminal acts, prolonging this, sitting back and studying, these are sickos that sit around and masturbate while I'm being gang stalked by helicopter. That they're going into mental asylums. They're going to prison. It includes Jason Fields. This is P.O.C. It is currently 10:46 a.m. The entity that engages that is the demon-possessed entity that are monitoring American citizens. It's demonic activity, and this is the criminalization of it. And it's exposing what is very real. Okay? They might be demon-possessed, which is invisible, but their criminal activity is demonic. That makes it visible for you to witness, and that tangible evidence is serving for what is a very real and physical prosecution. This is P.O.C. It's currently 10:47 a.m. on Sunday, January 18, 2020.
All right, this is a vagina monitor engaging in surveillance under the fake sun inside of the Sarah's Regis Group downtown Ontario luxury apartments, and is going inside of the Ovid Family Community Library to maintain surveillance with the police department engaging in terrorism at the same turn circle where Spectrum is driving an engineer light that you can see coating the side of that Spectrum vehicle. Let me back up some. That you can see coating the side of the Spectrum vehicle while they're driving. That is stalking as a commercial with specific knowledge about who I am and where I'm at and also what I'm doing on my device, which Spectrum and the government that is engaged in surveillance. Ontario police have no warrant or probable cause. What you're also paying attention to is the time. The fake sun is over me while that demon that walks in to engage in state surveillance with the government, that is Spectrum. Spectrum is a third party, not a private company, and they're sharing in surveillance. That's why the entity is terrorizing by helicopter as I document the government, Spectrum, stalking me at the same turn circle hours earlier while they're driving an engineer light, which is on the same street at the same entrance where I'm entering yesterday at 10 o'clock, and it's still here. It followed me away from the venue, remains over me as I come back to the venue, and this is where the entity is engaging. You're able to see who is stalking. While they are driving away, the fake sun remains stationary. I'm showing you the exact opposite when I'm aboard Omnitrans, when I'm in vehicles, and the natural environment is not speaking to them experiencing the same thing. This is speaking to targeting. And also the entities maintaining engineer light inside of that garage where the fake sun is in this same position while I'm inside of that garage at 7:56 in the morning. That's during daylight savings time. Spectrum is stalking pursuant to the state's P.O.C. Ovid Family Community Library is hosting the criminal system, the conspiracy to commit murder by gang stalking as the city of Ontario. The entity is doing so with the Ontario Police Department. This is the same Ontario Town Square. So what you see on the Google Drive, is the fake sun that's in the same position as I just came from the square right now, seconds ago. It's beside that same clock where it is at 7, 8, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock in the morning. It's on this side of the building when I'm remaining at the opposite side of the same apartment building, which is where I just came from, by the way. And that fake sun is deviating from remaining here as I'm documenting the fake sun stationary over the Ovid Family Community Library, where the government is engaging in terrorism pursuant to surveillance on my device, surveillance with the people who are stalking. And these are no ordinary stalkers. These are demon-possessed stalkers. This is demonic activity. These are murderers, and the government that's gang stalking engages in murder with that entity. Where they're not investigating anything. This is exposing a system. This is the pattern of conduct. License 1DARRIN and Spectrum, which is readily identifiable, is engaged in surveillance. And the pattern of conduct by the mentally ill who are demon-possessed and who are corrupt companies, they engage in stalking. That is, as I document UPS, as I document Spectrum, as I document Amazon Prime, the entity will engage in stalking. You'll see it in my documentation. So when I'm publishing, the entity will engage in conspicuous stalking using that same method based on the ongoing psychopathic pattern of seeking to psychologically torture you as you are documenting. This is what the city of Ontario is doing under the fake sun on the opposite side of this same apartment building where the sun would not be at 10:27 a.m. where the city of Ontario is in the blue minivans gang stalking me, and doing so as the city of Ontario is monitoring evidence in furtherance of my murder, which is removing Polly. These are the demons that are inside of the venue pacing, psychopathic pacing, which is stalking.
They're using their children at the town square as a means of psychopathic pacing. It's not cute, frolicking innocence. These are demon-possessed third parties who are under the age of majority. The people of the state are engaged in surveillance while they are the ones pacing all around, and the government's monitoring to that. That's all occurring while the fake sun is moving all around while I'm documenting their license plates. I'm coming to and from the same location where the sun hasn't moved, and then you're looking at the rest of the country. What's over you in Florida? This is the P.O.C. It is currently 1:11 p.m. The entity is engaging in what is the contribution to the delinquency of minors. The entity is also engaging in what is exploiting and abusing the developmentally challenged, the mentally incapacitated, using them just like inside of this venue where they're entering Old Park and Anthesis, entering at 10 a.m. This is the fake sun that's over the same venue. They are knowingly and intentionally bringing those under the age of majority, engaging in, and the under the age of majority, they're demons as well. They're consciously and intentionally engaging in that. I am showing you what is a veil, an illusion, removing that. This is a demonic system, and it's criminal activity, and it's in furtherance of murder. This is what Tracy Banks and Jason Fields, the government, weaponized against me in order to commit murder and get away with it with the government, through the government. This is P.O.C. It's 1:11 p.m. This is a massive federal RICO case against companies just like Spectrum. It's a prosecution of McDonald's, of Starbucks, of Amazon. This is the entity that's engaging in that. License plate 89768D4. Gang stalking under the fake sun that moves across the street. So they crawled into a white van to cross path stalking again conspicuously. That's what license 1DARRIN is doing last night right at this venue. And as I document, just like Spectrum is at this C Street turn circle, they're going to prison. The Ontario police are stalking by helicopter, which I'm taking detailed notation of because that's how you prosecute for stalking. And the government is also only stalking because the government intends to kill. This is P.O.C. Okay, the same third parties, Kelly Blacken. The same third parties, the people of the state, the employees inside who are state actors, and the third parties that are stalking with impossible light and who are all under what is a fake sun are now inside of a building, and that's speaking to the malice behind what are the animalistic sounds coming out of a person that's developmentally challenged. The entity is engaging in that as a method of audible activity while they're all pacing and engineer light in the same way that they use minor children who run around back and forth. They're actually pacing and creating audible activity while the people of the state, the mentally ill, okay, are engaging in that pattern of conduct. And Kelly Blacken is intentionally engaging in that knowingly, maliciously, when you're ignorant about the elements that are underway. This is the exploitation and abuse of the developmentally challenged. It's the abuse of minor children who they are partaking in sexual violence and terrorism, psychological torture, harassment, and they're engaging in that criminal activity on behalf of a government as well. These are psychopaths that are including more and more. The more that you document, the more probative the evidence, meaning the more impossible it is to get anything other than a guilty verdict, which is where the P.O.C. is at. The government's already prosecuted. The more that the terrorists come into the venue, filling and surrounding me and engaging in more of that pattern of conduct. It is the entity that's engaged in more and more impossible light activity, more and more stalking with amplified audible activity. This is speaking to the mentally ill army of demons, the legions of demons who are using the people of the state, the entity itself, that are gang stalking and no longer doing so secretly. The people of the state that are engaging in that are collecting money while they're abusing the developmentally challenged. They're collecting money while they also are in custody of children. The government that's gang stalking also pays the people of the state that are, what you know now, engaging in terrorism with them. In doing so, that is abuse while a person is developmentally challenged and you're using their disability as a means to monitor someone else, because that's exactly what is maliciously underway when the people of the state are both under the fake sun and you have that developmentally challenged person who's engaging in audible activity. That's intentional conduct. They're the same ones stalking with impossible light and then coming inside in the presence of a developmentally challenged person. And the people of the state are the demons with multiple shadows while the government is stalking in helicopters at this venue. These are the demons that are engaging in delusional behavior as though they are not clearly seen for what they are. And they are. You need to understand the tactics of the devil and the tactics of the government that's engaging in surveillance, and the government that shall no longer have any authority to defame an American citizen, having no jurisdiction under the law. And that is the basis whereby they are kidnapping American citizens and stealing from them, where the government is engaging in this system and this level of mental illness that is owned by and the entity that is oppressed with demon possession are the psychopaths that are in no position to diagnose any mental illness in the first place. Alrighty, this is P.O.C. It's 1:21 p.m. inside of the Ovid Family Community Library. So when you hear the it's audible activity.
It's audible activity, and it's equally demonic, by the way. And a demon is in custody of that third party who is a means of monitoring. This is essentially someone that is mocking a mental illness, and also it's demon possession, Satan, that is using that appearance physically as a means of monitoring. And you are associating what is a spiritual condition with what is the physical appearance of one that can't control their behavior. It's demon possession. And the demon that's in custody of that person that is developmentally challenged is maliciously using that as a guide. These are demons who are all gang stalking. The fake sun is over the Ovid Family Community Library in the same way that it is yesterday at 10 o'clock in the morning. In the same way that it is yesterday, not until after 11. In the same way that it is when I'm coming from Stater Brothers and I'm entering after 10 a.m. This is the same entity that's gang stalking me by the Ontario police as soon as I walk outside. What do you think is going on inside? In concert with minors and the developmentally challenged, which you need to understand is relevant and not distinct from what is demon possession, while Satan mimics what you are ignorant about, what you are actually surrounded by, and what's actually ongoing. This is P.O.C. It's 1:22 p.m. The entity's going to prison for gang stalking with minors and gang stalking with the developmentally challenged. That's a level of malice that is diabolical, very mentally ill. While then Kelly Blacken is pacing while she's monitoring with the patrons coming inside. That's psychopathic behavior. And she keeps my vagina under surveillance as well. This is 1:23 p.m. at the Ovid Family Community Library, where the demons that are outside stalking while that fake sun is moving, they come inside the building engaging in what is staring at computers and talking about stuff that they don't care about while they're out stalking. This is a dead, zombified population that are all stalking me. All of them. This is P.O.C. All right, psychopathic pacing, criminal monitoring, which is pursuant to stalking, gang stalking, which is malicious state action underway by Securitas, and the third-party gang stalker Dylan, who was on surveillance cameras exiting the administration door of the Ovid Family Community Library pursuant to the simultaneity of my operation of my device while he's monitoring on the internet in violation of Title 18. He's doing so under the fake sun. His work schedule and my documentation is showing how he is indeed engaged in the criminal conspiracy to commit murder from morning until evening. He is engaging in that pattern of conduct with the people of the state who are surrounding stalking inside of the computer area of that library, where the employees and the patrons together are stalking with noise, stalking with light, and stalking in the path while they're pacing all around pursuant to what it is that I'm doing as I do it, including on my device. Dylan is pacing from the administration door to the circulation area, where he is doing so pursuant to criminal monitoring and the obstruction of justice, directly impacting the internet as well. And then these are psychopaths that are stalking on the computers, number 2 and 3, staring at the computer screen. These are zombies that are monitoring. They're monitoring while Dylan provides audible activity. Vanessa's talking to the demons that are gang stalking. They're all monitoring inside of the library, pacing back and forth and back and forth. And they're doing so with children and the developmentally challenged. Just want to be clear, when you're getting to the pattern of conduct and the elements amongst the demon-possessed, you're talking about a superficial distinction amongst the mentally ill who are in custody and having access to the quote-unquote developmentally challenged. The mentally ill are mentally challenged. They're psychopaths. They're severely ill while they're engaging in gang stalking. Criminal activity, very malicious, highly antisocial conduct. Just want to note that while Dylan's pacing in and out of an employee door, and he does so under the guise of what is being an employee, and is also doing so while you are supposed to be ignorant, but you're not, which is also relevant to Dylan's mental illness, while he's engaged in criminal activity, which is fully known, and yet he still continues it on behalf of the government in furtherance of murder. He's going to be prosecuted for that as well. Not just what he's doing, who he's doing it with, on whose behalf, and what he knows as he does it. It's 1:57 p.m. This is P.O.C. It is currently 5:54 p.m. It is still Sunday, January 18, 2026. So I want to document the entity engaging in sexual assault and battery, and this is again the demon-possessed entity that are the people of the state. Much like the people of the state that you see inside of the Ovid Family Community Library. They're the same people who are all demon-possessed, stalking. So the entity is engaging in what is trying to marry an image to what is the environment that is around you, and that is impossible with regard to the maintenance of the engineered light, things such as the fake sun. And you are plainly looking at, obviously just looking at what is an environment, and they're all stalking in an environment that is scientifically impossible. It is with regard to natural
observation of what is asinine. It is also asinine, but it's also legally relevant. The entity engaging in what is at 5:54 right now as I'm recording, sexual assault and battery. And this is based on knowledge. So you're sexually assaulted and battered pursuant to ongoing monitoring. That's relevant to criminal surveillance. It is criminal because it's unconstitutional. It is state action while the government is sharing in what is exposed as a pattern of conduct in the environment. That environment's not just existing on its own and nobody's focused on you and you're not being harassed and you're not being kidnapped, you're not being falsely accused, you're not being stolen from, you're not being attacked. This is an entity that's engaging in a behavioral pattern, targeting and harassment, terrorism, as it's underway by an entity. Moreover, in that environment, which is entirely supernatural, it's so impossible that it is asinine. And in the absence of what is mirroring an image, what you are actually witnessing, what I'm exposing to you, is essentially making logical, making palatable that which is entirely inexplicable because it's entirely supernatural. It's demonic. It's demon-possessed people who are engaging in satanic acts. They are practicing witchcraft while they are torturing and stalking someone that they have sought to sacrifice unto Satan. This is being criminalized. You are following around while you're engaging in this witchcraft. The proof of this witchcraft is the fake sun, the flying and stalking with light. That is not, for example, occurring from your headlights while I'm at the town square and you're coming out of the parking garage of the Sears Regis Group. That same apartment complex that's stalking as an entity during the day while the fake sun is documented over me at that venue from sunrise till sunset. They are stalking with engineered light. That's witchcraft. It's demonic. And it is also evidence of targeting, not by individuals, not just by a random cult. This is the government that engages in the same satanic practices, stalking and touching and molesting and harassing with what is the acts of witchcraft, the satanic behaviors while you are following me around doing that. Literally the definition of stalking. They are also stalking you, following you, touching you, sexually assaulting you, and battering you with this light that is abnormal, impossible to occur while they are stalking you. This light is instrumental with regard to the operation of your devices, with regard to what it is that you're doing physically at the moment, even that you do it, while they are stalking you in an environment that is also supernatural, where that environment is also following you. Everything in that environment is also following you. The volume in that environment is following you. And not only physically following you, but following you with regard to what it is that you say as you say it. The volume increases, if you will, which is analogous to what is a threat. The light activity follows you, not only physically, but follows with regard to whatever it is that you're doing. For example, when you're documenting, the light activity becomes more extraordinarily spectacular, more threatening, more sexually violent. The entity targeting my genitalia with impossible light. I've documented this. The entity targeting with regard to whatever it is that I'm looking at as I am engaged in something that the demon-possessed are triggered by, documentation. And so while, for example, I am looking down, I'm being targeted, and the entity is again engaging in conduct. Oh, well, you can't prove it because how do you know? How can you prove that I have anything to do with the light? This is what the demon-possessed have presupposed would be the inability to prosecute them. And that is a totally delusional basis. So the entity is already surrounded with the pattern of conduct. And the government is the one that's engaging in this satanic practice. And the government is also the one that is engaging in what is malicious means of seeking to murder that person that they anticipate, calculated as they practice witchcraft, that the American citizen wouldn't be able to prove it. That's why you are going to prison, because of the level of malice behind that. And you are, in every regard, criminally liable, while a government is being prosecuted with tangible evidence that it is targeting you through satanic means. Okay, the entities engaging in this pattern of conduct and will do things such as, which is psychological torture. While they practice witchcraft, you're going to prosecute for psychological torture. While they engage in sexually motivated means of stalking, you're going to prosecute for sexually traumatic means of psychological torture. And it's literally a sex act committed by an entity, a government, which is never before prosecuted. And this is a part of the historic means of prosecuting the U.S. government that's also never been proven to being engaged in criminal surveillance. That is literally the government that is stalking an American citizen from place to place on a 24-hour basis before they murder that person, while secretly maintaining surveillance, meaning never admitting that you are stalking that person, maliciously doing so while that person's demise occurs, and you are feigning being one that is going to investigate what happened to that person that you were stalking the entire time. You weren't just stalking them, you were psychologically torturing them with your witchcraft practices, and you shared that with a demon-possessed population who are at the Ontario Town Square, as you can hear, stalking with audible activity, stalking on the roads and the highways. Where they are stalking is legally relevant, such as Title 18, Section 2261A, subsections 1 and 2, such as Sarah's Regis Group, 320 North Euclid Avenue, the Downtown Ontario Luxury Apartments, such as the Ontario Town Square, a venue that is associated with the local government, the City of Ontario, where sexual violence, where gang violence, where even kidnapping has been documented here, and where the supernatural environment, the fake sun over me, rising and setting, remaining over me as I travel to the venue, remaining over me as I travel away from the venue, remaining over me as I'm at any adjacent property, and you're looking at that fake sun that's over me as I'm at the property in the morning, and I'm looking at the property where I was at adjacent to that original venue, and you're looking at it in the same position as it's quote unquote moved west to be in the same position that it was in the morning. That's the Ontario Town Square to the Ovid Family Community Library. That's what I'm describing. That's the entity that's engaging in what is satanic behaviors designed to psychologically torture while you are stalking as the government, and you're doing so while you are keeping the evidence under surveillance. Pay attention while the entity is again providing evidence, like I lectured about days ago, regarding prosecuting every actor that has already been put on the record regarding proven stalking. While you are claiming that you are present because Securitas stated that I'm harassing someone that I never spoke to, someone that doesn't exist, while they're all sitting around being silent, acting like they're oblivious to me, while the airport is stalking just like you hear, competing with my voice, where no planes are taking off from the airport to Terminal 2 or Terminal 4 that would ever interfere with what it is that I'm stating on my phone as I'm sitting at the Ontario Town Square at 6:01 p.m. And when you're paying attention to, first it's the train activity, then it's the amplified sound of traffic, then it's the plane activity, and this is while the demons are engaging in what is pacing, doing so under a fake sun that's already on the record, rising and setting, doing so while they are engaging in what is sexual assault and battery, which is why I started recording this podcast regarding the government and the people of the state, such as Spectrum, such as Southwest Airlines, who represent companies such as Wells Fargo and Sarah's Regis Group, who will be criminally prosecuted as sex offenders, and that's an unprecedented basis for damages. The entities engaged in, I want to be clear, Spectrum making multi-million dollars with regard to budgeting for criminal surveillance, not maintaining a legitimate business regarding the provision of internet service. Okay, they're engaging in gang stalking, which is why the Ontario police are terrorizing me with helicopter the moment that I document that demon operating a Spectrum vehicle. That's also why the entity kept the fake sun at this same Ontario Town Square, as I documented on video for all of you to witness, at the Ovid Family Community Library at 4:45 p.m., where Southwest Airlines is stalking by definition, because not only are there no terminals where flights will hover over the senior citizen apartments of adjacent to the Ovid Family Community Library, the sun will not still be at the Ovid Family Community Library like it is where Jay Sandoval is gang stalking me maliciously, in a manner that, again, she presupposes and the gang members of the Ontario police presuppose I would never be able to prove. That way they can get away with my murder, which has been conspired, while you're gang stalking as an agency using helicopters and exercising fictitious authority under the law, while you are stalking me 24 hours a day and practicing witchcraft and doing it. Witchcraft such as being under the fake sun at the same address at 8:38 in the morning, where Southwest Airlines, the same City of Ontario, is gang stalking me at 4:45 in the evening at the same location. And that's what's probative about the entity stalking as an airport. This is an entity that is indeed engaging in what is sexual assault and battery, sex crimes that are preceding murder that are committed by a government that's acting via the people of the state, including Spectrum, the people of the state, including license plate 1DARRIN, the people of the state, including license plate. This third party is engaging in sexual assault and battery, license 9, Thomas Edward Sam 985, engaging in what is maintaining their presence in the path while they are at 280 North Lemon Apartments, stalking in an environment with the government that, with simultaneity to documenting them, engages in an act of terrorism, stalking in planes and helicopters. The most terrorizing, horrifying criminal act that the government has fathomed, while they engage in it as a pattern of conduct, not only in the environment within the pattern of conduct, the pattern of conduct has also been shown to be the pattern within the pattern. As I document, proving to you that criminal surveillance is very real, which the fake sun documentation, the engineer light documentation already proves. As I document on my device, the entity engages in that very conduct. You start stalking in helicopters and planes. Or rather, you reiterate that same pattern, which you know is significant with regard to witchcraft. That is demonic activity, which is terrorizing to the ordinary targeted individual that cannot articulate what it is that they're subject to, but they are very much being psychologically harmed, which the government has calculated to be the case, especially while sex offenders, predators, demons, the people of the state legally are molesting them with engineered light. Nowhere around them, inexplicable based on headlights, inexplicable based on sunlight, engage in what is nonetheless an unlawful touch in a sexually violent and psychologically harmful manner. The demon-possessed are engaging in what is criminal activity. It is stalking, but it's stalking as an entity. It is traditional stalking by an entity. The entity is following you from place to place. The pattern of conduct takes the time to show you how you are looking at an entity that is indeed following you from place to place, as I show you the supernatural. Because the sun is not staying in my purse all day long. I can't throw it up in the sky and make it remain over me. I can't make it remain over me while Spectrum drives by me and doesn't have the same experience as me. While Spectrum puts a camera on in the sky space above it, it will not be a sun over Spectrum, the demon that's operating that Spectrum vehicle, while I'm capturing at the same time while Spectrum drives away and that fake sun remains idle over my head and Spectrum is driving in an opposite direction. That is impossible to be the case. That is speaking to what is the identified target and the one that is engaging in targeting. And because you have a logo, because you have a company, because you have a budget with which you are engaging in what is the expenditure on criminal surveillance in order to murder people, and then you engage in the incidental trading and sales and provision of internet service, which is nothing other than covering your criminal establishment, your criminal purposes with the government as a third party, not a private company. You're going to be federally prosecuted for that. It is public corruption by the United States of America with the people of the state, the civilian population. As I'm in Ontario, California, it's prosecuting the state of California. As I am prosecuting the state of California, as I'm showing you the P.O.C. in Ontario, it's prosecuting the United States government. Every state is sharing the P.O.C. And how do you know that? Because there will never be a sun in Florida while it's remaining over the Ontario town square where Southwest Airlines is stalking me. As a matter of documentation, because I have cinematic, insurmountable evidence of Southwest Airlines, a plane, UPS, a plane, stalking by definition under the 7 a.m. fake sun, and at the same address, stalking by definition under the 5 p.m. fake sun at the same location, where there are no terminals, where that plane would even, or that airline would even be in that sky space at that elevation, competing with my voice, even be heard or seen, which is a nuisance outside of the agreement that the airports make with the cities. There's no terminals and no takeoffs or landings that are occurring where the entity is stalking under the fake sun and with engineered light, showing you the greater pattern of conduct that you're being monitored by demons who are practicing witchcraft relevant to what is psychological torture. And the entities engaging in psychological torture and furtherance of murder, stalking me with the Ontario International Airport and the Ontario Police, license 9 Thomas Edward Sam 985, molesting as a sex offender, lying in wait, preying upon an American citizen, stalking that person, and even stalking that person while they know that that person is maintaining documentation to enforce their rights. That is quite the threat, quite a predator, quite a psychopath. That makes up millions of people, the people of the state, that the government relies on. Remember, the government are the people of the state. They're not private citizens while they're engaging in the criminal system of a public entity. While that public entity's pattern of conduct is underway where you live, where you work, as you travel, you are outside of any sort of constitutional protections that individuals enjoy under the state and federal constitutions. You're not a private citizen. You don't have private property. That's not a private business. This is a strip down, and I'm going to prosecute that business, the government that's targeting me through everyone, everywhere, at all times. That's relevant to the entity stalking and committing what is sexual assault and battery. Assaulting me is proof that you are stalking me as an entity. Doing so with light while you anticipated, because you're delusional, that your witchcraft is something that would preclude you from ever being able to be prosecuted. That's called malice under the law. That's called malice and impunity. Meaning people who are going to prison for kidnapping, people who are engaged in serial stalking, people who are engaged in assault and battery, theft of property, criminal summoning, You're not just going to prison, but you're going to prison for prolonged terms. You're talking about not only being prosecuted criminally for criminal activity spectrum, they're engaging in what is stalking while bearing a logo. That's a threat. You're analyzing the stalker. Oh, that's a stalker, just like that's wearing gloves and a beanie and a face cap so that you can identify them. That's what the gang stalker, the co-conspirator of murder, is doing behind the logo Spectrum, behind the logo Starbucks, behind the logo Southwest Airlines, which is in that same exact environment where the government is hiding behind that logo. The government cannot hide behind anyone, and the government is going to be dragged in court. The people of the state are engaging in sexual violence as an entity. In other words, the government's maintaining an ongoing, perverted orgy of a satanic degree, for which it will be prosecuted. It's sexual violence that has never been before contemplated under federal law. They are indeed perverts. They're demon-possessed perverts who are obsessed with touching you. If you don't like them monitoring your vagina, they'll touch your genitalia area with that engineered light. They're doing so in a manner where they presuppose you will never be able to prove that. That's a predator. That's a predator that's a threat to children. The same children, by the way, that they like gang stalking with. Look at my X feed. You'll see the gang stalking family. A fact in California. Demons. They're engaging in this pattern of conduct with the government that breeds terrorists, the government that engages in state-sponsored criminal conduct, state-sponsored lawlessness, where sex offenders fill the population. And you were always taught to believe that sex offenders are the ones that have a criminal record and are listed on Megan's list. And they have some sort of history regarding what is the tendency to engage in such sexually perverted acts, when in reality, the sex offender is a demon. A demon that's engaging in that sort of conduct with the government, in the shoes of the government, and it's not even relevant regarding whether or not there's a pre-existing criminal record. The government's engaging in targeting American citizens. The government is a sex offender. The government is the utmost hypocritical entity, the most dangerous gang on the planet. The entities engaging in sexual violence routinely with regard to the P.O.C. Sexual violence is inherent to the pattern of conduct. They keep a fake sun in order to coat you with engineered light while they're monitoring every single move you make, while they're monitoring everything you're doing on your devices. They're monitoring your genitalia that is under the clothing that you're wearing while they're coating your body with engineered light. That's not the sun, it's not sunlight, and they like to accost you, attack you, molest you, follow you, pursue you, harass you with that light. In fact, they do it while you are maintaining an investigation about them, which is going to result in prison. That does not stop a psychopathic sex offender who was addicted to sexual violence, who was addicted to psychologically harming other people. The demon possession, which is a national security threat. A sex offender that is holding positions and referring to itself as mayor, fire chief, EMT, police chief, police officer, sergeant. Fill in the blank. Local, state, and federal. This is the threat that Jason Isaac Fields poses. This is the threat that a gang-stalking fake family member who's not even your mother. This is an entity that's maintaining a whole illusion regarding reality as you know it. All right, and that's how you are relevant with regard to what is not even being my mother and gang stalking me with the third-party license plate, sexual assault and battery at Wells Fargo. 27655Y1, sexual assault and battery, a violent sex offender co-conspiring in murder and doing so with impunity that's relevant to prosecuting terrorists that are going to be deported, that are losing custody of children with whom they commit sexual violence, and it is no mystery that they have sex with children either. That logically follows. Just so that you know that. To engage in sexual violence as a pattern of conduct is to pose a threat automatically to those that cannot protect themselves or speak for themselves. That's what the target individual is supposed to represent. That's what the position I'm supposed to be in. And the demons are mad about that, so they give me more evidence by stalking me all day long in helicopters every time I document damning evidence. All of the evidence is damning. And that's how I have ongoing evidence of stalking by the airport and then the police department all day, all night, every day. But the ordinary target individual is very much likened to a child that cannot speak for themselves, can't protect themselves, cannot ward off the rapist, the pedophile, that then blames that child engages in a form of psychological torture, blaming them for the sexual violence that that predator inflicts upon them. This is what an entity is doing while they're gang stalking you. An American citizen, no matter what your background is, I'm a licensed attorney. You can be a rocket scientist working for NASA and find yourself being gang stalked. Do not be deceived. That's exactly what I am representing to you. It's not based on the class. It's not based on your education level. It's not based on where you come from. It's not based on who you even think you're related to, because you may not even be actually related to those people. When the government is maintaining surveillance in the way in which I'm proving, and it's already proven, you're talking about surrounding American citizens who are targeted with regard to a whole false reality. They just say that they're your mom and dad. And who are you to question it? Because that's who you grew up with. When you became conscious, you've been calling them mom and dad ever since, and why would you question that? Unless they look like Mr. Magoo and Big Bird, and you look like a swan. Why would you ever question that? And even then, your brain is naturally always trying to find a way to reconcile and make it make sense, because what else, why would that, where do you start with that in your mind? This is an entity that's engaging in surveillance, giving you who your family is, giving you and telling you who your identity is. While they are very much indeed engaged in targeting you and targeting your genitalia, do not miss the fact that they're sex offenders. Violent sex offenders. Walking old ladies into the apartment building so that you can lie in wait and molest my person with engineered light while the airport is stalking in the sky space, while a whole bunch of demons pace all around. That's what this third party, this is a predator who's engaging in what is, by the way, also that same conduct while you're actually targeting someone else and physically appearing to be helping an old lady. That's the same one that is engaging and capable, in other words. You're talking about the culpability. What are you possibly capable of engaging in? Let me show you a demon that's monitoring. Okay, driving by, riding by with the light activity, those are angry demons. So, and this is what the entity engages in while they listen to me expose their tactics, while they listen to me expose and analyze their sick mindsets. The entity engages in what is crossing path with light. When the entity is touching your body with light, it's a sex act. And the entity is going to be prosecuted. The government is going to be prosecuted. Mike Lorenz shall have sex offender forever attached to his identity on what is going to be a criminal record. And it's no ordinary sex offense. It's a sex offense committed as an entity. The entity stalking by the airport over the Ontario Town Square. Okay, this is the entity that's engaging in what is flying over the Stater Brothers parking lot like they're landing. Remember, like they're landing behind the Habit restaurant? But they're engaging what is changing up the tactics while they're coming from the same airport. These are demons that are engaging in that. While you are maintaining a physical appearance, a carnal representation of engaging in what is helpful, helping an old lady into an apartment building, helping her out of the car, while you're actually engaging in what is lying in wait, predatory conduct. You've actually calculated your position with regard to where the targeted individual is preparing to travel, because you're a monitoring spirit, you're a demon, you're a stalker. You are the entity that's surrounding, so no matter what direction I go, you're there with light to touch on my genitalia area, touch on my breasts, touch all over my body, touch all over my face while you're monitoring, and you're monitoring while you're stalking. Sitting around in the dark, sitting around under the fake sun, sitting around maintaining all manner of what is stalking while they want to look like they're doing this and look like they're doing that and appear to be focused on this and appear to be interested in that. And all you're doing is stalking when you're maintaining a physical appearance of one thing and you're actually engaging in another. And that other thing is diabolical. It's criminal. It's unprecedented with regard to mentally deranged behavior. You're engaged in what is lying in wait conduct in order to commit a sex act, as you're analyzing the P.O.C, and you're doing so with regard to what is a pattern of stalking with light. While you want to appear to be engaging in something, this is what the government is doing, and this is what this license plate, this third party, is doing. Amazon is gang stalking at the 280 North Lemon apartment, stalked with light activity in concert with the airport. This is exactly what Spectrum is doing this morning, and as I document Spectrum, the Ontario Police Department engaged in stalking by helicopter. Amazon, just like Spectrum, have a long history of targeting me with multiple law enforcement agencies who are engaged in criminal monitoring and doing so in furtherance of murder, while seeking to conspire my murder and keep my ongoing investigation, keep me under surveillance, doing so with multiple police departments, which also includes LAPD. Amazon Prime is gang stalking in that same environment where the entity is stalking by airport. Like I said, the entity is engaging in the P.O.C. Amazon engaging in the same P.O.C. Helping an old lady into the apartment building, that's the same P.O.C. stalking in the path with light, while the government maintains aerial surveillance in an obvious manner. It's obvious because there's no terminals over here. Meaning you're not taking off over here. You are necessarily targeting. You're going way out of your way to fly over this sky space, and they're going way out of their way if they fly over the R.I.C.O parking lot, which is on the opposite side of this apartment building. While they're flying over the Chevron, while I go to the bus stop, as they stalk more and more north up the street. As then they're flying right next to me at the Trinity, this fake church that's adjacent to the bus stop, when they're flying over that storefront. The Viet American venue with regard to the newspaper, the Viet American newspaper are publishing. They're flying over there while the entity is doing what? That's where the fake sun rises, where I woke up. That's what I showed you this morning in screen. Well, I showed it this morning. I took a picture of the fake sun, and I'm also on the same block showing you what is the sunset, meaning that is scientific evidence that the sun didn't go anywhere. Nobody seems to notice this. The sun did not go anywhere. I took a picture of the sunrise in alignment to my face and the sunset in alignment to my face. I even took video of Southwest Airlines stalking me with the entity that is maintaining that light source at the Ovid Family Community Library. The sunrise and the sunset at the same location, the same block. That is not the sun pursuant to what is the operation of the environment, the gaseous ball of fire that's in constant movement. That's so massive. Oh, but it's so massive that these demons are flying right through it. That's what I documented at 8 in the morning today. On the opposite side of the same apartment building where that was 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, where 8 hours later, I'm looking at that same fake sun that didn't go anywhere. It's just an orange color. And with regard to the illusion, it's in the same position it is when I'm at that same Ontario Town Square that I'm looking at 4:45 p.m. I'm at that same Ontario Town Square, and it's there over me at 8 in the morning, at 7 in the morning. It's an illusion. It's the practice of witchcraft. It's relevant to stalking. All right, and stalking as an entity, that's the evidence that they are all stalking together. The entity is stalking from place to place while that environment that you are mindful of, cognizant of, aware of, and that behavioral pattern, helping the old lady into the apartment building while you're stalking with the method of light, delivering a package at that same apartment building while you're stalking in my path with the method of light, where you are flying out of your way, deviating from any operation, legitimate operations of the airport that has anything to do with landings and takeoffs. From the 2500 Airport Road, Terminal 2 and Terminal 4. You're deviating, and I've shown all manner of deviation, including outside of the window of the Omnitrans bus while I'm on Holt Avenue in Montclair, and who is stalking outside of the window? Still hovering, still hasn't heightened in elevation. You're at eye shot. You're at the same elevation of where I'm seated on the bus. In Montclair, Southwest Airlines is stalking. On the 10 freeway, outside of the window while I'm in Tracy Banks' vehicle, and that fake sun doesn't remain stationary over the downtown Ontario luxury apartments, and it's also remaining over me on the 10 freeway while Southwest Airlines is stalking on the freeway while that fake sun remains over me. That's giving you context. While I'm in Fontana, California at 6 in the evening, where the fake sun is all of a sudden setting over me, that same location, there's a body of evidence showing stalking, and I've documented this from city to city to city. And that's how you're getting to, if it's rising and setting at the Fontana Chamber of Commerce, my documentation shows from 8 until after 6 p.m., where Officer McMillan and a Fontana Police Department, Officer McMillan's partner, who I can compare their presence in that environment under the sun that's in constant movement, that wouldn't be over me or in the sky space, visible, that is at the same intersection in another city. You're showing the pattern of conduct. I can show it in Fontana. I can show it in Los Angeles, where I live and work at the same address. And you've got the Fontana police stalking me. You have the Los Angeles police stalking me. You have the Ontario police stalking me. And Amazon Prime has a very heavily documented pattern, and so does Spectrum, with multiple police departments that are engaged in what is criminal surveillance in furtherance of murder. And they like to stalk me by helicopter because they're mad, triggered, psychopathic is what that's referred to as, and criminal acts of obstruction of justice is what's going to be prosecuted as. With regard to obstruction of justice, as they are being exposed, conspiring to murder me and wanting to harass and terrorize me as I expose that, as I documented that, which has been the course of conduct over a term of years. The entities engaging in this pattern of conduct with the Amazon Prime under the fake sun after 6 p.m. in Fontana, California, where there's not even an airport in Fontana, but you have Amazon Prime hovering over the top of my head at the same Fontana Chamber of Commerce where Officer McMillan of the Fontana Police Department is stalking. Just like the demons are stalking with light, touching your body, touching you all over with light when nobody is even present. One moment you want to act like it's your headlights, the next moment you want to act like it's sunlight. That's what's the light shooting all over. But the demons are actually just engaging in witchcraft, and when there's not even anybody on the street. When I engage in any method of random movement, when they're monitoring what it is that you are doing on your device and they're triggered by it, touching you with light that is not possibly, even while the vehicle is driving across the street, there's not even a vehicle and I'm still being touched with light. Where is that coming from? That's the entity that are full of demons, and it has nothing to do with the image that they give with regard to trying to marry an explanation. This is all subconscious, but it's not an explanation. It's asinine. These are demons and they're unintelligent, and there's no way to make natural an idle sun. My documentation showing the sunrise and the sunset, one person, and I didn't get in a vehicle, I didn't drive anywhere. I walked 2 minutes from the bus stop to the Ovid Family Community Library, sunrise to sunset. The duration of time from 7 until what is after 4. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, that's 9 hours. And then you have Florida, that's 3 hours ahead. At what point is the sun in Florida? While I'm looking at all day long where the airport is stalking in that supernatural environment, where the people of the state are stalking with light and they're committing sex acts in the name of the government. And that is going to be attached to them. They are not having some sort of umbrella. The demons are so foolish as you document the people of the state, meaning as I prosecute the people of the state, the demons will throw helicopter into the video. They're going to prison. Thank you for sealing the case against that demon. This is what the entity does over and over and over again. Very foolish, because it's certainly not spiritually powerful. This is not witchcraft. This is breaking down what's not effective witchcraft. All it is bullying American citizens, and they're a bunch of cowards because they try to flee. They want to sling light at you and they want to avoid being identified. They want to gang stalk with their demon-possessed children, but they don't want to get their license plate documented. And then they want to stalk you and harass you while you put that on the internet. You want to gang stalk me with your demon-possessed kids, but you don't want your demon-possessed kids to be seen on the internet. Make it make sense. Which one do you want? Because you're being investigated and prosecuted. And while you put those children in the path, gang stalking me, threatening my life, committing a sex act, because I'm surrounded with engineer light. I'm subject to a molestation right now, which you like, clearly, apparently you like to commit sex acts with your kids. Yeah, you like to do that, and the government is analyzing that behavior, that mindset of the sex offender that is gang stalking. And that is sexual violence, not different from what is raping someone, and including bringing your kids in that rape fest. You like to bring your kids in when you rape other people? Do you like to tape that as well? And have everybody else join in on that? Because that's sexual violence as well, where children have no place engaging in that. And the entity, the government, the people of the state are routinely engaging in it. In fact, the more that I document, the more that they put their kids in front of me, knowing that I'm documenting. That's speaking to also the willfulness, and not only that, the willingness to expose your children. You're already doing that while you're gang stalking. These are people you clearly don't care about. You would not have your children engaging in criminal activity, have your children involved in what is psychologically harming other people, gang stalking other people, doing so, harming any other person. And the entity, again, psychopaths presuppose, oh, well, that's not what's going on, because of course I wouldn't do that. And because my kids are here, that means that I'm not gang stalking. That's that false logic. They're going to be diagnosed. That's literally what they are relying on. And I'm letting you know the pattern of conduct remains the pattern of conduct. While a fool is under the fake sun and clutching the hand of two children, not only are those two children going to be separated from that delusional psychopath, that is a sex offender making minor children sex offenders. You like to make minor children sex offenders, you're going to federal prison. Because you also are a threat to those children, and the government has to protect them from sexual violence that you will inflict upon them. Since you like to and are gratified, you like to engage in sexually violating other people, just willy-nilly. In fact, you like to use sexual violence and ongoing harassment. You sit around masturbating and laughing about it while you're engaging in criminal conduct with the government, which you engage in for fun and for free or for profit. Because they're demons, they're psychopaths. And the government is providing what is state-sponsored lawlessness. Not different from the movie, if you will, Purge. They're all out engaging in criminal activity. The entity is doing it now under the guise of, you don't know that there's criminal surveillance underway, and it's supposed to appear as you're ignorant about the environment that they're in. So you're looking only at the surface, an old lady being helped across the street, and actually this is a predator that's engaging in what is molestation via engineer light, stalking a whole other person. And by the way, that old lady is actually a third party, and who was also being threatened by that gang stalker also. But because that old lady is vulnerable, she's also, while she's a threat to the target individual, she's also under threat because the more healthy virile demon will take her out as well. You're gang stalking somebody else. That speaks to your mindset. You're a sicko. And you'll hurt anybody for no reason or for a reason that you give yourself. These demons are a threat to each other. So I just want to break that down analytically, what they're engaging in, and the government is always providing evidence against them. While you're stalking in helicopter, the pattern of conduct is speaking to, it's like two people that commit to going in on a robbery together. While one would like to say, oh, I didn't commit no robbery. Okay, but well, we have documentation of you two being together, and this is more than enough evidence establishing a course of conduct, and that course of conduct is going to subject you to a prosecution. So where your partner is engaging in, they shot two people while that robbery was in progress, and you're going to prison for that. You're going to be prosecuted for murder, even though you're claiming you only agreed to steal the money. That's all you went. You weren't trying to kill anybody. You just wanted to go in and get the money. But there was a loss of life, and by the way, when you're engaging in robbery, it's reasonably foreseeable that somebody might die. It's an inherently violent crime, as is gang stalking, terrorism by the government. Stalking by police, yeah, they tend to pull out their weapon. They tend to just engage in what is pulling that trigger like a hair. Okay, they engage in that hair trigger. They engage in pulling those weapons. You see it all over the news, and you don't even know that it's criminal surveillance. It's a means of what is criminal activity by that agency. Not even, that's before you even get to what they're claiming the people of the state have committed, because people of the state are criminals as well. This is analyzing the impropriety of the government that's engaged in surveillance that it has not exposed, that it is engaging into the American people. The American people have not consented to it, and they have no authority under the law to do so vicariously through the people of the state, who are operating in the shoes of the government, stalking you, going into the library, stalking you with the government, going into the bathroom, stalking you with the government, living around you, stalking you with the government, maintaining presence at all the businesses and operating businesses, stalking you with the government. And you are stalking as a business while I am at the facilitating venue and the environment is being maintained. What do you think is going on inside of Starbucks? What is going on inside of the Ovid Family Community Library? What is going on inside of the parking garage of the Sarah's Regis Group, Downtown Ontario Luxury Apartments, that engineer light that lights up that ceiling inside of a parking garage? What is going on the side of the brick wall? Any place that there's shade, the demons are scanning with engineer light as though that's appearing and shooting off of your car. But then you're supposed to forget about that, and you look at them holding hands with little kids under that fake sun and engineer light, and you're supposed to forget about the fact that engineer light spits out the side of the car when they're driving by. You're supposed to forget that part. Forget about the part about the Ontario police upon your entrance to that venue where they're holding hands and clutching kids and they're running back and forth in that engineer light. You're supposed to forget, and they're supposed to maintain they're delusional. They're maintaining some appearance of normalcy, and nobody knows that they're stalking and their kids are stalking. They've made their kids stalkers, and they're all vagina monitors inside of a building, pacing around one person, stalking. All they're doing is maintaining activity all day long, walking back and forth and walking around with every movement that you make, because they're maintaining that environment inside of a space. And over that building is the fake sun. And over that building and all around that building is surveillance by the state in the sky space. And the people of the state pacing around obsessively, maintaining surveillance just like I'm documenting now. Sitting in the dark at the Ontario Town Square. Just so that you know, the government is sponsoring males stalking women. Domestic violence against women. The government sponsors that. The government commits that. The government engages in it with them. They're sitting around stalking, and it is no less stalking because they are always focusing on, and you're going to be prosecuted because it's not based on what you think it's going to look like or should look like in order to prosecute. It's based on what is the substance of what you were actually doing, which is always the case. This just so happens to be satanic. It so happens to be a government that thought that it was clever, and it turns out you're not. And so there needs to be some context. Let me let you know what is equally stalking, whether they're looking to the left or looking to the right, whether they're talking to you, whether they're cussing you out and attacking you, or whether they keep their back to you and deliver a package while they're engaging in the exact same conduct. Psychopaths who are stalking and posing a threat, because that is psychopathic as well. It would be better and more normal for you to openly admit that you're stalking. But the fact that you're doing it as an entity, that's a whole other level of mental illness. And then the entity is engaging what's supposed to be anonymous. This anonymity, because they're all strangers. Oh, I'm not stalking you because I don't know your name. They're lying. They know exactly who you are. Look up in the sky. What's over your head? It's the fake sun. They're psychos. Their whole illusion doesn't even work. What's spitting out the side of your car when you drive by me? Engineer light. How is that even happening? And why is it happening with everybody else in line in traffic as well? They're psychotic. They are psychotic. And you're relying on what the image looks like? That's what you thought was going to make somebody else look crazy? You're going to be in straitjackets. You're going in straitjackets. It is stalking. These are the tactics that they thought were going to make someone else appear as though they're paranoid, they're hallucinating, they're making it up, and nobody's doing anything to them. That's literally how the government system operates. The government that is clearly stalking me. I can go down a laundry list of gang stalking so-called police departments. Nobody's imagining anything. And based on what they have done with regard to criminal defamation, the entirety of all of the witnesses that are looking at the prosecution of the U.S. government that is published on the internet, every single last one of you are mentally ill, based on their definition of mental illness. And by the way, they are the ones that consume feces. They're talking about defaming other people. They're engaging what is trying to defame other people while they have feces on their breath. You can see poo smeared on their face while they're defaming somebody else's character. An obsessed stalker, monitoring their genitalia while you're trying to defame that person. And you're doing so based on hollow, vacuous, baseless, manufactured information. Okay, because you're talking about manufactured. I'm the perfect person for the entity to have tried this on because they don't have prior criminal activity on me. They can't draw from maybe one mistake that you made, okay, and then try to see, they're a bad person. They were on probation because they were selling drugs when they were 15 and they got locked up in the juvenile facility, see, and they're still a drug addict now. Okay, they're hanging out with, they don't have anything. They literally made up everything about me. And by the way, Tracy Banks isn't a private citizen. Tracy Banks is a state actor. Jason Isaac Fields he's a state actor. This is the government. And by the way, when you're stalking with light, you are not doing so as a private citizen. You're not even doing so as a human being. Those are demons. That's demonic. Your headlights aren't shooting to the side of your vehicle when you're driving in the street, creating multiple shadows. I'm one person. That creates one shadow. And it's a shadow that's not going to be projected and then creating multiple shadows at a distance away from me, taller than me, bigger than me, multiple floating around while I'm standing still. That's not their headlights. They're engaging in witchcraft right in front of your face. And they're marrying it to an image. And so all I did was, okay, so let's hone in on the illusion. I want you to look at what they're doing because that's all you've been doing is not paying attention. And it's very obvious. It's very obvious and very plain to see. Like stalking in helicopters every day, that's a very clear, a very cut and dry, and very clear, documentation evidence of stalking that nobody is imagining at all. And then you have the evidence of the P.O.C. Not only are you engaged in stalking traditionally defined under the law, but you're engaged in gang stalking. You're stalking me as an entity in an environment. With the intent to psychologically torture as you conspire my murder. That's relevant to why you're gang stalking me as an entity. Meaning you're not just stalking me as a police department, you're stalking me with all the people of the state. Everywhere that I go, I'm surrounded. And I'm surrounded not just by people who are psychotic, who do so thinking under the false guise, the illusion that their delusion that they're protected because I can't call out their name. Whether I know your name or not, your name is defendant. You are called the people of the state. I don't have to know the name of the pilot that's stalking. That's absurd. That is absurd. But this is what the entity has relied on. That's exposing a government that's engaged in what is murdering people and being accustomed to get away with it. Okay, the government that engages in and promotes violence by, these are not men, these are boys, stalking a woman in the night, in the dark, sitting around in the dark, lurking in darkness, just like third-party license plate 1DARRIN. This demon is lurking in the dark, stalking me at the Ovid Family Community Library in the specific environment. And how do you know somebody that's at a distance from you and you don't know their name? How do you know that they are specifically stalking you? You know based on the pattern of conduct by the entity. And that is an entity that is remaining around at all times. Okay, so the entities engaging in that P.O.C, you have the multiple shadows, the light activity. You have the environment where the fake sun is rising and setting. You have the entity that is surrounding you with the government that's stalking with regard to the public nuisance that follows you everywhere that you're going in commercial planes and helicopters. And you're engaging in what is a psychopathic pattern of keeping methods of light around all the time. That's how you know that a stranger is not an individual. That stranger is an entity that is stalking. You're talking about the pattern of conduct is how you know that. Once you establish a pattern of conduct, you don't get to go ahead and all the time, well, nope, you can't. You've got it with, okay, 1001. You don't, how do you know that person 1002 is an innocent? Oh, how about what person 1003? You don't have to come up with the P.O.C with regard to this is an entity that's not, they're not targeting you as individuals, and they're not engaging in what is stalking criminal activity as individuals. That's how you know, because of the government's pattern of conduct, and that's already been established for years. You have the people of the state who are a bunch of roaches who go right into the same trap. You're not coincidentally engaging in what is stalking with impossible light that's flying off of your car. Is that what you're suggesting? And you get it on video. That's how you know that that stranger is not a stranger, number one, and is engaging in what is stalking as an entity. That's how you know that. Because the pattern of conduct is already in front of you when you are collecting the evidence and documenting that entity. License 1DARRIN. Because you will never have sunlight bouncing off of your car, swimming in the air, or you are creating what is any manner of light that then is going to touch my person. That's never going to happen. That's how you know. That's exactly how you know. And in other words, this is the proof, tangible proof, hard evidence, bringing the supernatural where the government thought that they could spiritually attack you and you can't do anything about it, and that it's going to drive you crazy and that you'll never be able to prove it. This is bringing that spiritual attack into the physical, and I'm attacking you in court with evidence. That's how you know. This is a government that's engaging in what is sponsoring violence against little boys who want to be considered men. They're not men. That's why they're stalking a woman altogether. That's very punk made. Okay, where I'm from, those are cowards. Those are cowards that would very rapidly be wrapped up. I'll put it that way. They are all together stalking one woman. First of all. Number two, the government is the one that is sponsoring that. I just want to be clear, movies like Purge, they're based on reality. They're based on reality. Securitas, they're not engaged in security, they're engaged in stalking. You need security to protect yourself from the gang stalking Securitas. These are demons. That's the reality. It's the same, unfortunately, with the police, which is not even an accurate term. Because the police, they have an actual definition, they have an actual purpose, and gang stalking is not it. Criminal surveillance is antithetical to it, and they are being referred to police for purposes of identification so that you know who it is and what I'm referring to, the agency, but that is not policing. That's exactly why they're going to be they are being federally prosecuted. This is the prosecution. Understand that based on what the government is doing, the P.O.C is that which is ordinarily impossible to the average American citizen, but you have to first prove that you are subject to an actual attack by the government. You have to prove, number one, that you are being targeted. And then once you can establish that you're actually being targeted, then you're going about showing how do you prosecute that, because of the nature of the crime and because of the actor of the government. You're not going to prosecute this in the court. The judges and the attorneys, you're talking about what is bringing in this criminal conduct and prosecuting it within the walls of the tribunal and subjecting it to the ordinary rules of the court. But it's not going to be excluded based on hearsay grounds. It's not a criminal act when you're recording them, criminally monitoring you in the state of California. It's not a violation of the law. It's not going to be excluded evidence. It's not invalid hearsay. And that's upon establishing that it is criminal monitoring pursuant to what is surveillance, an ongoing system of public corruption. That has to be established first. And that changes everything. That has to actually be proven. And that has already been proven. And that now you're looking at what is the actual prosecution that must take place. You have to witness me prosecute. And this is also, you have to witness the prosecution because it's an unprecedented allegation. And this is what you should have did if they were smart, and they're not. When I started documenting, but that goes to show they were invested in murder. That's why they didn't stop. But when you're documenting, this is the dumbest thing ever. When you start rolling a tape, you better sit down and shut up and act like nothing is happening, so that you can claim that that person is imagining it, that they're crazy and paranoid. That's not what we have here at all. And you can go back to day one. In 2018, you'll see the Ontario International Airport stalking just like they are in 2026. You'll see a fake sun. You'll see engineer light flying all over the place, inexplicable light activity, while a bunch of psychopaths are looking around and pushing strollers and walking dogs and talking to each other like nothing is happening. This is how they murder people. And they're demons that do that. They're demon-possessed people. It's demonic, the environment is demonic, and their behavior, their malicious behavior, you need to understand that that's a spirit. That malicious behavior, acting like you're doing one thing when actually in substance you're doing a whole other thing that a person has to prove. And I've done that, but that's a spirit. That's the evidence of their demon possession. As you see them act nonchalant, as you see them throwing up their thumbs and smiling, as you see them engage in what is harassment, hey, why are you recording me? That's your evidence of demon possession. They're demons. They are absolutely engaging in what it is that's been asserted and has already been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The evidence is starting as of 2018, tangible evidence. And if this was a lie, it would have fallen apart a long time ago. You are looking at, on my platforms and on my website, what is ongoing daily corroborating evidence, which I don't even need. But I have so much evidence, I keep adding on more and more and more and more and more. And it's also because the government is still stalking and furtherance of murder. But I have an ongoing log, a repository, an endless supply, an insurmountable wealth of evidence, well beyond reasonable doubt, that the assertions, the allegations that were originally made are exactly what's happening. It does have to be prosecuted by the first person that's ever made such assertions with a bold face. I said exactly what they are doing, and I also said that I'm going to prosecute. So single-handedly having to undertake, again, that Herculean feat all by yourself, while the government is in real time trying to kill you. And maintaining that malicious system, that's a threat. Because before you establish that as true, the government's actively trying to kill you. We're already beyond that. So I've already proven it. The entity is still engaging in what is stalking me and furtherance of murder, however. And they are already proven to be stalking, well beyond the legal standard. And you're talking about the standard to a scientific degree. There will never be. I literally have the evidence to prosecute. I can put the gang stalking cities juxtaposing side by side, to, like dominoes, like I stated earlier, to wipe them all out, to prosecute all of them. Because what they're doing here and what they're doing there and the ways in which they're doing it, you're talking about what is supernatural, that's impossible to be a coincidence in that environment. And you're looking at what is the unspoken code of conduct. Everybody's just acting like nothing's happening here, nothing to see here, folks. And because gang members try to create a whole alternate universe does not make it the truth. And that's literally what you're witnessing. They're all operating in their illusion. And this is busting, blowing up, imploding. That illusion is gone. Those that are witnessing the prosecution, you are looking at what is bare bones mental illness, bare bones demon possession, bare bones criminal activity by a government. And this is exposing the United States government to the rest of the world, unfortunately. But this is what the government has done. And this is speaking to the times that we're in. And this is making us more vulnerable internationally. On the international stage, we are more vulnerable now that this is exposed about the United States and about the so-called American people. This is entirely un-American. This is entirely un-American. Just so that you know, it absolutely weakens us as a country. You're talking about, I'm not declaring bad things to happen to this country, but it makes us vulnerable as a country. You're talking about those that are looking and watching and observing. And you're seeing what an American citizen has proven about their own government in the United States that touts about being a world leader, one that is in a position to tell other countries about what they should do and how they should do it, that wants to be, again, on the international stage, essentially remaining in control. And that's not a bad thing. We should, I don't want to be in a country where we are just succumbing to whatever some other power wants, but that's the position that is not continuing based on what is going on in the United States. What I'm exposing is relevant to what's going on in the rest of the country, because you can put the dots together. It's very clear with what you're seeing on the news and what they're not talking about. The P.O.C. The P.O.C., in other words, criminal surveillance. Inhumane. An inhumane government regime in the United States. And we're not different from those that we like to make some sort of moral stance against, like in Afghanistan and these despotic regimes in other parts of the world. The United States government is not different. These are serial killers that are engaging in the pattern of conduct, and they presuppose, again, the plan, the calculation is that everyone acts as though nothing is happening when they're targeting that American citizen who has no evidence. They are surrounded, and that's how they are able to exterminate that person. No one speaks about it. And you're talking about what is the spirit. You're talking about when they are, even as they are ostensibly maintaining this illusion, even in their homes, that you're talking about, they're not going to whisper about it in their homes when they think nobody, they know, because they're engaging in it. So they speak, even in quote unquote in private, regarding matters that will never speak to the reality. They live life as though it is not happening, and it is entirely happening. They also do so when they are aware, paranoid, because the demon possessed are very much paranoid, but they're not paranoid. They're not paranoid enough to stop gang stalking, and that's why you're going to prison as well. But nonetheless, the entity is very much paranoid. So when, for example, you're listening to, because the federal government is investigating everything that Kelly Blacken, everything that Mickey, everything that Alexander Grigg, everything that those demons are talking about at the circulation desk, with the demons that are coming in outside, pacing in and out of that entrance, like the gang stalking families. They're monitoring. They're walking in monitoring. They're walking out monitoring. They're going to the circulation desk. They're walking across the floor to the administration door. They're walking in and out of the doors. They're walking in and out of the bathrooms, monitoring. And they are all together demons. They're a bunch of hollowed out zombies stalking me. And you think that, and you were conditioned to think that everybody's out here minding their business and going to work. And if they don't talk to you, they're not concerned about you. That is a lie. The fact that Satan has a whole fake sun over you lets you know what the actual purpose and concern is. If you pay attention, you will see inexplicable light flying around all over the place. When I look at content on the internet, there's engineer light in people's houses. It's all in their cars. It's all over their face. It's all surrounding them. They don't even know that it's there. This is surveillance that's underway in this country. Now, gang stalking is the product of criminal surveillance, and it's unlawful. And it serves what is the ability to murder an American citizen while maintaining the illusion of privacy. Privacy is key, because when you are maintaining the illusion of privacy, this is where the government is claiming, oh, well, we don't know, and we have to investigate. We have to look and let the process do what the process does. That's what they always say, right? After they commit murder, they are engaged. They're playing a game. They're playing a game where they are already the calculated winner with regard to the American people, and even those. And I want to be clear, there is no privacy. So even when you are inside of the Open Family Community Library and say, how do you use the computer? I'm new here, and I just want to use do you have like a computer, like internet that I can access? Like just imagine like a 72-year-old woman, all right? And you're totally judging based on physicality, old, decrepit, wrinkly, liver spot covered, all right? Cataracts, on a cane. This is a demon, okay? And she is on a mission to gang stalk somebody. Satan doesn't have an age. And that cane is not slowing down. They have a whole bunch of satanic energy to pace all around on that cane. That's all they're doing. With the government that's equally stalking in planes and helicopters and under that fake sun with engineered light, it is not changing. And they are aware, because surveillance is underway regarding everything that is stated, even when they're in bathrooms and they're acting like they're in a private, they're maintaining the illusion as well. So in other words, what am I telling you? I'm stating that even when you are maintaining an investigation, and you're listening to what they're talking about, and they're even whispering as though, they're keeping something concealed. These are demons that know that everything that is being said is being heard. There is no privacy. That's a spirit, by the way. That's a spirit. These demons they would not dare. I'm speaking on what no one dares speak of. And you know why? Because you'll come up missing. These demons are very much in their position, their roles. They do their part. They will never speak up. They would never speak up because they're scared to death. And by the way, they're demons. They don't have any protection. That's the truth. So what do you expect a puppet to do? A puppet is going to shut up and sit down and just play their part. Don't make any mess. Don't make any, don't ruffle any feathers. That's what they do. And that's what's expected. Even while they are presenting an illusion, okay, we're whispering and we're going to, put our web pages on private mode and clear our cookies and buy the Norton antivirus to make sure that we have, protection, and the McAfee to make sure that nobody the VPN to make sure that we can protect ourselves and make sure nobody can, steal our information. And we've got the IT techs that are making sure that they're protecting the sensitive identification information of all, and we're just going to talk about this in a meeting. We're going to go into a closed office space, and we're going to talk with our voices really low while we maintain an illusion regarding privacy that they know that doesn't exist, because they themselves are engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring. Federal group stalking and monitoring is nothing other than a means whereby you're going to prosecute and enforce your rights, because the government is engaging in surveillance in the United States, and it is terrorism, and it's literally actionable. The reason why it doesn't exist is because the government itself is engaging in it, and it's an unspoken system, and it was never intended to be exposed. Especially, the entity intended to kill me off a long time ago, and then run off with my money too. The audacity. But nonetheless, this is relevant to that pattern of conduct and the entities engaging in, even while they present the illusion. And I want to be clear, while I'm maintaining my investigation, the demons are very much paranoid, and do not be deceived. Everything that they're talking about with knowledge, even absent an investigation. Take out the fact that I'm exposing it. Take that out. They are always maintaining an illusion. They themselves are engaging in surveillance. They are devoted. You're literally engaging in what is living your life as though what you are doing, you are not doing. This is what Satan does. They will never speak of it. So they live as though it's not happening, even though they are literally doing it. They sit on the bus, stalking me with impossible light activity, acting like it's not happening. They're sitting in the library, stalking me with impossible light activity. Like an arcade, pew, 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 light shooting all over the place. They're acting like it's not happening. They will never speak on it. So when they're engaging in whispering to each other, and the federal government is listening to everything that's going on inside of the Ovid Family Community Library, the federal government is watching all the plane activity that has no business occurring over anywhere near this location, in addition to watching everything that I'm exposing as I maintain my ongoing public investigation. The federal government is watching from every angle, and has been for a long time. All right, so the entities engaging in that pattern of conduct, do not be deceived by that, because they are aware. They've been engaged in surveillance, and they maintain an illusion. So you're not listening to people who think that they have privacy. You're not listening to people who are actually engaging in any sort of private discussion. They are very much fine with and accustomed to having their genitalia under surveillance, and they monitor the genitalia of other people. Demons, and they're obsessed with mine because those are all demons lusting over the genitalia of one that is not like them. I'm not a demon. All right, I'm a Christ follower. My spirit is different. My spirit is pure, basically. You're talking about the difference between a Satanist and one that is filled with the Holy Spirit. That is relevant to what is perverted, lustful conduct regarding sexually violating me, regarding obsessing over me, regarding stalking me, regarding monitoring me, based on who I am. And the demon-possessed are monitoring all people. We're under surveillance, and surveillance is relevant to criminal monitoring. Monitoring is demonic activity. So you need to understand that surveillance is not just based on technology. Yes, your devices are under surveillance. Yes, there is law to point to prosecute. They are also engaging in surveillance. They are aware of what it is that you're physically doing while they are living as though it's not happening. But they are very much aware about what you're doing. Okay, I'm going to give you, okay, forgive me, but this is the reality, and I'm going to put things in a very plain manner. They know what you're doing in your pants with your male genitalia Okay, even when they're not looking at you, even when you're in the male restroom by yourself, they know the posture, they know how you are relieving yourself, they know whether you wipe or not, they know whether you wash your hands, and they conduct themselves as though they don't. And they are monitoring everything. Those are demons, first of all. Demons are sex offenders. Satan is a sex offender. Satan is a spirit. Satan is a sex offender. The spirit of a sex offender resides over all of them. And they are all engaged in what is obsessive, criminal, and sexually perverted as a normal, healthy person, and the law would assess that. They are living as though it's not occurring. This is for what I'm speaking about right now is the provision of analysis regarding what I've already proven as a matter of evidence within the P.O.C. So now I'm just analyzing what I've already proven. I don't speak on anything until I have the evidence, because what I will not do is waste my breath. And I'm talking about a whole bunch of stuff, and then there's a whole bunch of questions that I anticipate that you would have, and I get that. So that's why I don't even address anything. I don't even get into it until I've already shown you this, and I've shown it to you over and over and over and over again. And now that we're aware of this here, this is where, and this is what this means. This is what you take from that. And there are those of you, that have discernment, that have spiritual gifts that the Lord has given you, and you are able to pick up on what it is that I am exposing to you, and what you are able to deduce from that as you're aware of what you're looking at and what Satan is doing. And then you're talking about what it is that what does the Lord use me to do? To prosecute it. Because these demons think that they can spiritually attack you, and you can't prove it. Not only will I prove that you're a demon, I will prosecute you here on earth in court. And I will use your demon possession, which is a matter of tangible evidence, to have you committed. To change the laws so that you cannot defame through a corrupt government system any other American citizen. You don't have the jurisdiction to do so. You don't have the authority because of the surveillance system. Because of the abuse that you have engaged in. This is changing what was supposedly some sort of benefit and means of protecting people who are supposedly mentally ill. No, not when you're engaging in this. This is a whole system that's designed to permit the government, through the people of the state, to steal from American citizens, to defame them, kidnap, and murder them. And if you are a wealthy person, that's exactly what they do. They wrap you up in this system. They kill you off, or they kidnap you, and you're very much likely you're just the same as being dead when they kidnap you, put you in against your will some sort of facility, and they drug you up against your will, and then you're made a vegetable. Where, by the way, the entity that is full of demons are sexually violating. All manner of wicked things are happening to people. They're being raped inside of these facilities. They're being raped when they're put in prison. They're being murdered. Who do you think is engaging in the pattern of conduct inside of these facilities like Arrowhead Regional Medical Center? And that's a fantasy. Oh, they would love to be able to get a young lady and kept against their will and drug me up so that I'm unconscious and do whatever you want to do to my body. And who's going to listen to me? Who's going to listen to me when I'm telling you I wake up with my genitalia sore and I didn't have sex and I don't know what's going on, and they treat you just like they did while they're kidnapping. All they do is harass you and name call you to trigger you, and then they're talking, okay, I'm adding on a prescription and I'm going to add this. Oh, now we're diagnosing with another. This is all that they're doing while they're abusing people, and you were kidnapped in the first place. They kidnap you in order to abuse and violate American citizens while they also steal from you. Before they murder you, you come up dead. Oh, you had some sort of prescription conflict and it ended up interacting, unbeknownst to the medical professionals that gave you that diagnosis, and then you wound up dead, and they get away, they get off, they don't, in other words, by get off mean they're not held accountable for it because they're able to rationalize it by what is an inexplicable and unanticipated chemical reaction to your body, some sort of function based on what was an issue that you had when you were checked into the facility. They write off them murdering you. This is not an exaggeration. And this is also what you are speaking to, what is an unlawful threat to American citizens, because that's a threat to you. While you're engaging in surveillance of American citizens, what else are you doing? What else are you doing that you're not telling the American people about? Because you're going way out of your way, spending millions of dollars on flying very expensive planes following me around. You know how much money just to fuel up a helicopter, and all you're doing is flying around in circles over all night? I'm not doing anything. I'm sleeping at the bus stop. That's it. What is it that what are you looking for? They spend a lot of money on surveillance, and they're not engaging in any. Everybody else is under control. Everybody else is monitoring. They're all monitoring me together. What are you crawling in the helicopter for? You're talking about what is an over-presence with regard to monitoring spirits who are all obsessed in targeting one person. This is what they do to people that don't have the ability to speak like I'm speaking, to represent their interests, to articulate the law, to analyze what else can you extract from that. Logical and legal reasoning. They don't have that. This is what they're doing to people that they are convinced that they can bully and steal from and violate. Not only am I going to kidnap you, I'm going to rape you every night when I come in to do your check, when I come and give you your drugs. There's no cameras in that room. I'm going to have you bend over and I'm going to have my way with you. Yeah, nobody's going to do anything about that. What type of demons? You're talking about these gang stalkers? They go into the medical field so that that way they can get away with violating people. They do plenty harm. They're supposed to take an oath to do no harm. They do plenty harm. Just like the demons that go into law enforcement to get away with criminal activity. This is the reality of that system. And they are literally, it is titillating to them. All right? It is something that is invigorating to demons to violate people like that. It's the spirit of Satan. And that is relevant to mental illness. Those that don't have, a verbal diet, if you will, regarding spirituality. Okay? This is not me trying to convert anyone, but the reality is that in the same way that you see the fake sun documentation, tangible evidence, we're talking about the spiritual realm, whether you realize that or not. Okay? And when I'm talking about the spiritual realm, I'm just talking about invisible things. People think that they can, there's a difference. Okay? So give you another example. The purpose of the spiritual realm, the purpose of the spiritual practices of demons that are engaged in criminal conduct in ways in which they think nobody sees. Okay? While I'm creeping around with gloves on in the dark, all right? And I'm creeping around and I'm tiptoeing and I'm being real quiet and I'm making sure the cameras are covered up and I'm making sure I'm moving very stealth, that no one can see or detect me. Okay, that's akin to the spiritual realm, to where nobody sees you, nobody sees what you're doing, so that you can get away with what it is that you are doing. What are you doing to someone? You're stalking them. Oh, you're stalking them in a manner that is malicious. No one can see the stalker, says the government's pattern of conduct before the P.O.C. No one can see the stalker when you're using a teenage boy and a teenage girl who are in that same exact environment. No one can see the stalker, the government, when you are delivering the packages to the business that they ordered that months ago. That has nothing to do with you. What are you talking about stalking? You're tripping. What are you talking? Who is this? Somebody call the police. You're tripping. What are you talking about? Nobody can see the stalker. They're engaging in that conduct, that unspoken system. They're making that delivery with that light activity on that truck. That logo on the chest and on the side of that vehicle, under that fake sun, that's light activity. While everybody on the sidewalk is outside, the people are walking in and out of the business, making purchases. It's audible activity, relevant positioning, light activity. The government's flying over back and forth by helicopter. The entities on the roads and the highways sounding their sirens. They're going toward an emergency, seemingly having nothing to do with an American citizen that's being stalked. Nobody can see the stalker. Nobody can see the stalker. And they're doing so while that fake sun is right over the top of that person's head who's being defamed by the entity that is very much engaged in stalking, conspicuously stalking. Not only that, engaging in defaming you while stalking you. And the reason why you have such bombastic speech also is because you are dealing with a spirit, a demon, and that demon is very much infuriated and triggered because you can see it. You're not supposed to be able to see that. They don't like that. They do not like that at all. Oh, so you will have very much actually infuriated the actors within the entity because you are discerning them as demons when you are accusing them of stalking. You're discerning them as demons at the same time that you document them. It is exposing demonic activity simultaneously. When you are exposing stalking in helicopters, you are discerning demons at the same time simultaneously. When you are documenting Spectrum with impossible light on the side of their van under the fake sun that's over my head, that fake sun that stayed hours later setting at the same venue where Southwest Airlines is stalking in that environment, you are discerning demons at the same time, and they are infuriated by that. You are very much listening to the demon possessed. That is the mentally ill. As you address the demon possession, that's the stalker that seeks to not be seen. All right? Wearing the mask, wearing the gloves, okay? Tiptoeing around, very quiet, thinks nobody can see them in the dark, wearing all black, right? Thinks nobody can see them. And they're engaging in what is conspicuous stalking. That's also the ongoing method. What you're doing up front in front of everybody, you're not doing anything wrong. Says the government that's engaging in the pattern of conduct. They're engaging in plain sight. As you are documenting, as you are identifying, you are discerning demons. Demons that are very much hostile. While you discern their teenage-aged demon-possessed children, their demon-possessed pilots, their demon-possessed employees, their demon-possessed families, their demon-possessed government employees of the gang stalking local, state, and federal government, you're discerning demons. And that's also relevant. It's not just the fact that you're stalking. You're talking about, you're discerning. I'm not just calling out a stalker. I'm calling out Satan. Satan that sought to sneak around and stalk me in a manner that nobody else is going to see. And you're supposed to be suffering from it, but you can't prove it. And if you dare accuse, then you'll be defamed for it. You'll be defamed, and apparently in this alternate universe where they are not engaging in what is actual practice of law and practice of medicine, merely rumors will be made into what is an adjudication in a courtroom. And that's how you're found to be mentally ill, because somebody else said that you said and they said. And so since they said that, we took them there. And then before we know, she walked out with a diagnosis, and that's mental illness. That's literally how that's gang violence. That's the P.O.C. While every single last person engaged, including the facility, including this this purported medical health professional with any sort of a medical organization, they're all engaged in criminal surveillance. They're all gang stalkers, and they're all demons. It's not only have I shown it is a targeting system, but I've shown it doesn't even make any sense. This is also how you know that it's a targeting system, because the way that they're operating doesn't even make any sense. Nothing in the way, and you've listened to me. So this is not only documentation serving to prosecute. You've seen how I conduct myself. You see how I communicate, and you see how just the reality. I don't need to brag, or this is not about that. This is the truth. This is how you would analyze anything. This is how you would be able to assess with regard to also identifying malice. You can see how I'm clearly able to communicate. And so you're talking about, why would you have a conservatorship behind my back or power of attorney behind my back? I'm clearly capable of agreeing to or disagreeing, speaking my perspective on what it is that I desire regarding property that belongs to me. You don't have a coincidence regarding property I don't know about, conservatorship, power of attorney that I know nothing of, when I have this ability to clearly speak and communicate what I think, how I feel, my position on it, what do I want, what do I not want, and why? What are the benefits of that? The level of analysis that I can go into regarding any random subject at any time with any person, even the demons that are gang stalking me. It makes no sense, even on its face. The entity that is engaged in criminal defamation, just upon kidnapping. They literally engage in kidnapping me, taking me from one place to another. They put me in the uniform by sexually assaulting and battering me. And that is how they engage in what is assessing and putting on paper that they diagnosed, because they never had a conversation with me. They never were, there was never an encounter, meaning the very fact that I'm there is serving to prosecute you. It doesn't make anything legitimate. It's literally an admission that you're kidnapping me. And they use their criminal activity as a means to, she was here, so we're going to write this down. That's literally what they did, because they didn't get any conversation from me. We didn't have a conversation. And under the law, you don't have to communicate with any medical professional. And while you exercise your right, that is not to be used against you as a basis to then use to diagnose anything. Meaning you literally don't have anything, and the fact that you don't talk to them is not then evidence of mental illness under any circumstances. That's a violation of your rights under the Welfare and Institutions Code. As you enforce your rights, you cannot use that then against a person, and you're using it against them while you're using the fact that you didn't want to speak. You have a right to not speak, and so you're non-speaking. The fact that you're not speaking is not evidence of anything other than the fact that you didn't speak. You don't have anything to work with. And so when you're holding me under Welfare and Institutions Code Section 5150 for 72 hours, which you didn't even have a right to do in the first place, you didn't speak to me for 3 days, which I am fully within my rights to do. And then you kept me over 72 hours. This is what I'm stating. You can analyze even outside of the fact that they're doing it under the fake sun. They're engaging in psychological torture. They're stalking with light. They're demons that are monitoring. They're a part of the conspiracy to murder. It doesn't even make sense the way in which they're engaging. And this is clearly targeting. Very much clearly targeting. They have an objective, and they're getting to that objective by any means necessary. When you're talking about holding somebody, I just want to, and this is why I love the law, because it doesn't matter what area that you're in. You're not exclusive and distinct from the sovereignty of the law and the application of law. Oh no, actually, while you practice medicine, you are subject to the law as well. So I very much know what you have to prove in order to diagnose and say anything about me. We don't even, that's before we even get to the fact that you're kidnapping me. I don't even have to, I'm not even gonna go there, but I can entertain your nonsense. Okay, because you don't have anything. You're sitting here kidnapping me. Let's aside from the fact that Ontario police is kidnapping and Tracy Banks are kidnapping and the gang stalkers out here are kidnapping. That's a kidnapping. I've already got you surrounded. But I'm here analyzing what it is that you're doing. They're not just engaging in targeting with regard to the pattern of conduct. They are clearly targeting while they're all manner of the absence of any logical or reasonable application of what are facts and circumstances where you're actually assessing mental illness and you're talking about the person that they did it to. My documentation not only is proving the case against the U.S. government, but it is a basis for you to look into, even though I despise the notion. I don't have to explain myself to anyone. I don't have to prove myself to anyone. And this is relevant for the ordinary targeted individual. You don't have to prove yourself to anybody. They're targeting you. The audacity. That's what's so infuriating about that. Like you have to prove that you're not crazy. No, you don't. And they're not going to cause you to have to tiptoe around. Let me make sure I don't get too upset. Oh, let me make sure I don't let me make sure I don't do my face like this a little too much because then it might make it look like, and I don't want them to say that, and then they might perceive it. That is also harmful to an American citizen. And that is not the practice of medicine. That is not how you are assessing mental illness. And I don't have to be in medicine and practice that. I know what the law says. And it is like any other area of law, by the way. You have to satisfy elements. And how are you getting to elements? There are facts and circumstances that will show you, support what it is that you're stating that you are observing about this person. And when they are absolutely not speaking to you, and they're not sitting around eating their feces, they're not getting in verbal arguments with people, they're not hitting other people, they're not engaging in what is urinating on themselves in the bed when they clearly have a toilet in the room, they're not engaging in pulling their hair out, they're eating, washing their hands, taking care of themselves, while you are engaged in what is kidnapping them on top of that. So you have to target them and then make up information while you go out of your way to try and find, and you can't even find that, so you just engage in harassing, hoping that that will trigger an American citizen to act in an immature manner. And actually it's not immature because you deserve to be clocked right in between your eyes. That's what you deserve. But because I am a professional, because I am advocating on behalf of other people, because I am maintaining evidence and you remain the criminal, I'm going to document your tactics of targeting. It is not the practice of medicine. I do not have to go to medical school to prove that. You are listening to the evidence that they have criminally defamed an American citizen. And if they did it to me, a licensed attorney, my background in and of itself, if you were legitimate with regard to your role, you would have been questioning at the outset. My background, the way that I conduct myself, I maintain my composure with regard to what is unreal, unheard of, what this government has done and continuously does. I'm documenting them stalking on an ongoing basis. The average person is freaking out, and that's what the pattern of conduct is designed to result in. You're not getting that. And years of evidence. If that was going to happen, it would have happened. It didn't happen. It's not happening. The entity is deserving of being physically harmed. You're not overreacting. You're not mentally ill if you react as a human being. That's not mental illness. You're targeting. They want to look at the targeted individual in a vacuum while you are in all manner monitoring their genitalia. You are stalking them like a bunch of psychopaths, flinging light all over the place, monitoring somebody, doing so in a manner that you thought that nobody would ever be able to prove. And even then, while it's proven, you're still stalking and you think that somebody forgot about what you said about their character. You're going to prison. And all of those kidnappers are going to prison. The gang members of the Ontario Police, the gang members of San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, the gang members of the Ontario International Airport, the gang members who are the people of the state, criminal summoning, the gang members of any facility that engaged in what is libeling me. And I want to be clear, what is libeling with regard to the pattern of conduct? You are monitoring me while I'm at the facility. You are libeling me by virtue of being in my presence. You have no authority under the law. See, this is changing everything because of the nature of the crime. Surveillance. What are you doing at the facility? You're gang stalking me with the entity that's maintaining plane activity. You're violating HIPAA laws while you're monitoring in the facility. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You're gang stalking by helicopter activity. You're monitoring in that facility. You're violating HIPAA laws. That's just one example. While you maintain an illusion of privacy inside of a facility where you're engaged in criminal monitoring, which is kidnapping, while you know someone is not mentally ill. And not only am I proving what I know about you intuitively, I'm proving it through your lack of practicing actual medicine while you have intended to create what is a pre-designed conclusion to defame someone, so that Tracy and Jason and Eric and Tommy and Leroy and Shanita and all these demons who I don't even talk to anymore, all these lowlifes, all these incestuous, sex-offending, gang-stalking fake relatives, and all these demons that they were all having sex with each other, all of them, while they're defaming my character, by the way. I just want to be clear, not only am I prosecuting you, everything that you were doing while you were criminally defaming me, don't forget about the fact that you were all having sex with each other, because it's relevant to how you're going to be subject to mental examinations. You're all perverts. It's not just relevant to, oh, I can live how I want to live and do what I want to do. Oh no, you were defaming me. My so-called sex life was a basis for you to steal my money and property, claiming that it's mental illness. So while you are engaging in what is sexual activity with each other, as relatives and as so-called friends who are so concerned, you're all humping on each other. Don't forget how you wanted to apply those rules. That's mentally ill behavior while you're lying and talking about your own genitalia, by the way. And you're all having sex with each other, including with my fake mother. Nobody's talking about the Tracy's not my mom. These demons know that. While they're stalking by planes and helicopters, engaging in kidnapping and lying about my character, engaging what is harassing me and then claiming that you haven't diagnosed anything. And you're triggered because I know essentially more than you. Understand how triggering that is to a so-called MD. Because I know the law, and I know I don't care what area of medicine you practice, Satan. You have to establish under the welfare initiative. Let's look at it together, because this is what you have to establish. You don't have that. So why are you holding me in the facility? And you can't handle that. That is not the practice of medicine, and that is not a lawful detention under the Welfare and Institutions Code. Not only it's unlawful at the outset because it's pursuant to criminal surveillance, gang stalking, by the demons who keep giving me evidence to prosecute him. The Ontario International Airport and the Ontario Police, the people of the state. The light-slaying, feces-consuming gargoyles who are going to prison, who are getting deported. They're getting shipped out of here. They're getting out of this country. They're not welcome. They don't even like this country. They hate you, and they hate the United States. And every opportunity they get to show it, that's exactly what they do. They're showing it. And you make sure you take note. You make sure that you pay attention. Because when people are showing you what they are, they're showing you that they're psychopaths. They're showing you that they're sex offenders. They're showing you that they're predators. They're showing you that they are excited by harassing and targeting people. They like to sit around lurking in the middle of the night, just stalking. You like to go around shining people, stalking people with light. Oh, I'm going to shine you and make sure, oh, I'm going to be over here and I'm going to shine you over here. And I'm going to make sure I get you over here, get you from this thing. I'm going to shine you over here. You make sure you pay attention to what they're telling you, what they're showing you. They're telling you through their conduct as an entity. Because in this country, it's going to get worse and worse and worse. And it's going to be worse than a movie that you've seen like Purge. And you have been told about what their patterns are. You've been told about what their purposes are. You've been told about what their tactics are. This is an entity that is already surrounded with evidence, and there is no such thing as avoiding being prosecuted as a terrorist, because it's established gang violence while you engage in criminal defamation, gang stalking me, pursuant to kidnapping me inside of any facility. San Antonio Regional Hospital, Arrowhead Regional Medical Center, they engage in kidnapping. And it makes absolutely no sense, not in substance nor on the surface, based on who it is that everyone knows who I am, based on this prosecution regarding myself maintaining this ongoing public investigation. It serves a multi-purpose. The government never had any purpose to maintain me, even entertaining an illusion, meaning the entity that's gang stalking, remember, they have to exchange hands. The police are exchanging hands with the sheriff's department. The sheriff's department are exchanging hands with the court. The court's exchanging hands with the sheriff's department as I go back and forth after a kidnapping, and they're engaging in kidnapping together. The police are exchanging hands with any medical facility, and then you're keeping. That never converts into lawful conduct. It's a kidnapping. It's an ongoing kidnapping. Wow, by the way, my investigation shows they're gang stalking the entire time. So you're talking about malice. They already know you're not mentally ill. They're engaging in kidnapping. They're engaging in a P.O.C. while they, again, surmise that they're going to get away with it. They're not. Even aside from that, you are prosecuting with regard to what is the clear absence of any basis. If you were legitimately engaging in that, you are letting someone that is clearly not disturbed go. I know the law. I know my rights. I don't have to speak to you. I would like to go now. Yeah, they said X, Y, and Z, and that's a lie. It did not happen. It's never happened, and there's a history of that. I even documented it. Would you like to see that? Oh, you don't want to see that. You want to rely on what the gang stalking police officer wrote about my mother, who is not that. She's not my mother, actually, and nothing that she stated on that document, which that officer, who has dirty hands, intentionally and maliciously wrote out. It's evidence to put him in prison and everybody else at that kidnapping. For example, Woodside Senior Apartments on May 29, 2025, where demons are still gang stalking me on behalf of the same entity at the Ontario Town Square, the Ontario International Airport, the Ontario Police Department, City of Ontario engaging in a series of kidnappings and failing. A patently absurd tactic of trying to defame me. You don't have it, not as a criminal, and not being mentally unsound. You don't have it. To the contrary, I have accumulated a body of evidence showing severe mental instability by an entity that is stalking. Never mind the fact that they're engaging in stalking you in ways that you've never heard of. I broke that down so that you can understand what they're doing while they're stalking you in ways that have never been heard of before. But it is nonetheless stalking, and it is within nobody's imagination, and it is unprecedented evidence to very much prosecute the government, because it's no longer unheard of, and it's proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and it's going to result in what is ironically an entity being diagnosed and being put in the appropriate facilities and changing the landscape. The government that's engaging in this system does so against those that don't have evidence, and they're sitting around kidnapped, they're sitting around impoverished because the government has stolen from them, the government has kidnapped and defamed them, the government has murdered them. They're already gone, and somebody else got away with their money and their property pursuant to this system. And the corruption goes from industry to industry to industry. So with regard to who it is that I am proven to be, the entities engaging in what is seeking to defame my character following kidnapping. So you know who's kidnapping, the stalkers, and then you're engaging what is exchanging hands with those who are engaging in what, yes, they're kidnapping, but let's just take away the P.O.C. because they are encountering me. I know the law. And I'm sitting there, and you have an opportunity to do the right thing. And what did they do? They did not do the right thing because they are engaged in state surveillance. They are engaged in that targeting system. And that's not a coincidence. The entire state is engaging in the pattern. Every business, every level of government. In the medical field, they are all engaging in this is a state surveillance system. And the laws have to change because everybody is conforming to it. Everyone is in conformity to it. They did not they did not take the opportunity to do the right thing. And I want to be clear, because criminal surveillance is superseding the oath to do no harm, that's a problem. And you're losing your license. You're not staying in medicine. You're a coward. You have no business practicing law. You can't do the right thing. You take an oath. Oh, okay, well, the government engaging in gang stalking and threatening people, that's not enough to substantiate you're violating an oath that you take. You're unfit to be in the practice of law. You are not an actual officer of the court, and you will be disrobed. Period. You're not fit. You're unfit. You're a coward. That's literally what the purpose of being an officer of the court is. To stand up and do the right thing, and you can't do that, and you think that it's an excuse because the entity, the government itself, will engage in what is probably some serious criminal, but it's actually not. It's actually not. You're a coward, and you're unfit to be in the practice of law. You are a conformist like everyone else. You're sheep. You're like everyone else. Even when you are violating an oath that you take and harming other people as you weaponize a license to practice law, substantially altering the liberty rights of another American citizen, violating them, engaging in criminal activity with the use of a law license, with the use of a medical license, because that's what you're doing when you're engaged in the P.O.C., in case you haven't realized that. You're engaged in the P.O.C. While you're engaged in any official capacity, you can kiss it goodbye. You can kiss it goodbye, and it will be associated with your violating me, Erica Spencer. The entity not only engages in the P.O.C., but they have failed in doing what is the right thing, and the entity has been engaged in kidnapping multiple times and being given an opportunity to show that they are not engaging in that pattern of conduct. And they are indeed, with regard to what is even already proven regarding the P.O.C., the fake son of, it's already suffered, the fake son, the engineer light, the entity stalking by plane and helicopter at the facilities, engaging in kidnapping with the, what do you think they're doing when they are receiving an American citizen from the Ontario police? Ontario police are gang stalkers. It's not legitimate. They're kidnappers. That's a kidnapping, and it does not convert to a legitimate detention under any circumstances under the law. And what they're going to understand is that you don't want any parts of that. You don't want any parts of that. Oh, they've already done that, and it's going to be prosecuted. But what you're going to understand is you don't want any parts of that, because you're talking about everybody involved going to prison. Everybody involved. You signed your name. You walked the target individual to the room. You told them where they're getting their, everybody, because you're monitoring, you're gang stalking, you're kidnapping, you're adding trauma, anything, you're going to prison. You're going to federal prison. That's what they're going to learn. But see, everybody's going to learn from the prosecution of the state of California, of the U.S. government out here in Cali, because they did not learn. These demons thought it was a game. In fact, they're still gang stalking. Oh, there's a whole long list of even immigrants coming out here from Africa, from other places, and you're out here kidnapping people, calling yourself a registered nurse. I'm taking that license, and you can go back to wherever you came from. You're being deported. I have your name. It's on the internet. There is nowhere where you're hiding. I'm coming for that license, for that registered, certified certificate, whatever you have, that does not speak to what is your character, or the lack thereof, rather, because you're going to be deported. You're going to prison for kidnapping me. There is no statute of limitations. And by the way, your co-defendants are out here gang stalking me day and night. You're going to prison. You're going to federal prison, because these demons, which is also why you don't want to engage in criminal activity, going in and teamwork with criminals that don't have any strategy, don't have any long-term strategy, don't have any common sense, don't have any self-restraint, don't have any self-control, all right? Don't have any ability to just, maybe we can concede here and not lose so bad. You're talking about an ego? What are you talking about? You're going to prison, fool. You're going to prison. You're going to federal prison. What are you talking about? You're going to prison. You're not getting a 401k. You're not getting a final paycheck. You're not getting any sort of retirement package. You're going to be treated like the enemy that you are. You're not getting no final. You're out. Just like you like to do to American citizens. Get ready, because it's happening to you. It's actually happening to you. This is an entity that engages in that, and you're gang stalking to date. The people of the state that are stalking, they are the most desperate, obsessed, addicted, delusional mummies out here. They don't hear, they don't care. They're just stalking to no end. And they're not getting $1. You're not getting $1. You're not getting any daytime less in prison. You're not being any less deported. You're not being any less identified as terrorists. You're not getting away with anything. You're going to be surprised the ways in which a lot of people are going to be exposed and prosecuted. You're going to be surprised. You're going to be surprised. These demons are delusional. They tell themselves, oh, you're not going to do this. And no, that's not going to happen. No, there's no way. Yeah. They gas themselves up. And they're going to be surprised. And the only reason why they're going to be surprised is because they actually are fools. Remember, they're stalking in plain sight. So you're talking about no mystery about who it is, no mystery about what they're doing. I've shown you the P.O.C. You know what the P.O.C. You know what they're doing. You know exactly what they're doing. And you know who I am and my credibility. I don't have to make up anything, including that police departments are stalking me by helicopters. I don't have to make up anything. They went to the extent to try to make someone like myself. You cannot make what is the eloquence of the P.O.C. sound mentally ill. You sound like a maniacal psychopath. By the way, who they know eats feces. Nobody is believing you. You have zero credibility. You're all over my website, all over the criminal case, stalking me. They know who you're targeting in a helicopter. There's no anonymity there. They know you're a demon. And they also know what you said about me. They know what you try to frame me. They know that you want to be me on top of that. They know that all of you are jealous of me. You're all sitting around stalking. You, your husband, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your wife. They want to be me. They want to be next to me. They're obsessed with my genitalia and they're sex offenders while they're obsessed with that which they should know nothing about. But they're all in between my legs while they're stalking. They know all about that. While you're stalking with impossible light, while you're all stalking me under a fake sun, worshiping me, while you try to then defame me. Is that supposed to be some sort of false reflection, try to hide the fact that you're obsessed? It's not working. It's not working. It shows you to be the serial killers that you are. You do this against other people that don't have the ability to do what it is that I've done. And that's how I'm able to advocate on behalf of other people. Satan is sitting around lying while wanting to hide his obsession with me. You not only are you obsessed with me, you wish that you could wear my skin and take my voice box. You wish that you could be my hair follicles and my cuticles and my taste buds. You wish that you could be literally the skin tone, like the melanin. That's how much you want to be me and in my being and in my air. It's pathetic. That's a demon. And it's a demon demon possession that is shared by millions of people. You need to understand how popular demon possession is. That's what's stalking in planes and helicopters. That's what's stalking as a whole city full of people. That's what's stalking me as I go from place to place. That's what's stalking me as I go from city to city, county to county, including state to state. I wouldn't have that size of evidence if it weren't the case. I would go somewhere and you would clearly see there's an exception here. And the exception is not covering up the fake sun. That's not it. Because you still see the fake sun documentation shows you not only who's being targeted because the fake sun's over me. It's also showing you, it's what is key is it's showing you that the purpose, the objective is the engineer light because they're monitoring spirits. They're all demons. That's what that shows you. And they think that they're ninjas in black beanies, in black suits and gloves, tiptoeing around, that you don't see the stalker under the fake sun. Lights all over everything. See, it's a natural environment. You don't see the stalker. That's what that's about. You do see the stalker. And the stalker is a liar. The stalker is a thief and a sex offender. The stalker, unfortunately, procreates and gives birth to more stalkers. The stalker is in a position of the government. The stalker is going to be fired, publicly removed. A matter of public information also. The stalker engages in defamation while being obsessed with me. All of that at the same time. All of that at the same time. And the stalker is also very much maniacal and unhinged because the stalker has shown as a matter of evidence that there is nothing that will stop them from stalking. There is nothing that will stop them from targeting someone even while they are in the position of the government. Not looking like anything other than a stalker. No one is questioning. And even so, just want to be clear, this is totally impossible, but a government that is not engaging in this conduct wouldn't even provide an ability to be mistaken for engaging. You wouldn't even engage in anything that would appear like you're doing anything remotely close to that because you don't want to be mistaken for that. You don't even want to look like that. They're outright stalking. They're clear-cut vagina monitors. That is serial killers. And Mike Lorenz, this is my courtroom. This is my courtroom. And I've shown the federal government not only the reality of the case, I prosecuted the case. And the terrorists have been exposed thereby. And the terrorists are going to suffer consequences that terrorists suffer under federal law. They're going to be subject to the exact same treatment. This is no less of a serious prosecution because it is necessarily occurring in this manner. I maintain an ongoing, fact-focused, dispassionate, ongoing professional investigation. While I'm being targeted, you get to hear the raw footage. And it is the absolute ongoing criminal case in real time. And it necessarily had to, it would not have been possible to bring this into a courtroom immediately. Because why? You're talking about the ways in which the laws are designed, by the way, to protect this very system from being exposed and protect it from being prosecuted to this extent in the first place. What are you talking about? My entire documentation is making sure that you hear everything that they talk about. Absolutely. First of all, it's an illusion. You have laws on the book talking about it's illegal to record without the consent of another California resident. Did you know that the government's engaged in criminal surveillance? Did you know that the government includes the people of the state? They're not private citizens. That everything you say and do is including in your homes, including in your cars on the freeway. I don't care if there's nobody else on the road. You are under surveillance at all times. Did you know that? While they simultaneously have an illusion regarding privacy. And because of that privacy, you're not allowed to record anything in California. And if you do in court, it's going to be excluded. No, it is not. And by the way, when the government is the criminal, that is absurd. It's not going to happen on all accounts. These demons are delusional. And this is also what they tell themselves. It reminds me of a song, punks jump up to get beat down. These are the things that they tell themselves when they continuously provide criminal activity to me. This is not going to be removed from the record. Nothing is going to be excluded. Absolutely nothing. Nothing is going to be excluded. This is the reality of you don't have any privacy. They're engaging in surveillance. Do you understand the point of this whole criminal case? That's the whole point of it. While you're stalking me, by definition, the fake sun's over my hotel roof, engineer lights flying inside of my hotel room, on the walls in the corner. I'm looking at my shadow above my head, and there's the Ontario Police, there's the Los Angeles, there's the Las Vegas Metropolitan, there's Nevada State Police. Stalking by that, there's no privacy. You're delusional. Those laws do not apply. You will not interfere with and your delusion shall not interfere with the federal case. You've been surrounded, Satan. This is legislating around your satanic ways. There is a federal response for every tactic. And by the way, that is speaking to what is corruption. Protecting themselves while claiming privacy rights, while you're engaging in surveillance. And by the way, Mike Lorenz has literally done himself a disservice by showing and proving the level of criminal surveillance that agency is engaging in while being delusional. There will be no such exclusions of any evidence. You can mark my words, just like I said that they're going to prison. You can mark my words. There will be no exclusions. This is prosecuting surveillance, proven, and it's already proven. That's what the flying light is about, by the way. Their own demonic behaviors are going to serve to prosecute them and expose them in ways that Satan has not fathomed. And you know why? Because they're delusional. Any normal, sane person, which you're not, it's impossible. It's mutually exclusive. If you're stalking with light, you're not sane. So that's why you're not able to get to the point logically in your mind that the stalking with light conduct is going to be used against you in ways in which you're not going to like criminally and with regard to things like mental health court. All right, the entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct. And I want to be clear, the engineer light, the fake sun documentation, that directly rebuts any sort of exclusions that will not be occurring. That's not going to happen. This is already built. These are demons. They have no idea. All they're doing is going dizzy, stalking day and night. And I told them and I warned them. And not even that, you don't even have to listen to those warnings. The fact that I am always recording you everywhere. What do you think? You're prosecuted for stalking. How do you think that happens? You're a stalker. And nobody's imagining that I'm getting the 17th video in the last 10 days of you always being a nuisance in the helicopter and in the planes. There's no airport over here. You're not taking off over the grocery store. That's relevant. That's in context with regard to everything else. That's just one example. I have enough to prosecute every airline. You can pick a company, any company. I have a laundry list of evidence to prosecute you. Just that company. But that's a pattern of conduct. That company's prosecution is serving to prosecute like dominoes every business in California. They're all engaging in surveillance. There will be no excluding any evidence. It's not happening. They're delusional. That's why they're out here stalking with light. They're not sane. They are totally woefully unprepared. They've been unprepared. You didn't have to listen to my warnings. That's fine. You're a fool, though. I don't hold any secrets. I'll let you know up front. This is what I'm going to do to you. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. That's what I'm going to do to you. I'll be straight up and tell you exactly what I'm going to do to you. I don't hold any secrets because there's no secrets here. You're dealing with demons, and I know what I'm dealing with here. So I'm going to tell Satan to your face what's going to happen. I'm going to let you know right now what's going to happen. And I told you. You don't have to take my warnings, though. You don't have to. But I want to let you know there was plenty of information if you weren't a dunce. There was plenty of information, but you're not out here calculating and strategizing, and you're not doing none of that. You're just stalking. You're making sure if I turn left, oh, there you are at that corner. You're making sure if I turn right and make it a about face or sit down or move my index finger or blink too many times, you're making sure that that's all you're doing. You're not thinking about that. You're too busy stalking me. You're not paying attention to anything. I've been dancing around you for years. I've been dancing around you, lapping you for years. And you know what your response is because you are, in fact, mentally ill? Shining light, stalking with light. And you know what else? That ongoing satanic, which is speaking to a deficiency of intelligence. There's a deficit there. You are inferior, inherently inferior. You cannot even rise to my level. This is just the truth. Because you're talking about you're not even a formidable adversary. Your response is stalking with light. You shine me with light. Okay, you're still going to prison. Does that make you feel better, though? You're not even getting to what is the point of the matter. It's all over the internet. It's not a matter of mystery. There's no reasonable controversy. There is no actual question. Everyone is not only witnessing, they're laughing at you. That's the court of public opinion. You're in my case, my courtroom right now. I've already prosecuted you. I'm getting to policy formulation. I'm getting to legislation. I'm getting to what is best for public policy, what is informing, educating the public, using you as an example. That's where we're at, because the case is already done. You've been in my courtroom the entire time. Nothing is being excluded from the tribunal. The formal venue where you're going to be adjudicated as guilty as a terrorist in the United States, it's happening. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. So the entity engages in this pattern of conduct but for, you can ignore my warnings. I gave clear warnings. You can listen to my podcast back in 2019. I don't care. It doesn't matter if it comes out of the mouth of a babe. If you think I sound too sweet, or if you think now I sound a little too militant, it doesn't matter. You're going to prison. You're going to federal prison. That's the long and short of it, which you don't seem to understand. The more evidence that you give to a federal prosecutor. Oh, you were deceived. You who plays in illusions as a way of life. You were deceived by the outward appearance. So you thought that it wasn't really happening. You thought that it was a game, and you thought that you could, witchcraft your way out of. No, fool. No. Absolutely not. And in fact, I'm going to use all of that. I document all of your witchery because you're going to be committed. That's where that's going. You're going to be committed. This is an entity whose tactic is to criminally defame, harass, bully, kidnap, murder, sexually violate. That's it. That's it. It's very simple. Very simple. Okay, now it's not so simple to prosecute, and I have taken on, and this is relevant. You're talking about a case that's been extending for years, 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. You're talking about that, and that's about right. Prosecuting 7 years, my courtroom, the P.O.C. And doing so while the entity's been kidnapping me, the court case The case that the investigation and this case that has been prosecuted, oh wait, because you're talking about what is years of accumulating the evidence proving that it's underway, that it's existing in the first place. You have to prove that there's a problem, and then I'm going to prosecute the problem maker. That's literally doing the impossible, and I'm getting justice for that as well. Nonetheless, we're at prosecution now. Okay, we're at prosecution. The feds are aware of what it is that is going on. Okay, nobody's questioning what you're doing. Nobody's looking at you and thinking twice and doubting what it is that's going on because you're talking about on your phone, you're talking about the quinceañera and the cake that you're going to go buy for your niece while you're sitting at the adjacent computer, and I'm documenting on my device that engineer light is flying all over the place and you're acting oblivious. Nobody's questioning what that's audible activity, light activity, relevant positioning, and evidence of mental illness. Delusional. They know with regard to the pattern of conduct, and they're also at the level of analyzing it. Everybody is very much well informed and educated about the mentally ill who are the demon possessed. They know exactly what they're looking at. They know exactly what they're looking at. You're out here in the nude. I'll just put it that way. You're out here naked in front of everybody. And don't let me go outside and get the demons engaging in what is hula hooping in a helicopter over my head, over the venue where you're acting like nothing is happening. You're going to be committed with that same conduct. You're going to mental facilities. It's actually happening. That's mentally deranged behavior, in case you didn't know that. While you're skipping, dippity-doo-dying and holding the hands of kids and throwing them up and taking, oh, let's take a picture in front of the Christmas tree. While you're gang stalking, you're going to be committed with that conduct. You're going to be locked away. So you can't target other people. The irony of what you plan for another person is coming back to haunt you, and nothing is being excluded from a court case where the government is a criminal and is engaging in what is gang violence, that is terrorism, amongst what is a system of surveillance where there actually isn't even any privacy. And that's speaking to what is necessarily changing the landscape and removing illusions of this corrupt system, like the California civil law regarding recording without the consent of another California resident. That's serving an illusion. And there will be no objections. There will be no exclusions. I'm going to let you know that right now. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Nothing is going to be excluded. This is bare bones criminal conduct by a government. A government that thinks that it can bully people, and the government has been bullied by its own system, and the government tried to murder its way out of accountability. Oh, no, we're not excluding anything. This is sua sponte. You're not excluding anything. Doing the unfathomable, the unthinkable, because you thought that you were so big, and what is elite about being a feces consumer, sitting around stalking with light, sitting around lurking in the dark? You're on fire, infuriated, okay? And you're also sexually gratified at the same time because you're a psychopath who's obsessed with me. You both hate me and you're obsessed with me. And you can't wait to drive around the corner so you can molest me with impossible light tonight. You're a psycho. Absolutely nothing is going to be excluded with regard to an American citizen prosecuting a government conspiring to murder them. And it is in fact proven beyond a reasonable doubt. No conspiracy theories here. It's absolutely vital and necessary that it be a matter of public information. There will be no NDAs. No, there's no such thing as a non-disclosure agreement. That's serving the illusion again. Oh, no, you're engaging in surveillance, Satan. That's no longer a secret. There will be no entertaining the illusions anymore. What you've done, everyone knows, and what you do in front of everyone. There's not going to, you can't buy your way out of this. You targeted the right person. I said that before. I mean that. I want you in prison, and not only you're going to prison, and I'm still going to get every single last dime from all of you. It's going to be both because of what you've done. And what you've done to other people. This is establishing precedent. American citizens can refer to my case against the U.S. government to enforce their rights based on the ridiculousness of your criminal conduct, and you call yourself elite. I'm going to be dragging you for the rest of the decade. Excuse me, for the rest of the century, okay? the rest of the decade. So the entity's engaging in this P.O.C. And I just want to be clear, while I'm at the Ontario Town Square, the entity maintaining plane activity and helicopter activity. Okay, these are the demons that are triggered. I'm bored, okay? This is where we're at with the, I am bored. Demons are engaging in stalking. Demons are going to be in court facing very serious criminal and civil cases. And it is never before contemplated under federal law, and absolutely no evidence is going to be excluded. There is absolutely no privacy that any entity has. It's a public entity. So that's the whole point of what this investigation is. I've already established the foundation. It is already proven what is going on. You don't have any bases of any exclusion of evidence, especially upon the basis of privacy. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist when you are engaged in surveillance, which is exactly what you're doing. Just so that you know, and let me just give you a quick little one-on-one. That's not happening. And it's also not going to happen when the government is the criminal bullying an American citizen. And you are under both camps. All right, that's not doubted at all whatsoever, fully established. All right, so this is P.O.C. It is currently 7:53 p.m. and I wanted to document sexual assault and battery and the entirety of what it is that I'm speaking. I've been speaking for 2 hours now, specifically an hour and 59 minutes. And Sarah's Regis Group engaging in ongoing terrorism via impossible light activity. I have gone through and documented. You'll see the video that I published today. Well, I've published 2 videos today in totality thus far. Okay, the one that I captured during the 8 a.m. hour and the one that I captured at 4:45 p.m. Showing the fake sun by virtue not even getting to, because I didn't get on a plane and fly to another state today. I didn't go anywhere else. I stayed in California. I stayed on one between F and C Street on the same Euclid Avenue, and I'm showing you evidence looking at the sun. Understand that in and of itself. This is not the sun, ladies and gentlemen. The sun's a gaseous ball of fire. There's a whole United States. We are not looking at one idle light source that's not moving all day long, or not moving insofar as it's going from the east side of one building to the west side of that same building. And not only is that not the case, we're not all having that same experience uniformly across the whole country. That's not what's going on. This is the asininity that, and you're talking about, and you're thinking in your mind, whatever a feces consumer is thinking while they're both stalking with light, stalking as a government, it's clearly targeting as an airport, fire department, police department, demon-possessed, gang-stalking EMTs, engaging in the ridiculousness of stalking an ambulance, clearly having nothing to do, and that's okay because you're losing those positions. You're going to find yourself committed as well. Clearly, you don't have anything to do, and you're engaging in that conduct while you are betting that nothing's going to be excluded. Oh, absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing is going to be excluded. You don't have any privacy. In the same way that I'm prosecuting you because I don't have any privacy. And you're delusional to engage in this system, and then you're going to exclude. Oh, we're going to plead that I object for. You're delusional. That's not happening. It's not going to happen. And by the way, you also don't have any defense in court. You are so exposed, it's not even funny. You've been in my courtroom, however. You have been schooled on while you weren't paying attention, but you were nonetheless given the opportunity to learn. You have been in my courtroom the entire time. You've been subject to a public investigation the entire time, and you have exposed yourself while I maintain that ongoing investigation, showing that you are, in fact, engaging in what is public corruption of a massive, unprecedented scale. And doing so while you seek to murder people and kidnap them while maintaining an illusion of being a legitimate government body. Local, state, and federal. And you are not that. And while you're maintaining that illusion, that's a threat to an American citizen. Because that American citizen is facing against that big machine that is given unwarranted legitimacy. And I've broken that down. They're not legitimate. They're entirely illegitimate. They're entirely incredible. Nothing is trustworthy about them. Okay, they're engaging in what is a corrupt system, and they're doing so with regard to reliance on you, just deferring to who they are. That's all you got? Okay, so I'm going to allow you to assassinate your own self. I'm going to allow you to assassinate yourself in your own identity, because that's all I did was document you. That's what I did. I maintained this investigation, I documented you. You've assassinated your own credibility. You have none. You have none. And on top of that, not only do you have no credibility, you are a proven stalker. A proven co-conspirator of murder, because that's the only reason why a government is trying to conceal surveillance at the same time, and then trying to simultaneously defame an innocent American citizen's character while you're stealing and all manner of violating them, and you are in fact stalking them because you're plotting their murder. That is not only actually the case, proven by evidence, that is reasonably the case, and that's how gang stalking shall be prosecuted. The conspiracy to murder, terrorism, and exceedingly violent sex offense, group stalking. Systematic infliction of inhumane suffering for federal law. All right, you can refer to my website at thisisthepoc.wordpress.com. That is relevant to what is federal legislation that I do advocate. With regard to the necessity of federal law that addresses domestic terrorism, which is a fact in this country. You have gang stalking families, gang stalking businesses, gang stalking cities. The state of California is a gang stalker. Meaning the state of California is a murderer and a kidnapper. That's what that is. The state of California is a sex offender. It's a hypocrite. All right. And so this is relevant to the entity that's engaging in that P.O.C. with the people of the state. It rides on the people of the state who are demons, lurking, stalking, molesting, lying. They're a bunch of serial killers. They're pedophiles who have their own offspring. Their offspring, as you've witnessed, are stalkers. They're demons. And in case you did not know, that curse comes right through the womb. So they are coming out in that condition, in case you did not know that that's a reality. You've been told a lot of lies. You know, it's an innocent child, and that child has a demon on it. That child is not innocent. You can hear that mature spirit speaking through that child, who is not ignorantly but pursuant to a pattern of conduct. It's instinctual to an innocent child. Innocent insofar as they didn't vote for demon possession. They didn't partake in a ritual and then chose to use their vessel to be possessed by Satan. They're innocent insofar as that. They were just born, and that is a curse that does pass through bloodlines, and they are born with those conditions. And that's another reason why you're talking about targeting American citizens that are not subject to such curses, and the demon possessed are very much envious. Envious because I'm saved by grace, because Christ Jesus has chosen me, and I praise God for that. But what you're not going to do is you're not going to target me and get away with it, because what he's also chosen me to do is expose you, prosecute you, make an example out of you. Okay? And you deal with your own issues. That's between you and Satan. You're not going to target me, because you and your offspring are hellbound. And I can see why. Frankly. All right, it is currently 8 p.m. on the dot, and this is an entity engaging in sexual assault and battery, targeting me, molesting my face, molesting my person, harassing me while a bunch of demons. It has nothing to do with their headlights. You're surrounded by a demonic environment, the reality of the spiritual realm. While they want to, on the one hand, marry the light activity that you see with, oh, it's because my car is, I'm driving by, and I even break that down. No, it's not. They're engaging in this while I am sitting at the Ontario Town Square, where the airport is stalking, where the police department is stalking, and they're engaging what is touching me with light while they are all focused on me. They're not focused on traffic. They're not focused on going in and out of their apartments at Sarah's Regis Group. They're not focused on helping an old lady out of the car and into the 280 North Lemon apartments. They're not maintaining any flights over the Ontario Town Square from the Ontario International Airport. That in and of itself, where the government is talking like that, that's how you already know. But I'm just breaking down everything. You can go through everything. They're not maintaining any flights from the airport over here. And they do that south down Euclid Avenue. They do it north up Euclid Avenue, at the Pizza Hut, Woodside Senior Apartments, down to what is Economy Inn, the 60 freeway. When I'm driving south on Euclid Avenue and the entity is stalking, hovering over the street to be in alignment with me. That's how obsessed these demons are stalking. It's all on the record. There is no question here. They've been in my courtroom for years, and you need this level of evidence and this amount of time to accumulate it, because there is no reasonable question. It is beyond a reasonable doubt. It is to a scientific degree. And the level of stalking is speaking to what is not reasonably questioned under any circumstances. Stalking in ways that you might not have ever heard of before, but stalking that is absolutely proven. Absolutely proven. All right, this is P.O.C. The entity's engaging in psychopathic pacing, stalking by plane at 8 o'clock, stalking again, another one seconds later, again, deviating from the airport. So I'm gonna go ahead and capture that. And this is the entity that's just hovering. They're maintaining all manner of stalking in the sky space, and I'm taking pictures of that as well. And this is the Ontario Town Square. That's maintaining planes all over me in the sky space. And you'll recall my documentation in Pomona, California, where the entity is maintaining, this is where, Pomona, California is where the entity started conspicuously stalking me by planes. Okay, they would maintain hovering planes, gang stalking me by planes, and I mean a gang of them. And they were hovering over me, and I referred to them as blinking planes. And this is when I was maintaining my documentation initially in writing. In Pomona, California, this is where I moved from Upland, California, and as of June 2nd, I am relocating to Los Angeles because I'm being targeted in San Bernardino County. And I find myself, long story short, because I've explained this many, many times, and it's already in the documentation, I find myself targeted in Los Angeles County. And so I immediately resigned from the law offices of Michael Bialis, a private criminal defense law firm that I was working for. And this was upon the Los Angeles Police Department engaging in very peculiar targeting conduct, stalking, and doing so in a very troubling, disconcerting manner, but also in a way that is inexplicable because they're doing so in a manner that is malicious. And so also because you're not a criminal, so it's like at this, you are very much normal when you're questioning yourself, okay, well, because you didn't do anything, and at the same time, but you're like, wait, but that's weird. What are you? And they're everywhere that I go. And this is before I'm paying attention to the fake send documentation. So everything that I'm documenting in 2018, all the license plates in the November writings of 2018 and the October 16th and the October 16th to the November writings, the log of events and the encounters with the police encounters that I'm writing out in 2018 and 2019. This is before this is all happening while the entity was maintaining a fake sun over me, and I'm going from city to city, remaining in hotels, and the entity is stalking me, and this is before I'm putting together the fake sun documentation, which is, again, my investigation is putting piece by piece together, and it started with the police stalking me. And by stalking, they're engaging in stalking as an entity. They're always engaging in traffic stops. They're always around you in traffic. They're always engaging in what is sitting around in the parking lots. They're engaging in what is criminal summoning, okay? And they're doing so everywhere that you go. And they're demons, so they have the supernatural ability. As you move, as you engage in any conduct, as you operate your device, there they are, okay? It's very much witchcraft. They're demon-possessed, and they're demons that are operating police vehicles. They're demons that are doing so. This is before they pulled out the helicopters, but the more that I documented, my documentation is commensurate with the ongoing threat posed by the state of California, the U.S. government. The more that I documented, the more threatening the stalking conduct by the state became. They pulled out the helicopters in Pomona, California. And in Pomona, California, this is after I resigned in October of 2018 from the law offices of Michael Bialis, because, again, after coming from San Bernardino County and I'm being targeted out here and I'm being attacked by Tracy Banks, who then starts calling the police, and all of a sudden I'm mentally ill because, and she's lying and conspiring against me with the landlord. I've always paid my rent, never had been kicked out of any apartment, never not paid my bill. I don't have that history. That never happened. But again, I'm beginning to, they're becoming more aggressive. These demons, I guess they were just convinced, like, they're just gonna, okay, we're just gonna go in. It's as though all of a sudden they just became, I've been targeted my whole life. I've been being watched my whole life, but it's at a certain point in my life, they just decided, this entity, Tracy, the demon that's lying about being my mom, and she's not even my biological mother, they just decided at a certain point, so it seems, and it's likely relevant to these demons that conspired to steal money from me, and they needed me to be in a certain status while they stole this money, while they are claiming fraudulent things about my identity, about my state, my status, where I'm located, and what's wrong with me. So this is relevant to the entity that has conspired to steal from me. And what I'm experiencing in my life, though, while I'm practicing law and I'm paying all the bills and paying rent in Upland, California, and happily doing so, I'm not complaining. I make plenty of money, and I don't mind taking care of who I thought was my mom because she got fired from her job working for Canon Management in San Bernardino. Sure, no problem, Mom. Matter of fact, I'm going to work. You go find the apartment. Like, I totally trusted her. You go find the apartment where you want to live. You pick it out. I don't care. And I'll pay for it. I don't care. Like, that's how I am with my family. Or so I thought that they were my family. And so we move into an apartment in Upland, and I'm being harassed on my job. They call it corporate bullying. Those are demons. They're demons that are engaging in harassment in the workplace. But this is before they pulled out the planes and the helicopters. I am subject to harassment, and then it's progressing to what is being harassed at home. I'm being harassed at church. The gang stalkers, the demons of Sunrise Church in Rialto, California, under the corrupt leadership of Jay Pankratz and Gregory Hooper, and his non-singing wife, or whatever she is. She's like a midget male demon, female, whatever she is. I guess anyway, she's a no singing third party gang stalking me at the Sunrise Church. All of them they were all demons. I was surrounded by demons my entire life. And they're harassing me, and they're harassing me while I use scripture to address what are issues, just like the Bible says to. If you have an issue with your brother, you go to him. Paraphrasing the book of Matthew, you go to your brother in private, and if it's not resolved, then you go to your brother before a witness, and then if it's still not resolved, step 3 is you take it before the church. And Sunrise Church is not only filled with demons, they totally deviated, and this was a test. The Lord God himself is the one that led me to do that. And the reason why he did that is test them by my word. That's what that was. Test them by my word. And they did not conform to what his word says. While they're preaching it every day, it's nothing other than audible activity under that fake sun, where they were monitoring spirits. All those demons were worshiping me while I was at Sunrise Church. They were all worshiping me and gang stalking me. They were targeting. Those were demons engaging in witchcraft. And they do so just like I'm showing you at every other fake church. While these demons are getting loud in the background, it's because of the truth that I speak. They are all stalking me. They are not minding their business. You already know that by the Ontario Police and the Ontario International Airport. But you can literally listen to it. They always testify to the truth that I speak, to their obsession with me, to their psychosis. Because you're psychotic acting like you're in traffic when all you're doing is stalking me. That's all you're doing. They're a bunch of vagina monitors. They're perverts. They're a bunch of stalkers. And their own mothers don't like them. That's why they're stalking a woman in the middle of the night. That's why they're monitoring a woman's vagina. Somebody who would never even let them have a peek at it, ever. They're rapists and they're murderers sitting around stalking. That's why you're hearing that as I speak the truth about what they are. Those are demons. They were engaged in worshiping me while I was worshiping the Lord God in spirit and in truth, as we are called to in scripture, at the demons of the Sunrise Church, and they were harassing me. I was subject to systematic harassment. I was subject to harassment in the workplace. The entity that targets you does so and then seeks to criminally defame you. Because you know the saying, right? If you go everywhere and you seem to have a problem, you know, it's not everybody else, it's probably you. That's actually a lie. That's actually a lie. And it's a saying for a purpose. This is the time where in life it's actually not you, and it is actually everyone else. And the evidence of the P.O.C. proves that. It is everybody else. Everybody under the fake sun. A bunch of psychotic demons who are obsessing over one person. And they cannot stand to even hear the truth. They can't stand it. But yet they love to monitor my vagina. They love it. They just don't want you to know that they love it. Them and their so-called counterparts, you and your man, you and your woman, they're both stalking me. They're both worshiping me. They're both sitting around in the dark waiting for an opportunity to be around me so that they can just be next to me and take in my essence and monitor me. They're demons. And that's what they were at Sunrise, harassing me. And they had a disdain for conforming to what the Bible said. And while they were confronted with scripture, I didn't prosecute them. I confronted my so-called brother, a demon cloaking himself as somebody that works in the church. They were demons. And that's why they were hostile. And as I approached them with scripture, these demons real quick, because they don't want to be faced with the truth. And I wasn't even prosecuting them then. I was prosecuting with regard to me putting together all my evidence that I have, but I wasn't prosecuting with regard to I'm going to go in and like I'm maintaining investigation. No, I was led to confront by the Lord himself. I was led to confront them with under the book of Matthew, confronting your brother like you do when we are a part of his church. And those are demons. Not only that, they were gang stalking. And they are gang stalkers, as I documented in 2024, the fake sun over me while I'm driving to and from the state of Nevada, where the entity is maintaining a fake sun, deviating from ever being in Ontario at any time of day of the Ovid Family Community Library. After leaving Los Angeles and living in and working at Alvarado Gardens, it's rising and setting through my living room and my bedroom window, never leaving that property unless I go to the Glendale DMV, unless I go to the Burbank Walmart, the Empire Shopping Center, where the Burbank police are gang stalking me by helicopter like the Ontario Police Department do. There's no coincidences here. There's no coincidences here, just like the Upland Police Department does. There's no coincidences here. All right, just like the San Bernardino County Sheriff's does at the Walmart in Hesperia. There are no coincidences here. Under the fake sun, which I've shown everywhere that I'm going, there's a long body of evidence. In my courtroom, Mike Lorenz doesn't have a defense. Neither do the people of the state. And claiming that you don't know nothing about the engineer light, that is not going to get it. I'm going to prosecute you. And you understand it's going to be akin to like a strict liability basis. That's the whole purpose of me maintaining this ongoing court case on the internet for everybody to witness. You understanding the system. You're witnessing the malice. You're seeing what it is that is not going to be exposed in a courtroom where this system is operated through a court system that is being abused by this very entity. No, you're not doing that. We're not doing that. They need to see all the facets of this corruption, and then you're understanding how you are prosecuting this. And prosecute it, I did, and I am. And you're going to be prosecuted. You don't have a defense. You have no defense at all. There's nothing. I don't care how much money you spend on your attorney, and you better be careful because you might catch a case. Okay? Because you're talking about criminal surveillance, so tread carefully, but I'm gonna let you know right now you don't have a defense, and you are going to be prosecuted. So the entity is engaging in that pattern of conduct, and this is an entity that's engaged in targeting me, and I'm writing out my documentation. And as I am leaving Sunrise Church because they kicked me out, as I approach them with scripture, okay, scripture, and the entity is engaging what is these are demons that are hostile while they are, again, being confronted. This just like the demon-possessed, hostile, stalking me by helicopter while you're being confronted, while you are in the wrong. These are the demons that are engaging in this conduct while they are very much triggered because they are accustomed to getting away with the wrong that they commit. And it's almost like being reprimanded by a child, if that's how you view somebody like myself. But I'm not a child. I'm a fully grown woman, and I'm fully skilled with regard to what it is that I'm doing and what I'm executing. I'm going to prosecute you. I've already prosecuted you. So the entity is engaging in this P.O.C. And while I'm in Pomona, California, after having resigned, I have a demon-possessed church, a fake church, separated myself from a demon-possessed fake family members, separated myself from being targeted in L.A., where the entity is engaging in what is targeting me through a traffic stop, criminal summoning, and not having any reasonable suspicion, claiming that I don't have my seatbelt on when I do have my seatbelt on, and failing to do an investigation about it. So why don't you just walk up to my window and see that I have my seatbelt on? He didn't want to do that either. And what actually is that it's even more than that is because, and I expounded upon this in the writing, the October a log of events. In 2018, it's a log of events. And the LAPD is fully exposed. They're gang stalking me in 2020, Michael Moore, gang stalking me in 2024, Dominic Choi. And the entity is pulling me over and stating that I don't have my seatbelt on, but I had my seatbelt on. Now, what happened is that moments before I'm even on this street, this demon is accurately stating to the fact that I didn't have my seatbelt on. It's just that there was no way that he was able to see it from where he was located. Okay, there was no way that he knew that. No way that he naturally knew that. Okay, and so this is the entity that engages in this criminal system, and it's unspoken. They are engaging in what is providing you an illusion. If they can only search your phone if they have a warrant, so they have to go through the process of getting before a judge and providing facts with regard to what it is that they're looking for, and they have to be a reasonable basis of specificity and the crime and all of the. I'm not going to go into all of that with regard to how you get a warrant, but the entity is engaging in what is maintaining this illusion. But what it is that he's doing, Omada of the LAPD, he's stating what is true. But before I encountered him, before we were even on the same street, I didn't have my seatbelt on. And as I turned on to Figueroa, because I'm in downtown Los Angeles, I put my seatbelt on. And what stood out in my mind is that I did not think that that was a coincidence, especially having moved from San Bernardino County, where I was witnessing being targeted. They were ganging up outside of my apartment in Upland, like just groups of people standing in, like congregating around my apartment, and they were just. It wasn't a party. They were just standing around outside. Every window that I looked outside, there was always a gang of people outside of my windows, outside of my bedroom. When I go to take the trash out, when I am going downstairs to the laundry room, when I'm leaving and coming in. And the more that I noticed it, the more people were doing it, just like I'm documenting. The entity does with light activity. The entity does with stalking with the entity, and then engaging what is stalking with helicopter, for example, as I then begin documenting. This is an entity that's their aggression increases, accumulates, rises, and it's commensurate to what it is that you are exposing, what it is that you're discerning. You are discerning demons while you are documenting the pattern of conduct, while you're noticing it, and the demons are very much infuriated by that. Okay, and that's relevant with regard to the criminal conduct. The demons, they are not controlling themselves with regard to providing evidence. I'm providing evidence while you're an angry, enraged demon who doesn't like being discerned, but I'm documenting evidence to prosecute you for stalking, and you happen to be a demon that's being exposed at the same time. Okay, so this is an entity that's engaged in that, and while they're doing that, this is an entity that is making an allegation, pulling me over and stating that I didn't have my seatbelt on, which I did, and he neglected to do a reasonable investigation, and I noted that. And I also noted the fact, and also with the background information about being targeted in San Bernardino County, relocating to LA, and the suspicious circumstances regarding this traffic stop, which is no big deal. I don't care about a seatbelt ticket. It's the principle of the matter. Please understand that. I'm not a criminal, and I'm not some sort of petty person, and I have to argue everything. That's not what this is. It was peculiar regarding the details of the stop, and it could not have been, there was no coincidence. I knew that it was not a coincidence that I had put my seatbelt on, and I did so before I even turned on that street. And where he's located with my limo tint windows, there was no way that he was able to see through my windows with regard to the fact that that whether I had my seatbelt on or not, okay, he was behind on the passenger side. You would have been looking through limo tint windows. And I explained all of this, and this was getting to the peculiarity of that stop, and this is relevant to my relocating in the first place to LA. And not only that, I documented it on video, and in that video, which this entity has stolen that evidence, and that's speaking to federal prison, because criminal summoning is federal prison, by the way. And not only that, the entity stole the evidence, so that's federal prison. It's still in writing, and I addressed it in additional documentation. I referred to it in other podcast episodes. I referred to it in my video throughout my documentation, and I still refer to it. But the evidence itself, this is while the entity was kidnapping me repeatedly. The Ontario Police Department, San Bernardino County, this entity, Jason Fields, Tracy Banks, these demons, I think that they're controlling something, that thought that this was just going to go away, they're going to steal my content, etc. They stole that video documentation. All right, so that's relevant, and I documented what you will see in that traffic stop is engineer light is covering the buildings in Los Angeles. The engineer light that I've shown you, which is not sunlight, while you're engaging in light activity. These are demons that are monitoring me, and it's also relevant regarding what is the peculiar circumstances of that stop. Now, this is before I coined the P.O.C, but it is nonetheless the P.O.C, and it's no less probative evidence with regard to my testimony, which you're not going to exclude, and it's not going to be excluded based on some evidentiary basis because the government stole it. To the contrary, okay? So, but nonetheless, that is what caused me, that's very threatening, very disconcerting, and I am forced to resign again, just like being forced to resign upon being subject to terrorism by LAPD again in 2024. Okay, so you are interfering with my right to be free from terrorism and stalking, just like what the Ontario Police Department, the City of Ontario is doing so at my workplace where I live, flying over my apartment, flying over my head, flying in circles over me as I'm at work at Alvarado Gardens for speaker companies, doing so while I'm documenting, doing so creating what is ongoing amplified audible noise, stalking day and night, interfering with my right to quiet enjoyment as a resident and as the property manager and employee there. And they're doing so while they're engaging in what is conspiring by murder. So this is the entity that's engaging in that. And by the way, the entity is stalking by helicopter while you hear that. So let me show you that. Let me go ahead and get this. And has been engaging in it. I just wanted to not speak to it for a minute because the entity is engaging in what is ongoing psychopathic pacing. All right, so what I'm capturing right now is ongoing helicopter activity. You will see, I'm gonna add this, I'm gonna publish this onto YouTube. Right now, while you hear that audible activity, those are the people monitoring with the demons of the Ontario Police Department. Doing so while I am referring to gang stalking by Los Angeles Police Department. Doing so while I am referring to what is the Pomona Police, who are the first ones that engaged in terrorizing me by planes and helicopters in Pomona, California, when I'm sleeping in my vehicle. This is the entity that's engaging what is stalking in that specific environment where the Ontario International Airport also is targeting. Remember, they're not flying over the 280 North Limit Apartments now while I'm at the Ontario Town Square. They're flying relative to where I'm located at the Ontario Town Square. That's why you're seeing the planes located where they're at. They're not flying what would be north of my person. Also, with regard to stalking, it's relevant to positioning. That's why it's called relevant positioning. They're monitoring you. When you're monitoring, you're stalking, but you're paying detail to where are they doing that with the planes, the commercial planes? The entity is engaging with a psychopathic pacing, stalking as the Ontario Police is using helicopter right now, and they're doing so as the ongoing means of aerial surveillance. They're maintaining more than commercial planes and helicopter activity. The entity maintains, I've referred to this historically as the blinking planes and the planes that look like stars in the sky. They're not stars. These are planes that are engaging in surveillance while Cirrus Regis is molesting with light, while the demons of the people of the state who are amplifying audible activity, the entity sounding amplified train, these are demons who are monitoring. Everything is amplified in volume. This is very demonic. It's as demonic as you seeing the sun that I documented during the 7 a.m. hour and at the same block, 4 p.m. It's as demonic as that, not being the sun, but nonetheless, I'm capturing the tangible evidence of that illusion, speaking to demon possession upon stalking by co-conspirators of murder. This is the pattern of conduct by Mike Lorenz and the Ontario Police, and they have done so with Jason Isaac Fields. They've done so with Tracy Banks, and for that, they are going to federal prison. Those engaging in kidnapping, such as Corey Watkins engaged in kidnapping, but Craig Hazelwood and Owens as well, who engaged in kidnapping while you were stalking. This is the P.O.C. The entities engage in this, and this is what they've been doing for a prolonged period before I started capturing video. I'm capturing video. It's at 2 minutes and 14 seconds. The entities engage in this P.O.C. while they are monitoring evidence. This is the entity doing so, again, last night, monitoring evidence. While, again, the night before that, at the same venue, while they are monitoring evidence, while I'm uploading it onto X, while I'm uploading onto YouTube, while I'm documenting Spectrum, the entity stalking by helicopter under the fake sun that's set at the same venue 4 hours later. The entity is doing so while I'm documenting license 1DARRIN, doing so stalking by helicopter as I'm documenting, and they're monitoring my devices, doing so pursuant to criminal surveillance committed in furtherance of murder. There is no mistake, by the way, with regard to surveillance that's underway and with regard to the ongoing pattern within the pattern. Now, they're not only exposed as demons who are being discerned and who are triggered by that, while there's psychopaths who are stalking, and they're engaged in stalking pursuant to criminal monitoring as demon-possessed gang stalkers, domestic terrorists. They're engaging in that while they are traditional stalking is established by the body of evidence. The entity stalking me on an ongoing daily basis, and it's directly tethered to what it is that I'm doing on my device, what it is that I'm doing on the internet, where this entity has no warrant, no probable cause to maintain any sort of surveillance, which they are necessarily doing in concert with the people of the state who are being documented, and this entity engages in that ongoing pattern of conspicuous stalking, monitoring, harassment, the nuisance regarding helicopter activity, which they're doing at every hotel that I check into. They're doing at every apartment that I'm inside of, Tracy Banks. When I'm at Economy Inn, flying in circles over my hotel room, over the hotel where the fake sun rises and sets. Following me and stalking by helicopter when I'm on the bus. And how do you know they're stalking me out of everybody else? Because the fake sun's over me, over the window that I'm sitting at on a bus while they are stalking in a helicopter. This is the P.O.C. while they are stalking with impossible light activity. All right, capturing that video, and that's the entity that's coexisting with Cirrus Regis Group. Those are demons that are stalked with impossible light. Okay, so I'm going to publish that video, and what I want to explain is that the entities engage in what is this pattern of conduct. It's shared with the people of the state. It's shared with the people of the state in an entirely different location who share that pattern of conduct. The fake sun is over me on Valley Boulevard, where Pomona is targeting me in furtherance of murder. After I'm moving from Upland, California, where the people of the state are targeting me in furtherance of murder with the Upland Police Department, the city of Upland, where I'm moving and relocating to Los Angeles, where the Los Angeles Police Department is targeting me in furtherance of murder in concert with the people of the state in Los Angeles, California, and then resigning from that job, which is an unlawful interference with my liberty right. That is speaking to what is the entity's ongoing criminal interference with my ability to provide for myself by threatening my life, gang stalking me, which is going to reasonably affect you economically. And it is no evidence regarding mental illness, which is also legally irrelevant when you are the one that's engaged in criminal monitoring. Okay, but nonetheless, this is what the entity is doing as I'm in Pomona, California, and my documentation is showing that as I'm documenting the targeting conduct by LAPD, and then I am sleeping in my car on Valley Boulevard after living and going about documenting, just like I did in 2024, by the way, going from city to city, cities that I hadn't gone to, testing out this pattern of conduct, starting my investigation, and documenting the people of the state who are exposing awareness of my documentation. And not because I'm holding up my phone. Remember, at this time, I'm largely writing, and I am observing what it is that the people of the state are doing, and they're reacting and behaving in ways that are showing knowledge about what it is that I'm observing about them. These are monitoring spirits. All right, these are monitoring spirits. These are people who are demon possessed, and they're monitoring, and they're also engaging in what is gang stalking in a more aggressive manner. The more that they're aware, because they're monitoring me, that I am aware of it. I'm no longer ignorantly being gang stalked. I'm becoming aware that I'm being gang stalked, and the more that I become aware of it, that is the more that I document it, the more threatening and aggressive the gang stalking conduct is. And this is where we're at in 2026, daily stalking by helicopter. And it did begin in Pomona, California, and this was upon my initiating this public investigation of the U.S. government. And the entities engaging in what is stalking in planes. So while I am sleeping in my vehicle on Valley Boulevard, where my documentation shows the fake sun over me, okay, the entities engaging in what is maintaining a large group of planes. You're talking about like 7 to 14, 15 planes in a group, which is weird because I don't know how they would like avoid hitting each other while they're maintaining. It's almost like the Jetsons. It's like so demonic, but they would fly in a group over me as I would go from my vehicle on Valley Boulevard and walk to Starbucks, which is off of Temple. And then I would walk to the park, and I documented the fake sun over me at this park in Diamond Bar, which the entities engaging with surveillance. As I go to the park, then all the people of the state, they fill up the parking lot. The fake sun is over me. The entities maintaining commercial planes, one after another, patrolling. They maintain plane activity, and they look like Tylenol capsules. They're white planes, and they would fly in a line, one after another, after another, after another, after another, after another. And they would engage in also doing so with commercial planes, and the entity was using red and blue planes. They were not Southwest Airlines. But when they started using and flying at lower elevations, they were using commercial sized planes. They did not have a logo on them, not a logo that I saw, but they were the same color. And it wasn't Southwest Airlines. It wasn't. But they were red and blue, and they were large commercial sized planes, and they would be flying at a lower elevation, hurtling over the homes and hurtling over the mountains, just like you see UPS doing, ducking low, like you're landing somewhere. You're not landing. There's no airport over here. There's nothing behind there. You're not landing on the ground and then rolling to the airport. The airport, like I stated, is south. They're not even in line with the property of the airport. All right, they're stalking. And the entity was doing this in Pomona, California. So when I'm sleeping on Valley Boulevard, when I'm sleeping outside of the park, the park that's in Walnut, this is the same neighborhood, but those cities are like right next to each other. So if you go down one street, it's Walmart. You go down another street, it's Diamond Bar. And this is Los Angeles County Sheriff. This is Pomona Police Department. And they're engaging what is stalking me. They're the first ones that engaged in conspicuously stalking me with this plane activity. And then they started the helicopter activity, which at first didn't catch my attention. I listened to it, but I'm not assuming that it's about me, and it didn't catch my attention. I wasn't really paying attention to it. And then the helicopter started like hovering over me, flying over me, low down to the ground. And that's how it got my attention. Like they wanted me to notice the helicopter activity. And I noticed it. And then they started remaining over me by helicopter day and night over my vehicle that I was sleeping in on Valley Boulevard in Pomona, California, where all they were doing was engaging in psychopathic pacing, where that fake sun remained over my car on Valley Boulevard, which is a matter of documentation in 2018. Okay, and the entities engaging in what is maintaining the fake sun. They're maintaining plane activity and helicopter activity, which I was writing about. I did begin capturing videos, but I was largely writing out my documentation. And then I noticed and I realized that this is something that I have to get all of it visually because of what they were doing. The more that I documented, the more that they would engage in, the more aggressive, the more psychotic, really, the more psychotic the tactics were. These are demons that are intending to try to drive you crazy. They're intending to try to psychologically torment you. They're intending to try to freak you out. They're intending to try to horrify you. That's what they're doing. And they're demonic spirits. This is what they do with the light activity. This is what I was describing this morning at Stater Brothers. As I started documenting, as I started uploading evidence and getting license plates and putting it on the Google Drive, those demons started touching all over my breast and face and all over my body, all manner. The light activity itself is satanic. The way that these people are out of their minds. They're psychotic. These people are crazy. They are murderers, and murderers are stalking me in helicopters. They are demon possessed, and they are out of tools. All they're doing is engaging the P.O.C, and that's supposed to be the scariest thing that they have. They're engaging in stalking in helicopters. They're engaging in kidnapping pursuant to what is criminal defamation, criminal summoning. All right, criminal summoning is relying upon criminal defamation. And it is defamation to state that I'm violating the municipal code, like I'm some sort of criminal. When you are stalking me in the workplace, barring me, precluding me from being able to take care of myself without having to fear for my life and my safety, just like they are at the Ontario Town Square. You are not exercising authority under the municipal code. You're stalking, and they're delusional. They compartmentalize that. You're stalking me in helicopter, and everybody sees that as well. And then you go to the bus stop, or you're going to the museum talking about, oh, you're violating the municipal code. You can't sleep. What are you talking about, Satan? You're stalking me. If you weren't stalking me so hard, first of all, I wouldn't be there. But if you weren't stalking me so hard, you would actually have a job. You'd have business to do. You wouldn't even notice. Because I'm not a troublemaker, I'm not loud. I go to sleep, I get up in the morning, I go about my business. They're stalking though. And what type of psychopath is engaging in that? Think about that, what they're doing. You're stalking me day and night. I just captured another video of you stalking. And then you have your demons that wear their uniforms acting like you're engaged in a traffic stop. It's criminal summoning while you're molesting me with police lights. That are, in other words, engineer light that's red and blue. You're a bunch of sex offenders that want to touch all over my body. You're a bunch of demons. Vagina monitors. It's sickening. It is so pathetic. You're all obsessed with me. These people who are dead. And it started in Pomona, California. There is no evidence at all where the son would ever be in Ontario, California. They are already prosecuted at the outset. Listen to them, listen to them, because they're monitoring me. And you need to know they're going to federal prison, and they know that too. They're going to federal prison. And those psychopaths aren't getting out. You're not getting out. You're bat poo crazy. They're going to lock you down. You're not getting out. You ain't getting out. And you're also not getting no compensation packages. That helicopter activity, you can kiss it goodbye. You're not getting no 401k. You're not getting no retirement. You're out of your mind. You are clearly stalking, and then you're engaging in conduct as though you are a police officer having any authority under the law. What type of psychopath is compartmentalizing their pattern of conduct like that, their behavior like that? Somebody that is absurdly corrupt, very corrupt, and accustomed. Oh, you think you're just going to stop? That's the absurdity of the pattern of conduct. But that's why you maintain that evidence, because all of that evidence is going before. I'm prosecuting. This is the court one, but it's all going before there's no controversy in court. They're going to prison. They are going to prison. Because you're looking at, these are psychos who are delusional. They're just thinking about the second right now. There is the totality of circumstances and the whole big picture. It's all going in front of the judge. You're going to prison. You're going to prison. You're talking about a judge that's likely going to want to hold back spitting in your face. You're going to prison. You are going to federal prison. Okay? So this is the entity that's engaging in that. And then you have the audacity to commit, you're defaming me. I could not be farther than a criminal for the audacity to try to even insult me like that, suggesting it while you're over here monitoring my vagina. You and your demon-possessed kids. Out here obsessing. You have little sex offenders, little future prison inmates monitoring my vagina. And you think that it's funny. And I think that it's funny when they're sitting in what are facilities pursuant to martial law that are for those that are under the age of majority. Because that's how terrorists under the age of majority, they're going to be treated like the threats that they are. You have shown the federal government how psychotic, how untrustworthy, how threatening you are, and be prepared. Be prepared, because it's been my job to make sure that it's clear, to show them and teach them what you are and what to do about it. Make sure you keep that same level of enthusiasm, because the little terrorist that you gave birth to, and you think that it's cute to gang stalk an American citizen. You think that it's cute to put them before my camera. Are you kidding me? It's one thing to do that, but there's no way that I would, even if I was a criminal, I wouldn't like have my baby. You wouldn't be catching my kid's face. And the way that I would do that, I'm not as stupid like these fools out here. Why are you recording? I'm going to document you saying that. That's going to get you committed. Okay? But the entity, what you're talking about, documenting, and remember, they're targeting. So you're waiting for me to come upstairs from the bathroom where you're monitoring my vagina. You're waiting so you can cross my path and have your little bastard children running around in the engineer light. You waited to do that. Like you wanted, like you're sick. Why would you want your kids to be This is the entity that's engaging in that. And then you're supposed to, bigger picture, separate these psychopaths stalking in helicopter every single day with the demon-possessed little underage minions who are going to be placed in facilities for terrorists under the age of majority when they get a dose of that martial law. Keep that same sense of humor. Keep your spirits up, because you're going to need it. Because everybody's paying attention to what you've been teaching them about you. You are an entity. They've been paying attention. They're paying attention. This is the P.O.C. So the entity's engaging in sexual assault and battery as a means of criminal activity, and that's a threat to your life. In other words, that fake son is a direct threat by the government to murder you. When they're engaging what is gang stalking you, the government is making a very clear statement. I intend to kill you. You are analyzing the stalker, the government that likes to give me documentation every day about stalking in helicopter in that environment with the people of the state, with the documented pattern of targeting me and kidnapping and defaming my character and stealing from me. That's a clear statement. You've been making that statement for years, by the way. Do you know what that means with regard to damages? Do you think that first of all, you're not getting, as a matter of principle, any sort of compensation package when you're being disbanded and you're being removed as a terrorist from anything remotely close to having to do with law enforcement? You definitely aren't getting any compensation package, because I'm going to be compensated for the ongoing prolonged threat by the U.S. government through minions like the Ontario Police Department, who have been conspiring, trying to find a way to murder me for years and get away with it. And remember, the Ontario police is very much engaged in murder when the people, the entity, anybody putting their hands on me, it's the Ontario police. It's the state of California. The ones that are stalking by helicopter, they're the ones responsible for murder. There's no coincidences here. This is surveillance. They know what's going on. They're monitoring spirits and they're monitoring everything. They're keeping everything and everyone under surveillance. They do it with the people, and that's how they do it. And you're also dealing with what is the demonic, the spiritual realm. Again, when you're talking to one demon-possessed person, you're actually talking to a spirit. You're talking to everybody at the same time. Now, with regard to prosecuting the government, because they're monitoring, it is automatically published, everything that you're stating. Think about that. I'm gonna let that sink in for a second, because that's actually what's going on. All right, and in the law regarding defamation, that tortious act, it has to be published to another person, a third party, in order for it to be actionable. When you're engaged in criminal monitoring and you speak any sort of slander, any sort of disparaging content regarding somebody's character while you're monitoring, it's automatically published. Automatically. Oh, they're monitoring at Wells Fargo. Let me go ahead and get that. License 9HQA829 with Ontario Police and license 88694F4 with the Ontario Police. They're on surveillance cameras at the very heavily documented gang stalker Wells Fargo, 240 North Euclid Avenue, where the Ontario International Airport and the Ontario Police add evidence to put demons like them in prison. Just so that you know that. You're talking about the P.O.C. They're engaging in surveillance. They're engaging in criminal summoning. They're engaging in what is stalking by the airport and the police. They're doing so while I'm not going to stop talking about the Pomona Police Department stalking by planes and helicopters first, while the city of Ontario is sharing in a pattern of conduct. I'm not going to stop talking about that. In fact, I'm going to get it on video, and I'm going to get the demons that are in relevant position monitoring on my device, monitoring in furtherance of murder, monitoring with the gang members who are the Ontario Police, targeting me together. Creating light activity. They're all at the bank teller and engineer light. That's P.O.C. If it were a natural, normal environment, then you don't have a case. But you're threatening my life and you think that you're slick doing it, going to the bank teller. I'm going to prosecute Wells Fargo. That's a RICO case. That's a RICO case. And the criminal act, there are many federal crimes there, but it's relevant to what is conspiracy to murder upon federal stalking. Okay, so the entities engaging in that pattern of conduct, and they're doing so while they are monitoring, like I'm stating, in Pomona, California. So I just want to go to that. And the entities engaging in what is stalking by helicopter. My documentation shows in 2018, you will see the evidence of the fake sun. This is before I honed in on it, but I nonetheless captured it. You can see it. And they're engaging in that shared pattern of conduct. There is no time that the sun would ever be in Ontario, California, based on what the entity, if that's the natural environment, the sun is engaging in what is substantially identical conduct with regard to its ecological location, with regard to where it is at a time of year, at a time of day. You're looking at things like it's reflecting off of a front windshield or a rear windshield, and the time of day that you see that. And where is it 7 hours from there? It certainly never made it to Florida. It didn't even make it off the street, let alone then when I'm all of a sudden in Ontario, and then you're just engaging in a grand departure from being on Valley Boulevard in Pomona, California. This is where the evidence starts. This is where it starts. So the entities engaging in that, and Pomona started it, and they were targeting me with planes. Very peculiar, and that's very terrorizing. Very terrorizing. And again, at that time, I had tried to seek the assistance of the FBI. Everything that I'm submitting on the FBI.org website is subject to monitoring. And the government, I'm going to prosecute for that. I'm going to prosecute. Just like now, I'm still being gang stalked. The entities engage in an ongoing threat on a daily basis, threatening to kidnap me, threatening to murder me, threatening to engage in physically harming me, threatening to engage in what is stealing, and then summoning the police. This is what they do. And you're engaging in while you're sitting up like this is some experiment. Oh, you're fascinated because of my abilities while I'm subject to targeting. I'm going to prosecute you for that. I submitted a request to the FBI in 2018 with regard to what the government never had a right to do in the first place. And you don't have a defense with regard to, I didn't know, and the sex rituals were so pleasurable, and I was under a spell, and I didn't know that you were telling the truth. I thought you were lying because Tracy and everybody else that knew, and they all said that. And then I was given this job opportunity, and I just thought, and I don't know, I was just thinking maybe I could write you this check and it'll be all good and we could get past. No, you're going to prison. You're going to prison. So the entities engaging in this pattern of conduct, and my request to the FBI, whether that even went through or not, but I documented it. And I did not receive any assistance. But the entity, after I submitted that request, this is where they are, again, ratcheting up the aggression. And this is when the planes, groups of planes, start flying over me. I'm walking to the park. I would go to the park like every day, go to the bathroom at the park, go just sit at the park because it's more pleasurable to sit and pleasant to sit at the park outside than to be in my car after going to Starbucks or whatever. And I started walking this is after November of 2018, the end of November, where I submitted a request, and it's like 2,000 characters or less. It's not even enough to explain. And you cannot explain the pattern of conduct and have the FBI or anybody help you, especially when the government has designed it. They engage in psychotic things on purpose. They do that on purpose. How do you put that in 2,000 characters or less and get somebody to help you? You're going to prison for that. You're going to prison for that. You cannot quantify, you can't calculate the harms that American citizens are suffering. And just because you didn't count on the fact that it's not going to work against somebody, then what are you going to do? Oh, you're going to be like these baboons and just keep on doing it anyway? You're going to be like them? Because these demons, I just want to be very specific names, are going to prison. You are not getting out of prison. You are not getting out. You're not getting out of prison. Just like you refuse to stop targeting me. So you have the entity that refuses to send the order, stop targeting, leave her alone, stop going around her, don't even let her don't even let her think that she hurt. You're not doing that. And it's already known that you're listening. You refuse to do that. You're not getting out of prison. Understand that. So the entity's engaging in that pattern of conduct in Pomona, California. And you're engaging in that conduct while after I submit a request to the FBI. This is November of 2018. And then all of a sudden the entity is arriving over me. I'm walking to the park and there's a large group of planes over me. And I, at that time, am actually, this is how you know that I'm not I already know that I'm not, but I'm speaking to the ways in which everything about my character, it makes no sense what this government has done, what this entity has claimed about my character. They have no basis whatsoever. But you're talking about then another instance where I'm even all of this things that are happening. I'm still not assuming the words automatically. Oh my gosh, you're here to get me. I was assuming actually that it was the FBI. I thought, oh, they're here to help me. That's what I assumed. I assumed that it was the FBI, and actually, that's not necessarily incorrect. Because the federal government is engaged in criminal monitoring. It's just that they were not there to help. They were there targeting. They were there engaging in psychopathic torture. They were there all right, but they were not there to help. Because that's what I was getting. I was getting that it is the FBI. Okay, because it definitely followed my request for an investigation by the FBI. And I did not get any relief. Here we are today in 2026. I did not get any relief. So the entity is engaging in what is escalating the threat. They are now flying over me, following me, not just doing so at a greater elevation with lines of planes all day long, which is what they were doing, but they were doing it at a greater elevation. They began hovering at a lower elevation in large groups of planes. It just reminds me like Jetsons type stuff. And they're remaining over me and they're following me while I'm walking to the park in Pomona off of La Ramada Temple, if you know that area. This is as I'm walking to the park every day. And then they started the helicopter activity amongst the planes. And then this is the entity, the Pomona Police Department would routinely engage in gang stalking me conspicuously. They wanted to go into Starbucks and sit around me. This is how the demons are engaged in threatening you. Okay, this is what they're doing on the roads and the highways. They're pulling other people over then they're engaging in light activity, gang stalking. They're gang stalking you conspicuously. They are monitoring you while they're talking to other people. They're just like the psychotic people of the state. They're going in there and using the computer while they're monitoring you. This is what demons that are wearing police uniforms are doing. It's both pathetic and it's also very disturbing. So this is the entity that's gang stalking by the Pomona police in the Starbucks. And I even confirmed this because I went back to Starbucks in 2024 and I documented very thoroughly what it is that I was speaking of and writing about in 2018. Okay? And that is impossible for me to make it up if I'm lying and making it up and imagining things. Well, I sure did go and get it with regard to that P.O.C. in 2024 after resigning from speaker companies who engaged in conspiring my murder as an employer. That's gang stalking me. Okay, so the entity engaged in this very P.O.C. in Pomona, stalking by helicopter, stalking by Los Angeles County Fire, stalking by Los Angeles County Sheriff, doing so under the fake sun. Remaining as I go from city to city, remaining over my car, over my sunroof, through my window, and I'm capturing that on the freeway, on the streets, at the Starbucks, in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening, not going anywhere. Not going anywhere. Just like you saw this evening, 4:45 p.m. I'm sitting inside a Starbucks in Pomona, California, and I'm capturing that fake sun that was there over me at 10 o'clock, sitting at the same table inside of that Starbucks. I'm looking at it, capturing video of it after 4 p.m. The same pattern of conduct. It didn't go anywhere. And the sun is not engaging in that everywhere. It's not over there in Tarrytown Square. Well, it's outside of the window of the Starbucks at Mission and Temple. Or off at Temple in Pomona, California. That's not the sun. That's not the same object. It's the P.O.C. though. It is the P.O.C. and it's while I captured spectacular light activity. I mean, just flying all about. Just spectacular light activity inside of that Starbucks. Okay? And this is where the Pomona police are engaged in targeting me like I put in writing in 2018. All right, so I just wanted to be clear on that. This is the pattern of conduct that the entity is engaging in. The objects in the sky, those are not stars. Those are planes. They are stationary. And while they're all engaging in surveillance, massive surveillance in the sky space, psychopathic pacing is taking the form of the Ontario International Airport using commercial planes and the Ontario Police Department using helicopter. While you have planes that are sitting stationary in the sky space, and they look like stars, they're not stars. And I documented that before, way back in 2018, where I established the pattern of conduct I was subject to it in Pomona, California. All right, so I did want to go into that, and it's currently 8:50 p.m. The entity is engaged in what is communicating a threat to commit murder, and they're doing that through millions of people who are stalking under a fake sun, stalking together, stalking with amplified audible activity. That's a government that's harassing you through a population who are all together hunting you down with regard to trying to take your life and trying to psychologically torture you into a state of instability so that they can take your life, so that they can be gratified through taunting you, through tormenting you. These are demon-possessed people. You understand that that's a satanic desire. That's a satanic purpose. They're not just mean. They're demons. Understand that. That's a spiritual condition. They are in fact demon possessed, and the light activity is very demonic. And the entities sitting here targeting me, they're not engaged in traffic. They are very much focused on me. They know exactly where I'm at, and the entity is molesting me, hitting my face, hitting my body with engineered light, and that's why I started this recording. Okay, and this is the entity that's engaging in that, and an entity that's engaging in gang stalking while helping an old lady into a building. Not only is that old lady a gang stalker, the demon that's engaging in that conduct with that old lady is a threat to that old lady as well. That's representing what is the vulnerable who are engaged in the P.O.C. I showed you the pattern of conduct under, with regard to the elderly. Satan doesn't have an age, but nonetheless, that old lady could be easily taken out by a younger demon that's gang stalking. In the same way that they're willing to target somebody else. If you're targeting with somebody else, why do you think that person that's targeting somebody else along with you isn't going to hurt you? Why do you think that? Why would you think that? Satan doesn't have any friends, but I'm just letting you know how you slice that down. This is a third party that the people of the state that are engaging in that conduct and doing so while you are actually engaging in a sex act while you're stalking and psychologically torturing another person in concert with the government that provides conclusive evidence pursuant to that pattern of conduct, which you're going to be prosecuted by. And you're doing so while you want to appear as engaging in one thing that's entirely malicious and psychotic. It's very sick. Very, very sick. And this is how the system is designed to appear. Okay? And that's relevant to what is under no circumstances any sort of effective illusion. Stalking is stalking. So now you're aware of the fact that the government is engaging in stalking in all manner of ways. It's stalking, period. It is stalking. These are demons who are fools. Oh, it's only stalking if you know my name. Oh, no, it's only stalking if I say something to you. Oh, no, it's only stalking if I just say your name on the speaker while I'm in a helicopter and I state that I am stalking you. In other words, it's only stalking if I admit that it's stalking. It's not stalking if I don't admit that it's stalking. They're psychotic and delusional. They're very unintelligent. And like I stated, they're seriously, woefully unprepared for exposure. Very unprepared. Because this is what the entity is, to provide me more evidence, and that was what you intended to do upon being exposed? No, that's not a plan. All right, that's not a plan. That is somebody that has, that is very much mentally ill, actually, and they have engaged in what is self-destructive conduct, which is informing the public, because this is relevant to the mentally ill that will engage in more harm to other people, regardless of the consequences that they are reasonably anticipating. Like, you know that you're getting in trouble. You know that it's not good for you, and you decide with that information to engage in more of it. That's literally contrary to the human nature to self-preserve. Self-preservation. There is no self-preservation in gang stalking. The government is already, with regard to being commissioned and having a responsibility, and it is expected to maintain a level of ethics and a level of morality and a level of conduct. Okay, professionalism. These are with this barbaric conduct that they are exposing. That's how you know that they're demons. That's how you know that they're demons. They're engaging in what is abnormal conduct, and then abnormal with regard to now you're caught, and that's what you do. That's what you did when you got caught. That's how you know that they're demons. All right, sexual assault and battery, license 9FQX419, license plate 9 Nancy 0 Yolanda 026. License plate 9 Frank 0 David 110. License plate 74 Bob 1 6 Xavier 3. License 7 Yolanda 0 Uncle 891. License 8 Xavier Larry Nancy 046. License This is sexual assault and battery. These are the sex offenders that are engaging in what is sexual violence, unlawful touching. They are committing sex acts, which the government is going to be prosecuted for. The government is a sex offender, and the government is acting through the sex offenders, who are the people of the state, many of whom I am documenting their license plates, and so that they are identified as such, so that the public can associate them as with sexual violence, the sex offenders that they are, the demon-possessed individuals amongst a corrupt entity that they are, the terrorists that they are, and their license plate didn't matter of public information with regard to, you need to know who sex offenders are. And this is also relevant with regard to the Department of Justice maintaining, just like a Megan's List, to maintaining a register of terrorists, a register of sex offenders who have an appetite for violence, an appetite for torturing people and sexually violating them and stalking them and hunting them down to murder them, and doing so as a government system. Okay, that's what's relevant regarding the license plates that I'm speaking to. And these are all sex offenders engaging in sexual assault and battery. These are males and females who are violent sex offenders, and they share in touching on my body, stalking me obsessively. They're engaged in the sex offense of the perpetual sex offense, keeping my genitalia under surveillance while they are murderers stalking with the government. Okay, that's relevant to the license plates that I am reading. License 7. Thomas, can't really see that one. That's plain activity at 8:58 p.m. where the sex offenders are molesting in concert with that government that's stalking by planes. In other words, that's evidence confirming sex offenders. License plate 9 Victor Zebra Uncle 725, 9 Apple Mary Kelly 019, 9 Bob Paul Edward 672, 9 Victor 0 Edward 557, 8 Victor Xavier Wendy 878, 8 Frank Robert Zebra 663, 9 Kelly Zebra Robert 059, Edward Larry 29 Apple 36, that's a paper plate on a Volkswagen van, sexual assault and battery, psychotic, 9 Thomas Uncle Jerry 690, 8 Robert Indiana Wendy 900. And the sex offender is also Saris Regis Group. And the facilitating venue is Downtown Ontario Luxury Apartments. The company itself is going to be prosecuted. Its employees are sex offenders, and every resident. This is an entity, the city is being prosecuted with regard to the state. And the body of evidence is already substantiating what is prosecuting every business, every person. Saris Regis Group is going to be prosecuted as a sex offender. This is a RICO case against Saris Regis Group. The light activity inside of that parking garage, the fake sent over me at that parking garage, criminal summoning, the entity gang stalking by helicopter, by plane, that's the prosecution of Saris Regis Group, a federal RICO case. All right, license plate. The entity engaging in what is real-time molestation as well. Saris Regis Group is engaging in sexual violence with impunity, and that's relevant to damages. And this is relevant to what is literally extinguishing, removing through damages, removing companies from existence because they won't be able to survive. While you are conspiring murder, stalking someone, conspiring their murder as a corrupt business, you're going to be subject to damages. And this is also relevant as to why you don't go into criminal activity with people that are mentally ill, because they don't care anything about you losing your business while they're gang stalking with the absence of any self-control. That's the demons that are stalking by planes, by helicopters, gang stalking adjacent all around the venue, and doing so while coming on and off of your venue. While I'm anywhere near your venue is targeting me, and I'm going to prosecute you for that. And I'm also subject to sexual violence by that business. And this is relevant to the government's malicious system and the way in which the federal response is incorporating that malice in order to exact justice. Okay, a business, a venue, a location, in other words, a building, a facility, an establishment is very much engaged in stalking you, where that specific environment follows you, remains around you. And they are stalking me with an environment while they're coming on and off of the property, where your headlights are not going to touch me. They're not going to touch my property. They're not going to touch anything over here. Those are demons that are targeting you. Saris Regis Group has been engaged in targeting for a prolonged period of time, and it's speaking to what are unprecedented damages. Okay, damages that are designed to stop these businesses from existing, and a lot of these businesses, upon prosecution, are not going to exist anymore. License plate 87335 Jerry 3, 9 Paul George Edward 690, 8 Larry Bob Nancy 069, 72076 Larry 3, sexual assault and battery. 7 Jerry Charlie Larry 851, sexual assault and battery. Ovid Family Community Library, 215 East C Street. Fake sun, morning, afternoon, and evening. Sexual assault and battery is inherent. That's axiomatic. They're surrounded. It's not even... That's already established. Sexual assault and battery while pacing in and out of the entrance. These are sex offenders that are hostile together. Remember, a demon that doesn't even work at the venue. A demon that wasn't even present with regard to going to prison for kidnapping me on June 16, 2022. A demon that doesn't work for the Ontario Police Department that's being disbanded. A demon that is not identified. I didn't take a picture of their mug in particular with regard to vagina monitoring, but they are vagina monitoring as an entity. So I can get you engaging in vagina monitoring while you're walking in at the entrance. You're surrounding me. You're stalking me as I'm walking. You're surrounding from all ages, and you are the same, from all angles, from all locations, and you are doing so in that environment, proving it, and you're doing so with that government stalking me, proving it, and you're doing so with regard to massive surveillance, which you are engaging in while you're walking in the entrance as I'm walking out of it. You're surrounding me, and you are a psychotic stalker. Contrary to what you thought that you look like, you don't look normal at all. Everybody knows what you are and what you're doing. Now, while you are being delusional, you're going to be diagnosed with that, and while you are engaging in the P.O.C. in the first place, you're being diagnosed simultaneously. Moreover, you are being documented and prosecuted as a vagina monitor. The entity's engaging in what is massive sexual assault and battery. I can't walk through the front door of the entrance of the Ovid Family Community Library without my entire body being molested with impossible light. Not only by the demons that are stalking at the C Street turn circle, the demons that are pacing in and out of that venue, the demons that are pacing throughout while light is flying through the air, flying through that building, and all the demons are acting like nothing is happening. That's the same evidence that you're going to be diagnosed with. My podcast will have you sitting subject to what are mental examinations, and that is not an exaggeration. You really don't understand what's happening to you. But this is the entity that's engaging in this P.O.C. Walking out of the entrance doors is the African-American male with the bald head, the gray and white mustache, beard and mustache. At 3:59 p.m. He's under the fake sun at 9 a.m., 9:58 a.m., gang stalking me and threatening me with the Ontario Police while I'm documenting him, and those psychopaths are simultaneously crossing my path, engaging in what is a method of psychological torture. When you're engaging in surveillance and then you stalk as a police department regarding what is trying to and failing at censoring what it is that I'm going to continue to say, and I'm also going to document your psychological torture tactic, stalking conspicuously in a police vehicle with guns within reach, and doing so exercising authority under the law that you don't have. This same demon is gang stalking, and it's already on the record. 3:59 p.m. under the fake sun and 9:59 under the fake sun at the same address. And he is a predator, a serial vagina monitor, and that's a basis for federal prison right there. But he is doing so as an entity, and Ovid Family Community Library at 215 East C Street is engaged in sexual assault and battery. While sex offenders, gang stalkers over and under the age of majority are sharing in sexual assault and battery. Securitas and that venue is engaging in that together. This is P.O.C. The entity is targeting me with engineer light while you're being targeted with that, literally one video, but I have thousands of them. Stalking with impossible light activity is the prosecution of a government for criminally surveilling you. The government is criminally surveilling you with regard to what is establishing the irrebuttable presumption regarding public corruption, and a government, in other words, has plotted to murder you by virtue of that environment and that impossible light activity. This is an entity that has provided the groundwork to prosecute it, proving that they're engaging in what is an ongoing conspiracy to surveil and furtherance of murder relevant to what is ongoing, unabated psychological torture, harassment, stalking, which is gang violence, it is terrorism, and it is all state action. The people of the state are not private citizens. They are acting in the shoes of the state, and they are doing so knowingly and intentionally pursuant to a long existing system that I am exposing, and doing so with regard to prosecuting that government. It also is very obvious when the entity is very highly unintelligent and is always engaging in what is providing me evidence showing and proving a pattern of stalking and harassment like in planes and helicopters. It is no mystery whatsoever with regard to what's happening from the airport in Ontario and in Fontana, California, when Amazon Prime is flying over my head at the Fontana Chamber of Commerce at Arrow and Sierra Avenue. It is also no mystery what's happening at the Ontario Town Square, where Southwest Airlines and every other airline is flying over the top of my head from the Ontario International Airport, which has the same address, 2 terminals and takeoffs which occur over the property of the airport. And you can have an expert that would testify to that, and this is exactly what's going to be. That's the type of minutia that is legally relevant to prosecute stalking as an airport. You're not taking off, you're not maintaining flights, and not only that, you're doing so in the specific environment, prosecuting all the people in the state who are going to prison and all of the criminal acts that they've committed. This is an entity that engages in that, and they are doing so with this simultaneity of conduct. And who's going to prison? Sergeant Hall, S. Cassis, R. Lilly, Craig Hazelwood, Owens, C. Torres. You have Vivanco that are engaging in kidnapping. You have the entity that's engaging in kidnapping while they are engaging in what is stalking with the Ontario International Airport. B. Hook, Nathan Morgan, L. Martinez on May 29th. They're going to prison. Who's also stalking where there's no landings or takeoffs over the Ontario Woodside Senior Apartments. And it's not a coincidence, while I speak of it, ongoing targeting clearly from an airport in Fontana, California, at Woodside Senior Apartments in Ontario, California, at the Stater Brothers in Ontario, California, where you're sounding plane activity here, you're sounding plane activity over the senior citizen complex. You're doing so when you're coming from the Ontario International Airport. Are you coming from the San Bernardino Airport, hovering throughout the multiple cities? You do not have the ongoing unfettered discretion to engage in what is a public nuisance pursuant to surveillance. These are the delusional demons who are going to prison for this. They are engaging in that conduct, and literally they are engaging in what is clearly targeting from the Ontario International Airport. They do so with simultaneity to the evidence proving that you are engaging in surveillance. And you're also doing so while you are delusional. You do not have a right to engage in what is stalking in planes from any location. The entities engaging in what has clearly been unchecked for too long, because this is what their pattern of conduct shows. We can fly wherever we want in planes. We can do whatever we want in helicopters. We can go wherever we want, and we can do that, and there's nothing that you can do about that. And that is not the truth. That is not the law either. That is absolutely false. Absolutely false. This is an entity that's engaging in that, and they are hostile while they hear the truth, and they're going to prison for that. That foolishness, that wealth of evidence that they gave me regarding what you do not have the right to do, and what you gave me ongoing, prolonged evidence of you doing in violation of the law and human rights of American citizens. Moreover, you do not have a right to engage in what is violating the rights of an American citizen whom you are keeping under surveillance, while you do not have the right under the law to engage in what is stalking. And you think that you can because you're in a plane and you can fly wherever you want in the sky space. That's not true. Not when you are engaging in federal stalking, and that's already established. You're going to prison. And while you provide ongoing evidence against Sergeant Hall, she's going to prison. While you provide ongoing evidence against Vivanco, he's going to prison. While you provide ongoing evidence against the pattern of conduct of terrorist leaders like Paul Leon and Mike Lorenz and Derek Williams, they're going to federal prison. While you provide ongoing evidence against Alex Escobar, and he did himself a disservice. I got him under the fake sun for a series of years all over the place. But he's going to prison while you engage in that pattern of conduct with that agency, with this entity. You don't have a right to do that. You're delusional. Because you've been corrupt for too long, and you're very highly unintelligent. And because you're triggered because I'm putting you in your place and reading you your rights, it doesn't mean that you're less of a defendant in a criminal case giving foolishly evidence to the prosecutor, because you're going to prison. You don't have a right to engage in that. You actually do not. You actually do not. You're going to prison for that. And pay attention. Roll the tape back. Because it's not a coincidence, as I refer to it, that it happens again. It's currently 9:10 p.m. So I just want to document that. The entities engaged in sexual assault and battery at the Ontario Town Square, 224 North Euclid Avenue. At the Mule Cart Smokehouse, that's 200 North Euclid Avenue. Okay, this is the entity, this is a relevant position, Wells Fargo, at 240 North Euclid Avenue. All right, and there's more. There's a Unique Cafe, the Herradura de Oro, the Newsboy Books. This is the speaking to. I'm on this side of the street, but it's not. These demons are delusional. I have a right. We can fly in. No, you can't. You're going to find out when you're in prison. But the entities engaging in this P.O.C., it's not excluding Unique Cafe just because I don't read or recite that or even put it in the description of the podcast every day. I am documenting a pattern of conduct. You're talking about a pattern of conduct, an entity that is too large to note in a podcast description box, which has a limited amount of characters. And you're talking about what is establishing, you're understanding what is the purpose behind what it is that I list. It includes more. It's not limited to the businesses that I'm naming specifically or that I'm always reciting to. You're talking about what is traveling. I'm showing you the pattern of conduct. If I sat in the Unique Cafe, you know where the fake sun will be? On that side of the street over that cafe. And you already know that because that's why it remained at the Economy Inn. That's why it remained over Tracy Banks at Woodside Senior Apartments over Unit 51. That's why it rose and sat there. Rose and sat there in the morning and in the evening. Same thing with Economy Inn. Same thing with Ontario Airport Inn. This is the entity that's engaging in that pattern of conduct while I am showing you what is indistinguishable. But it's also mutually exclusive. Unmistakable evidence regarding targeting, where you do not have a right to fly wherever you want in planes. Contrary to what feces consumers who don't know anything, you don't even know, when even if you did have a right, and even if you were engaging, which you don't, but even if you were engaging in what is something that's not quite legislated over, something that's clearly unchecked, you're engaged. There are people that are being affected. These are fools. They couldn't be stupider, in other words, but I love it. It's feeding right into what I want. You're going to prison. Because they've murdered people. What they try to do to me, they've murdered people. You're going to prison and you belong there. You're animals. And you know that you're animals. That's why you engage in what you call retaliation. You're not engaging in retaliation by stalking me with impossible light inside of the Ovid Family Community Library. Kelly Blacken is going to be committed behind that. That's not retaliation, fool. You're ignoramuses who don't even know the law while you violate it. It would be better if you knew the law so that you can intelligently abuse it and exploit it. You don't even know the law while you abuse it and exercise authority that you don't have under it. And then you're triggered because I put you in your place. You are totally disqualified and put out of in any position. You have no basis whatsoever to even try to confront me at all. These are fools. You're talking about so many levels of clearly seeing the federal government, these federal investigators, which I am maintaining this case in chief, but people that are maintaining federal cases, these people aren't fools. They know what they're looking at. They hear exactly what it is that I'm stating, okay? They hear what it is that I'm stating, and they hear what it is that I'm stating as I don't, directly address it. They hear everything. They're listening, and they're also paying attention to what this entity is doing. They're not fools. They're not fools. And not only that, they have I know that their eyes have been opened because I've trained you to what you pay attention to. And so now you're looking at a whole other level. They know exactly what they're looking at. They know exactly. You're going to prison, fool. You're going to prison. You're a bunch of fools, and you're going to prison. And the fact is, you actually do not have the right to fly all around in any sort of... No, you do not. And that's also outside of what... Common sense. Zoning laws as well. You're talking about not only zoning laws, you're talking about agreements between the cities and the airports that they create on paper. You can even look it up on the internet regarding what is expected with regard to the maintenance of an airport, the ongoing operations of an airport. That's outside of that, but you also don't. Just because you're talking about, this is the whole purpose of this investigation. The government thinks that you can just do whatever you want. Actually, no, that's not true. Did you know that that's not true? That's not true. Because no one's ever prosecuted or brought a case against the government for harassment by helicopter, stalking by helicopter, that doesn't mean that you have a right to engage in that. And it also doesn't mean that that's not capable of being proven. That's not true either. They're very unintelligent. But this is the entity that's engaging in that pursuant to federal stalking, pursuant to what is gang stalking, surveillance, in furtherance of murder. Oh, you have no rights to do that whatsoever. And this is an entity that, again, these are demons who are suicidal. The Ontario International Airport, the Ontario Board, the Ontario Executive Team, any immigrants on that board, you're getting shipped out of this country. You're all co-conspirators to murder. I'm going to prosecute you. You're terrorists. And the gang stalking airlines, every airline, those are corrupt companies. That's a massive federal RICO case. You do not have the right to engage in what is conforming to the pattern of conduct and just flying anywhere that you want. You're delusional. Those are the demons that are sitting inside of the Ovid Family Community Library, just obsessively stalking, regardless of the size of the evidence, regarding of the federal government looking, glaring at you, looking at what it is, the criminal, knowing exactly what you're doing, and you're going to prison. All right? Those are the demons that are engaging in that. So you're looking at it on another level, stalking in the planes. And they're engaging in that while they are being witnessed with regard to the malice of that system and also the delusion as this system is being exposed and the way that it's operating. You actually don't have any right, and moreover, you absolutely don't have a right while you're engaging in this system of surveillance in furtherance of murder. And that's a federal RICO case. You're talking about against every airline. The Ontario International Board, they've been making money off of conspiring against my life for years. I don't know what you think is going to come from that, but I'm going to make sure that you don't keep one dime from what you've profited from. Delta Airlines down to Starlux, every single last one. While you provide evidence to me that you're targeting, while you have the entity that's gang stalking with the Ontario Police Department. Remember when they like to engage in tag teaming, stalking on one side with the plane and on the other side the helicopter, and you think that somebody forgot about that while you compartmentalize your mental illness, your criminal activity as demons who have no idea while you're in the court? What fool does that? Who goes in court engaging in the criminal conduct right in front of the judge? Who does that? Because that's what they're doing. They are the fools. They are the imbeciles that do not understand what's happening. And they do not have a right to engage in that. And they're doing it in front of you. And they are also informing you about how they need to be treated, because the future is going to become the present very soon. And they have informed about what is needed with regard to terrorists like those of the Ontario International Airport. That's the city of Ontario. That's the city of Ontario. Paul Leon has no, you can kiss that seat goodbye. While they're stalking as an airport, while they're stalking as a police department, while they're stalking as a fire department, you are no mayor, sir. Your removal from office has been completed through the prosecution of the state of California. You are not staying in office, and you're not the only one that's being removed. You're the one that has provided the largest example, the most detailed example as to why terrorists like you are being removed. You are not the only one being removed. This is an entity that's engaging in that pattern of conduct, and this is the entity that's sharing in a P.O.C, and this is speaking to what is informing legislation, and it's also informing the feds with regard to what you look for where surveillance is underway. But actually you don't, and this is speaking to what is absolutely unchecked. You have an airport, so then that means you have plane. No, that's not what that means. In fact, it's very clear, actually, with regard to what pilots are doing when they're taking off from the airport and in furtherance of what is an actual destination versus what the entity is doing, flying at all places. What are you doing over the Pizza Hut parking lot when you took off from the Ontario International Airport? And if you took off from some San Bernardino airport, you wouldn't even be at a level of elevation where you're within eyeshot, where you would even hear anything. So you're talking about what is under all circumstances idiotic. And the government is not free, the cities are not free to engage in that, contrary to what they've been doing. This is the entity that's just engaged in, they're accustomed to lawlessness. That's what that is. They're accustomed to lawlessness. And then you're talking about the entity that engages in conduct such as, I'm going to go, you're talking, that sort of mindset is a threat. I'm going to go crash this plane because you're trying to tell me what I'm going to do and what I can't do. You're not going to tell me anything. I'm going to go crash. That's the type of mindset you're dealing with. Both very petty and also very threatening because of that level of pettiness. That's the type of mindset you're dealing with. And the fact of the matter is, no, they do not have a right under the law to fly any and everywhere throughout the city, because by virtue of the fact that there's an airport. And the Ontario International Airport, moreover, has already been proven to be engaged in criminal surveillance. All right, so that's just taking out the fact of criminal surveillance itself. You do not have a right to, and this is speaking to what is relevant to exposing the reality of surveillance in the United States, but also what is clearly unchecked and what everybody is paying attention to now. Paying attention to that. All right, so but they don't have a right to do that. they literally do not. And moreover, you absolutely do not, because of the existence of criminal surveillance that everybody knows that you're actually engaging in. So you theoretically don't, you actually do not. And you specifically do not, because you are gang stalking. You are gang stalking, and while you do, in real time while I document, there are legal terms that are relevant to that. Okay? You're not, this is the entity that you're talking about, a gang of gang members who are going to prison. You're stalking in planes and helicopters, you're going to be subject to mental examinations. You will be subject to commitments. You will not have anything to do with ever law enforcement or flying. And you're engaging in what is stalking with light. You're talking about that same mentally ill behavior. That is evidence. You're going to be embarrassed when it's played in a courtroom. I'm telling you right now. You're going to be humiliated when it's played in a courtroom, and you're going to have legitimate professionals who are going to be examining you. And you're going to be looking stupid But not, you're going to be, literally, I'm going to tell you right now how you're going to be. You're going to be at a loss for words, like, unbelievable. Like, are you serious? Like, what are you, that's going to be you, and it's actually happening because you are the only one that's in denial about your severe mental instability, while you're accustomed to lawlessness and defaming other people who are perfectly sound. And you're threatened by the fact of their being advanced, in other words, and you're targeting them. You're engaged in criminal activity, and you're going to be at a loss of words when mental examinations result from what is direct evidence of you stalking, which is certifiable behavior. Just by virtue of you being there, when you thought you being there and being silent was your badge of innocence. And actually, it is literally the red flag regarding instability. Everybody sees you. Okay, this is P.O.C. So it is currently, by the way, 9:22 p.m. And I'm at the Ontario Town Square that is engaged in what is sexual assault and battery with the people of the state. And psychopaths are pacing around while the entity is stalking as an airport. The demons, who are the Ontario police, they're pacing all around. You already know that. Okay, you're not stalking by helicopter for no reason because nobody else is targeting. You're stalking with impossible light. You're not doing that for no reason. You're doing that because everybody else is stalking. You're doing so while clearly the security guard is engaged in stalking while he's at that same property wearing a uniform. You're going to prosecute that badge, okay, that logo, while you're engaged in what is actually psychopathic pacing. That's the stalker that thinks you don't see them, all right, and disguising themselves as a security guard. That's a stalker. And that's a state actor. And that's also a means of a RICO case, Securitas. Oh, you're making money off of surveillance. And I believe that they are, Securitas is a company that's also headquartered outside of the United States, keeping American citizens under surveillance and making money in the United States. That's a whole other level of means of some principalities. There's some principles there, but you have the United States that has an issue there. There's the broader issue is that the United States is engaging in surveillance in the first place. It's the most un-American thing. Gang stalking is entirely un-American. It's something that is speaking to the level of hypocrisy because the government itself, and then not just the government with regard to betraying American citizens, you're targeting via the civilian population. You're talking about betraying American citizens. Moreover, you're talking about what is the hypocrisy on an international scale. Okay? So this is, that's what's behind that POC. I just wanted to go through that and speak to it's not limited to the license plates. It's not limited. I do that because the entity is going to be, they're going to regret being identified. They're going to regret being documented. They're going to regret doing what they did in plain view. They're going to regret that. But you're dealing with psychopaths who are delusional. So they're just doing it like, no consequences. Whee! Okay? That's what they're doing. And they're going to be crying. And they're going to be like at a loss of words. They're going to be humiliated. They're going to be like, I can't, what? Oh, no. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? I need you to walk this direction, please. They're going to escort you out of the court, and you're going to be subject to what are mental examinations. You're going to be escorted to the jail, and then you're going to be driven to a prison. It's really going to happen. This is the entity that's engaging in that pattern of conduct as though there are no consequences, though. And this is the entity that is accustomed to lawlessness. And they engage in more lawlessness while they are being identified and being told, you don't have a right to do that. You actually cannot do that. And I want to be clear, by the way, I'm not some lone ranger. Actually, this is absolutely constitutional what I am doing. American citizens actually have a duty, an obligation regarding what is holding a government accountable to its responsibilities regarding the original contract between American citizens and its government. Okay, they are ruling by our consent. Now, this is a problem. You've got a problem when those who are supposedly consenting have consented to surveillance, not just consented to it, they're sharing in it with that government. All right, this is some sort of satanic, mutilated form of what was created by our the so-called founding fathers. All right, but this Constitution and this system has been perverted, and it is the beginning of what's not going to last. When you and I don't, this is not me wanting to declare, but this is just the reality. You have the government, you have the system, you have the people that have turned on themselves. They are ignorant, and so they don't understand what it is that they've done when they have permitted the government to do this to itself. And you have permitted it when you are participating in it. Now, you're talking about what is what is an obligation regarding American citizens who are supposed to hold the government accountable, hold the government responsible with regard to its obligations to us. And this is entirely constitutional. If you're referring to, if you're aware, privy of the Declaration of Independence, if you're privy to the Constitution, the federal Constitution. So this is not something that I just decided. I mean, I didn't just wake up. This is, based on being a staunch advocate regarding. I do think that the Constitution is something that is ideally. I think that it is remarkable. I really think that foundationally, the Constitution is a noble prospect. Now, with regard to how it is actually implemented, okay, amongst what are fallible beings who are clearly, I'm showing, corrupt, that's something else. But in and of itself, its design, its intention, especially the way that it was articulated by the so-called founding fathers, I found it to be remarkable. Okay, so an excellent means of administering an organized, civilized society. I really do. But this is, and that's part of that is understanding what is an obligation of an American citizen. It's not just to be here and exploit your rights and just have everything your way and be ignorant about what your responsibility is as we are in this country having a privilege to be as quote unquote free as we are. Okay, and as free as we are, and you're actually finding out that it's an illusion. And there's a reason why it's not very cool to know the Constitution. There's a reason why that's not the thing that they're talking about on social media. There's a reason why they're dumbing everything down to a BBL and lashes and wigs and how many, thoughts you have in your iPhone. Okay, I'm speaking in the vernacular, how many loose females you have. But this is, there's a reason for that because there is no intention for American citizens to be at this level and be at this level of awareness, and also to actually stand up against what is, and doing so in a lawful manner. Okay, because this isn't about vigilante. This is not advocacy regarding violence in response, and that's not an answer anyway. I just want to be clear. That's not an answer. That's not a resolution. All right, not a long-term one, and it's not an effective one. It's very effective when you are standing on the law and you are on the right side of the law, and the one that is supposed to be enforcing the law, literally, they're supposed to be the expression of the law, and they are on the wrong side of the law, and you are in a position to correct that, to address it, to expose it. That's very effective. Now, of course, that government is not going to like that. But they're corrupt. Who cares about what they like? They're corrupt. They're wrong in the first place. But that's very effective. That's very effective. That's the most potent means of addressing that. To be have clean hands. What is the law? What is your responsibility? What are you supposed to be doing? Versus what are you actually doing? And then how are you doing it? And what is it that you want to exude? Meaning you want to appear this way, and this is what you're actually doing. This is how despicable you are, in other words. That's very effective. It's shaming, okay? Because you're talking about the government that is in a position of being trusted. The police are supposed to be the ones that I can be like, oh my goodness, I'm so glad that you're here. That literally, they're supposed to be that agency. Please help me. Do you understand the level of terrorism? And that is intentional and deliberate for the police to be the ones who are stalking you. Look up the definition of stalking. Look it up. For them, that position versus what they are intended to, that's the executive branch, what they're intended to be doing, what they're supposed to be doing, what they're supposed to evoke versus what they actually are and what they are intentionally and maliciously seeking to provoke. They want you to be terrified. They want you to be psychologically harmed. They want you to be traumatized. They want you to be humiliated. They want you to feel violated. Do you understand the purpose behind that? It is out of hell. It is out of hell. This is speaking to where we are at these times. This is speaking to where we are at in history. And it's also speaking to, unfortunately, the future of this country as it exists. When you have broken down the family, the nuclear family, you've got gang stalking families, mom, dad, grandma, and the kids. They're all gang stalking together with the government And not only that, you have what is a society, generations, and this is something that they are, it's just very, it's unfortunate, and it speaks volumes about the future of this country, okay? Because it's not just, we don't exist in a vacuum. We exist amongst other government systems that already look at us in a particular manner, despise the level of power and influence that we have internationally, and then they're looking at what we actually are and what we're doing. You think that in America, where I'm a target individual, what do you think that they're doing to other vulnerable people in other parts of the world? They maintain propaganda and tell us what's going on, and this is what they were doing, and this is why, and this is what they did, and this is what happened, and this we attempted, and we shot this, and we took off there, and we attacked that, and we took this back. How do we know that? They're keeping us under surveillance, and they're not telling us that. What do you think that they're doing to vulnerable people in other parts of the world where this superpower, quote unquote, we're supposedly a superpower, where we're also engaging in the cowardice of targeting American citizens, the little guy, but you're also a superpower at the same time? What do you think that country, that same U.S. government, is capable of doing to other people in other parts of the world who don't even have a constitution? Who do you think who's going to listen to them? I'm going to let that sit there, okay? But it speaks volumes about the future of this country and where it's going and how it is future-proof, if you will, okay? And in other words, it's not future-proof. This is a government that has attacked its own existence. This is a system that has ate away at its own future and ability to survive. And it did it in concert with its own constituents. While they, again, serving Satan's purposes. Satan doesn't care. He just wants more followers. But this is serving for the demise. You're talking about, politically speaking, you're talking about with regard to the maintenance of a nation. Okay, you won't understand until we look at wars happening at other places in the world. We have the convenience to watch it happen at other places. What are you going to do when it's happening here? When it's happening here, on our terrain? And we're looking like third world countries and outside with muddy water, and you can't imagine that happening? Well, this is the symptoms of what is a self-destructive entity, a self-destructive system, where at first you are telling yourself that you're accumulating power, you're building, you're gaining power, you're going to take it. No, you're not. This is destructive to the fabric. This is destructive to the republic. It's destructive. It was designed in the way that it was designed for a reason, and it benefits with regard to the maintenance and the conservation, well, the preservation, and that maintaining the integrity of the different levels of government and power, and how it's apportioned, and how you're respecting each part. When you've got it all mixed in together, the people are in the shoes of the state, sharing in criminal surveillance, violating the very principles of that. This is self-destructive, and it's actually breaking down. It's breaking down. That's the reality, though. But you're talking about ignoramuses. They're out here slinging light. Okay, slobbering and eating feces, and just demons, just animals. They're not thinking, they're ignorant, and they're not capable of thinking at that level because they have been trained, they have been dumbed down. And that's just the reality. But anyway, it's currently 9:35 p.m. And I said that before I start reciting the time. It's 9:35 p.m. It is January 18, 2000.